student Chen Haran awakens to the G-level world. The crystal in the middle of the square flashed once, coughed out a pale blue letter G about the size of my hand, and 400 people applauded like somebody had just been cured of a mild illness. The kid climbed down the steps, grinning so hard his face looked like it might come apart. G rank, the absolute floor, and he was thrilled. Please welcome the next student to awaken, Li Wei. That's me. That was the problem. Somebody behind me put a hand between my shoulder blades and pushed, because I had been standing in the front row for about 90 seconds without moving, and the thing I was doing instead of moving was frantically searching my own skull for a single memory that belonged to me. Anything, a birthday, a face, the name of a street, nothing. Just 18 years of somebody else's life sitting in a locked room I could see through the window. Li Wei, classmate. A woman's voice, gentle, the kind you use on people about to have blood drawn. Don't be nervous. Extend your right hand and place it on the handprint. Sure, great, wonderful. I'd woken up that morning in a body that wasn't mine, on a planet that wasn't mine, in a line of teenagers waiting to touch a magic rock, and the only useful thing I had brought with me from my previous life was roughly 900 web novels. But you know what? 900 web novels is not nothing. 900 web novels taught me one iron law of the universe. The higher the rank, the better the life. Higher rank, better cheat. Better cheat, better everything. So I put my palm on that stone, and I did not ask politely. Give me the highest level. The stone hummed. Give me the highest level. By the three pure ones, with the Gwen Emperor's blessing, with the Empress's help, release the golden legend. I said this out loud, in front of 400 people, at full volume. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 sounds, one after another, deep and enormous, like somebody was ringing a bell the size of a mountain. The blue boulder started to shake. A ring of light rolled out from the center of the square and kept rolling, and it wasn't blue, it was 7 colors at once, and it did not stop at the edge of the square. It went out over the rooftops and kept going, ripple after ripple, all the way up into the sky. I stood there with my hand on the rock and my mouth open, because even I hadn't expected the Gwen Emperor to actually pick up. Then the letters came in, not one letter, 3, SSS, and they didn't sit politely in the corner the way that poor kid's G had. They filled the entire stone, top to bottom, edge to edge, so bright I had to squint. Woohoo, I said. It's taking off. Because I don't know what SSS means in this world, but I have read 900 novels, and I can tell you exactly what 3 S's mean anywhere in creation. Promotion, raise, beautiful wealthy wife, peak of life. Somewhere out there, a chosen one was waking up with a bronze cauldron in his soul, and I had just beaten him to the punch on my first morning. I turned around to enjoy the jealousy. That's when I noticed the sky was full of people. They were floating up there, adults. Instructors, I guess, or officials, hovering like it was nothing, and every single one of them was looking directly at me, and so was everyone on the ground. 400 faces, all pointed my way, and I started reading them one by one, the way you'd read a room, and the reading came back wrong. Pity, regret, discomfort. A couple of people were smirking, but it wasn't the smirk of somebody who's jealous. It was the smirk of somebody watching a guy walk cheerfully toward an open manhole. Not one person looked jealous. Not one. I turned back to the pretty instructor standing beside the stone. Lin Shu, 20-something sweet face. I leaned in and dropped my voice like we were negotiating. Sister, this is the highest level of awakening, right? She looked at me the way you look at a dog with 3 legs, and she nodded. Oh, thank God. Okay, fine. So G is the top and I'm the bottom. That's what this is. I had it backwards. I can work with little Li Wei, she said, and she patted my arm. For the next period of time, you can eat whatever you want. Then she waved me off the platform. You can eat whatever you want. I have heard that sentence exactly once before in my life, and it was in a hospital corridor. I walked down those steps through a crowd of 400 people who were all being extremely kind to me, and I crouched down in a corner next to the wall like a man waiting for a bus that isn't coming, and right on cue, the memories arrived. Every single one at once, like somebody had unlocked that window and thrown the whole room at my head. Li Wei, 18, orphan, born awakened. You awaken a world, your world. Inside it you get power, and the stronger the world, the stronger you get. A real one can shatter a star with a kick. That's the good part. Here's the bad part. The harder the world, the higher the death rate. S-class is the ceiling. S-class is what geniuses pray for. Above S, there's SS, and above SS, there's SSS. And in the entire recorded history of the human race, on a planet with a history measured in billions of years, nobody has ever conquered either one. Awaken it and activate it, you die. Guaranteed. Don't activate it. You stay an ordinary person forever. Those are the options. That's the whole menu. I sat in that corner and did the math, and the math said 1 month. 1 month, because the strategy missions have deadlines, and when you miss a deadline in an SSS world, the world collects. Everybody in that square knew it. That's why nobody was jealous. That's why the instructor told me to eat whatever I wanted. I had just performed the world's most enthusiastic public suicide and then said woo-hoo about it. If you're going to hand me a death sentence the same morning I arrive, at least let me be on full insurance, half dead, so I can boost my numbers in the next world. Yo! A guy came strolling over. Nice clothes, good haircut, the exact face of somebody who has been waiting 8 years for one specific moment and cannot believe it has finally arrived. Isn't this our genius Lee? The strongest world of all, awakened. How can you not be happy? He spread his hands to the crowd. Unfortunately, the world he awakened is a recognized pillar of strength. Ha ha ha. I looked up at him from my crouch. Do you believe, I said, that I could dump every point of source chi I have into strengthening my own body and then kill you? He stopped laughing. See, that's the thing about a death sentence. Everybody in that square had just done the same arithmetic I had, which meant everybody in that square also knew that I had nothing left to lose and a month to spend it, and this kid had a future. You could see it on him, he had plans. Snort, he said, which is a sound people make when they're stalling. You're just good with words, your death is in a month. I stood up. I got a hand in his collar. I pulled him down to my eye level. Apologize to me, now. I kept my voice very flat. Otherwise, I'll show you what a man who is definitely going to die does with his last month. His face went the color of paper. It was my fault, Leeway. Please forgive my rudeness. I flicked my arm, and he went down on the tiles, and he gave me one poisonous look and walked away fast without a word, because his future was bright, and mine was 30 days long, and we both knew exactly what that meant. There's no arguing with a man who's already dead. Then the crowd thinned out and I slid back down the wall and deflated like a tire. Damn it, I said to nobody. Should I just dump everything into my own body and have one really nice month? And then, because I had read 900 novels and because hope is a disease, I said the stupidest sentence available to me. System, are you there or not? Ding, the system is always here. I'd love to tell you I stayed calm. Ding, would you like to activate your own world? Once the world is activated, the multiverse invitation system will officially launch. Oh, it's late, but it's here. I sent a leave request through my wristwatch. This world runs on wristwatches. Everything is a wristwatch. Marker teleports, calls, ID, the works. I tapped the marker for home, and the playground vanished around me. My rented room is over 500 square meters on the inside. From the outside, it's a box about as tall as a person, sitting in a row of identical boxes, occupying exactly one gate slot. Compressed space. That's what a home planet does to you. Housing prices here have been going up for 4 billion years, and they have never once come down. You could own a galaxy out in the black, and it wouldn't matter because a home planet is a home planet, and everyone wants to die where they were born. Ling ling, close all doors and windows and turn on do not disturb. Yes, master. The room went dark and quiet. Activate the world, I said. Right, here we go. I'm coming. And the room dissolved. What I expected was a menu, a blue interface, maybe a floating pane with some tutorial text. What I got was a smell, flowers, and something green, and somewhere far off a sound that might have been a bird or might have been something that eats birds. Sunlight on the back of my neck, real sunlight, with weight to it. I was standing on a patch of open ground, and in front of me were trees you'd need 6 people to hug, standing hundreds of meters tall, packed shoulder to shoulder as far as I could see, and behind them a mountain range that didn't look like it ended. And underneath all of that, in the soil, in the air, in my teeth, danger. Not a feeling. A fact. So obvious that even I, 1 minute into being a world owner, could taste it. Then the source chi arrived in my body, and the voice came, and it wasn't the system. It was deeper and older, and it did not care about me at all. Ding. Please create your safe zone first. Ding. Phase 1 of the strategy mission. A territory spanning 100 kilometers. Ding. Beginner quest. Clear all hidden dangers within a 1-kilometer radius. Completing this will reward you with source chi. Okay, I said. Okay, barrier first. 9/10 of everything I had went into that barrier, instantly, no negotiation. 200 meters across, centered on me. Inside those 200 meters, I am absolutely untouchable. If the Heavenly Lord himself walked in here, he would be a tourist. 90% of my entire fortune. For a bubble the size of a football pitch. And I did not hesitate for 1 second because I had just felt what was in those trees. Right. Next step. Basic facilities. NPCs to hand out quests. Collect rewards and... I stopped. Hold on. Quest NPCs. A starting zone. A safe area you cannot be killed in. Monsters outside it, ranked by level, experience, currency. A system that resurrects the dead and converts one universal resource into literally anything. Items, gear, flesh. This isn't a fantasy world. This is a server. and the players are supposed to come from somewhere. I sat down right there on the grass in the middle of my brand new death trap, and I started laughing because the shape of it had just landed on me all at once. Meteor falls, world becomes an online game, reality merges. I've read that book. I've read it 40 times. I know exactly how it goes. Except in those books, the players are ordinary people from the world next door, farmers, office workers, 10,000 of them, and they die like grass. And the SSS world doesn't care about 10,000 farmers. The SSS world will eat 10,000 farmers as an appetizer. So I'm not calling farmers. The invitation goes to all realms, every realm, and I can pick who picks it up. I'm not summoning players. I'm summoning the fourth calamity, and I'm building it out of monsters. Then do I still have to hand out garbage starter rewards? I said out loud. I know these people's entire lives. I know how every single one of their stories ends. Isn't that a reward? My head got very clear. One house. I'll be the NPC myself. Saves source chi. The building went up out of the ground while I watched, which cost almost nothing compared to the barrier. A big villa, upper floors connected, ground floor a strip of shop fronts with signs already hanging. Shop, weapon shop, inn, tavern, karaoke. I put in karaoke, write that down. 20 minutes into owning a world, before I had a single ally, before I had any idea what was in those trees, I built a karaoke bar. I stand by it. The stairs to the second floor were dead center, which made the whole thing the village chief's house, which made me the village chief. System. I want to send invitations to all realms. Ding. Host has activated its own world. Would you like to edit the Myriad Realms invitation letter? Edit. A slip of white paper appeared in my hand. Plain. Rectangular. The kind of thing you'd find in a fortune cookie. I looked at it for 2 full seconds. Who, I said, would believe that? Change it. And I redesigned my own recruitment materials in real time, out loud, like a man ordering a very specific coffee. Bigger, make it an imperial edict. Black, no, entirely black. Put a black dragon on the back, and I want it lifelike. The 2 handles turned to solid black gold, and the paper isn't paper anymore. It's the finest fabric that exists in any world. Following my instructions, the thing in my hands became an edict. Pure black, cold to the touch, heavier than it had any right to be. I unrolled it. A shadow came up off the surface, a black dragon, coiling, filling the room, and it turned its head and opened a pair of eyes so red that my knees tried to bend on their own. Not fear exactly, something older than fear, the instinct to kneel. The dragon opened its mouth and said one line, and the line was good. Done, I said, in the voice of a man who has never been more pleased with himself. It has to be high-end, classy, sophisticated, otherwise who's going to come? Ding, Myriad Realms invitation letters are being randomly distributed. 6 have been sent. Good luck, host. 6. Somewhere out there, 6 pieces of black fabric were falling into 6 pairs of hands, in 6 worlds I could not see, and I had absolutely no control over which ones. I sat down on my own front step and waited to find out what I'd caught. Here's the part I didn't see and had to be told about later. There's a ship. Enormous, whale-shaped, sitting in a sea I've never touched. On the deck of that ship is a very old man in an open coat, and he is drinking out of a jar the size of a child while a bank of IV drips feeds tubes into his arms and neck. He is not resting. He is holding court. Kurarara, you brat. If you want me to lecture you, you'll have to wait another 100 years. Then he threw the jar straight at the head of a red-haired man standing across the deck from him, and it missed by about the width of a hand. The red-haired man didn't flinch. He picked the jar up with his one arm, drank the rest of it in a swallow, put a hand on his hip, and said quietly, "This era is going to become unstoppable." That's when a piece of black fabric drifted down between them like it had all the time in the world. "Oi, kid, did you do this?" "What?" said the red-haired man. He looked genuinely lost. And that was the end of the conversation, apparently, because the old man dropped his weapon on the deck with a clang, sized up the redhead one more time. An old friend, 2 decades and 1 ocean out of date, standing there now as an equal, and waved him off. "It's nothing. I'll consider what you said. Now get out of here." The redhead sheathed his sword, said, "Trust me, you won't regret this choice," and left. Then the old man was alone with the edict. He unrolled it carefully, with his intent spread out around him, ready for a trap. Devil fruit? Or a trick by the world government? He turned it over. "But I'm Blackbeard." And that was that, apparently. He has confidence in handling anybody, no matter who. The black dragon came up out of the fabric. "That guy Ryuji?" he said, watching it uncoil. Then, thoughtfully, "Compared to this black dragon, Ryuji is more like a worm." Even he went on alert. The dragon spoke its one line, and then there was nothing more, because that's all it does. An invitation, visible only to me. So my choices are refuse or agree. He turned the fabric over in a hand the size of a table. "It doesn't say what mess I'd be walking into, It just gives you the temptation. Immortality, invincibility, strength. He didn't want any of it. He was the strongest man in the world, and he was dying, and he had made peace with both facts a long time ago. The only thing in his head that still kept him up was a shipful of idiots who called him father. Kula la la, he said. What's the harm in going over to take a look? He shouted for his 1st Division commander, a blue-haired man who dropped out of the sky in a streak of flame and landed in front of him. Dad, what's wrong? The old man stood up out of his chair. The IV rack rattled. Flynn, I'm going out for a bit. Don't cause any trouble while I'm gone. We'll talk about everything when I get back. Flynn nodded, confused but obedient, and then his father vanished from the deck of his own ship in front of his eyes. 4 beams of white light came down inside my barrier, and I got about 1 second of pure joy before I got a very good look at what I had caught. The first one had his mask up and his face out, Western features, gold and red armor, and he was already unimpressed. This is where the invitations were sent out? This place is so shabby. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Iron Man, Mark Benton. Cursed with knowledge, genius among geniuses, playboy billionaire, and, in the ways that matter, a hero. I know it. I know all of it. Kurarara, you're the one who sent the invitation? Second one. Very tall, very old, coat, enormous curved weapon, sharp eyes going over me like a scanner. Him I recognized instantly, and I nodded back like we were colleagues, which we were not. Third voice, a woman. Village chief, you're the boss here? You do look rather shabby, just like that man said. Would you like to have a friendly spar? A pause. But before that, I'm also somewhat interested in this giant old man. Ice blue hair, ice blue lashes, a general's uniform doing nothing whatsoever to hide the figure inside it, and a temperature drop that arrived slightly ahead of her, arrogance in every syllable. Frostine, my wife. I'm sorry, in a previous life, on the internet, she was my wife. There are rules about this. Excuse me, are you the village chief? Said the 4th one, beaming at me like a man arriving at a conference. Would I have the honor of exchanging management experience with you? Blonde, kind eyes, a smile that could disarm a bomb. Kaito Masami, 4 for 4. 4 names I knew, 4 monsters, on the first draw. I stood there in front of them thinking, this is it, this is the moment, I've done it, Another pillar of white light hit the ground, and it was bigger than all 4 of theirs put together. Ugh! A roar with nothing behind it, no meaning at all. And then there was a 15-meter naked giant standing in my starter village, mouth hanging open, arms too small, eyes like 2 dinner plates full of absolutely nothing. Nobody moved. Oh, said Blackbeard mildly. Giant race? What a coincidence. But why isn't this guy wearing clothes? Frostine glanced at the Titan, then at Blackbeard, then away. Her expression said the noise was annoying her. Mark took 1 step backward. Genius intuition. Something about this giant is not right. Kaido kept smiling and did something very small and very awkward with his feet, and I stood there feeling roughly 1,000,000 grass mud horses gallop through my skull because at this rate the next one was going to be a zombie. Ding, said my system cheerfully. How can nodding not mean agreement? It nodded. The invitation asked, and the Titan nodded, because that is the single facial expression it has. I raised my hand and pressed down. Boom. 15 meters of nothing hit the dirt. Sorry, everyone. Snap. It stopped existing. There was a small mishap. 4 extremely powerful people watched a giant get deleted by a finger snap, and I turned around and gave them the speech. Then allow me to introduce myself. Welcome to the multiverse game. I am the village chief, and I am also the GM here. I spread my arms. Want immortality? Want to be invincible? Want to be stronger? Is there anything you never got? Any regret you carry? In the multiverse game, I can help you achieve all of it. Swish, swish, swish. Ice spears. Dozens of them, already in the air, already halfway to my face. I came here simply because I want to challenge the strong, Frostine said, from about 4 meters up, coming down at me. Do you know how good it feels to be right about a barrier? Listen carefully to what people have to say, I said, and I snapped my fingers. Every spear stopped existing. Frostine dropped straight down and hit the ground on her feet, and then discovered that her feet were the last thing she was going to move. She couldn't move a finger, not one finger. This woman is a general. In her own world, at her own peak, if a fellow general came at her, she would still have options. Here she had nothing at all, and she knew it in under a second, which is why she stopped talking and started staring. Don't think that just because you're pretty, I won't lay a hand on you, I said. Then I let her go, and I got on with the pitch. With me, you can get everything you want, even your own destiny. I know everything about your past, your origin, and your future. I let that sit for exactly 1 beat, and all you have to do is one thing. Have fun playing this game called Myriad Realms. Snap. A panel opened in front of each of them. 4 sets of eyes went slightly out of focus at once, which never stops being funny. That panel shows your current attributes. That's your strength. Kill a certain number of monsters, you gain experience. Experience makes you stronger. Monsters drop currency. Currency buys what you want, and the better the item, the more it costs, I gestured. You can also bring me what you already have and trade it in. Blackbeard's tremor fruit, for example. Frostine's imperial arms. Kaido's flying thunder god. I glanced sideways. Of course, you completely lose the ability once you trade it, so be careful. Mark raised his hand like a man in a classroom. Wait, what about me? What can I offer in exchange? I looked at him. I looked at his armor. I looked at the 400 years of technological history I was standing in the middle of, in a world with wristwatch teleportation and compressed housing and robots doing every job that involves lifting. I said. You should just stick to leveling up by fighting monsters. He actually shouted in protest. I inexplicably felt bad for him. It passed. Now I'm issuing your first task, I said. Clear out every monster within 1 kilometer. And I turned around, opened my door, and went inside, leaving that piece of news sitting in the middle of 4 people who had never met each other. Because I had my own work to do. I needed to get stronger too. Also, honestly, I wanted to watch this from a chair. Outside, the introductions were happening without me, which was ideal, because introductions are the most awkward part of any raid and I wanted no part of it. Kaido went first, obviously, sunniest man alive. Hello everyone, my name is Kaido Masami. I'm the village chief of Konoha village. I love world peace. The person I care about most is my wife Himari, and the panel says I'm Black Iron Peak. Once one person does it, everyone has to. That's the law. Mark Benton. Well, a playboy. He shrugged. As for hobbies, beautiful women. Panel says I'm an ordinary person, but don't worry. He tapped the armor. I have this. Under normal circumstances, Mark would have made 3 jokes at Frostine's expense by now. He did not make any jokes at Frostine's expense because he had watched her throw 100 ice spears at a man's face as a greeting. Frostine, general of a nation, bronze, first order, arms crossed, face slightly red, still thinking about the thing that had just happened to her. Kulala, my name is Arthur Croft. You can call me Blackbeard. My hobby is living with my family, and what I care about most is my bunch of good-for-nothing sons. A grin under the mustache. In terms of strength, I'm bronze, third order. That laugh did more for the atmosphere than anything I could have said. Kaido immediately started gesturing between Blackbeard's height and his own, exaggerating wildly. Mr. Blackbeard, your muscles and your height are just too much. Kuralalala, really? He was pleased. Of course he was pleased. Every enormous man alive is secretly delighted to be told he is enormous. Mark picked his mask back up and clicked it into place. If muscles were useful, what would be the point of having a brain? The chief gave us a task, so I won't disturb you further. I'll go clear some monsters. Boom. Off he went, straight into the trees. I'm leaving too, said Frostine, arms still crossed, and she picked a direction exactly opposite to Mark's and walked into it. Survival of the fittest. She's weaker than something right now, so she's going to fix that. That's her entire operating system. Which left too. Kaido scratched his head, sheepish. Mr. Blackbeard, how about we team up? I'm quite confident in my abilities. Blackbeard found him agreeable and figured bringing the kid along wouldn't be a hassle. No problem. Then, in my head, ding. Congratulations to Frostine for achieving First Blood. Reward, 1 gold coin, and the title First Blood. Nice. Nice. Look at that. Off to a, ding, player Mark has died. The wilderness is dangerous. Please proceed with caution. Ding. System notification. Each player can revive 3 times per day. Additional revivals require items. After 3 deaths, you are banned from the game for 3 days. Blackbeard and Kaido were still standing in the square when the white light dropped Mark back in front of them. Mark went bright red under the mask he had not put down in time and made a noise. I just made a mistake, and he flew straight back out. Blackbeard and Kaido looked at each other and both of them found the exact same amusement in the other's face. The Mark of today is not the Mark of later. Today's Mark has never lost anything. Inside, I leaned back on my couch and pulled up 2 screens. As expected of an SSS world, I said, and then I stopped saying anything because I was watching the footage of Mark's death and it was 4 frames long. He hadn't even seen what killed him. He flew over a tree line, something moved, and there was no Mark. That's the whole clip. And then there was Frostine. She was crouched in a hollow, breathing hard, bleeding from about 9 places, her uniform in ribbons. At her feet was a corpse, a goblin, just a goblin. Everybody knows goblins. Goblins are the tutorial. Goblins are the thing you kill in the first 4 minutes of every game ever made. This one was 3 meters tall, and the club in its hand was made of something I couldn't identify, and its stat line said, Bronze, 3rd order, Bronze 3rd order. She's Bronze 1st order. She had to open her trump card, the actual cheat, the thing she doesn't show people, to kill one goblin, and she still came out of it looking like that. Lucky she didn't just charge out, I said to my empty room. She'd be dead. 3 source chi from the goblin. Reviving Mark cost 1. I did the arithmetic and it came out positive, barely, and then I sat very still for a while. Because if a goblin here is Bronze 3rd order, then in a normal A-class world, this goblin would be a boss, a raid boss, the thing at the end of a dungeon, and the tutorial monsters in my world are made of them. No wonder nobody has ever conquered an SSS world. Nobody could. You'd need an army of people who are already stronger than every hero in their own story, and no awakened has ever had access to. Oh, I see. I laughed out loud in an empty room, which is never a good sign, and I opened my panel. Name, Leeway World, SSS, Strategy Progress 0%, Strength, none source, Chi, 102 invitation letters, 0 multiverse players, 4 territory, none. Rudimentary, I said, but at least it's a panel. Use 80 source Chi to strengthen myself. Ding, source Chi successfully consumed. Ding, system notification. 100 source Chi can be exchanged for 1 Myriad Realms invitation letter. I stopped breathing for a second. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Too late, already spent. Something incredibly pure was already moving through my body, cell by cell, every single one of them cheering, organs being quietly renewed like a hotel changing sheets, and, ding, player Mark has died. Please proceed with caution. All right, good mood gone. That damn Mark. I actually clenched my fist. It's been a few minutes. That's both of them. Twice. Black Iron, Tier 4. That's what 80 points bought me. Which, for context, is worse than Kaido was when he walked in the door. So that's the trap. Everybody who awakens in SSS world dumps everything into their own body, because what else are you going to do with a month? And everybody gets to Black Iron and dies. That's how it goes. That's why the graph looks like it does. Honestly though, Black Iron 4 is not nothing. I felt like a small superhero, several times stronger than a person. Reaction time through the roof. I could feel the difference in my hands. Fine, I should warn Mark before he, ding. Player Frostine has died. Ding. Player Blackbeard has died. Ding. Player Kaido Masami has died. I looked at the ceiling. What the hell? They got wiped. All 4. In under 20 minutes. Blackbeard, Frostine, Kaido, and Mark, and any one of those 4 is the final boss of somebody's entire life, and this world introduced itself by killing them with ads. I got the door open in a hurry. They were standing in a rough circle in the respawn area with the specific body language of grown adults who have just been beaten up by tutorial content. Frostine still had the First Blood title floating over her, which was, in context, cruel. Later, I got the details. She'd killed hers and hadn't even caught her breath before a second one came out of the brush and took her. Didn't even have time to turn. And Blackbeard had been thinking about protecting Kaido. He'd gone maybe 400 meters and run into 3 goblins working together with sloppy, obvious moronic teamwork. 3 goblins he wouldn't have looked twice at, hitting him like 3 Rogers at their peak. Who would believe that if he told them? As for Mark, yeah, you saw. I coughed twice. Ahem, so. Nobody looked up. Great start. This world is very difficult. I decided to just say it. You need at least silver level strength to fight alone. Right now, it's better for you to team up. There are only 4 of you. Maybe tell each other about your abilities. I let that land. Knowing the enemy is strong and charging in anyway isn't the choice of a smart person. And also, quietly, in my own skull, please stop wasting my source chi. I have 6 left. 6. Without source chi, I can't revive anyone. And if I can't revive anyone, I get a vicious cycle and then I get a corpse pile. Nobody moved. Nobody was inspired. 4 monsters standing in a village square feeling foolish. Right. Fine. By the way, I said, as the village chief, I'll give you a newcomer's gift. 4 heads came up, slowly. All 4 of you, I said, are going to die unnatural deaths in the near future. You could hear the wind. I pointed at the biggest of them, and I did not soften anything. Blackbeard, you're killed by one of your own sons, one who runs. Your crew is wiped out and driven off the sea. Most of your sons die or are crippled. His eyes went red, not wet. Red. His hand closed around the haft of his weapon, and the air pressure changed because he does not care about his own death, has never cared, and I had just told him about theirs. Kaido, you and your wife die together, and after you die, your son lives like a rat in the street. Kaido's mouth closed into a line, just a line, that was all. And that was worse than the shouting would have been, because Himari was in it, and there was a newborn in it. Frostine, yours is unfortunate, not what you expect. I shrugged. because your trump card gets exposed. Which honestly is my one complaint with her ending. That bug level ability just stops working. Who would believe that? There's a certain amount of plot armor happening on the other side. And me? Mark's voice came out too fast. What about me? What about me? He'd watched the first 3 land and they had all been terrible. You, I said. Well, all I can say is you died without leaving a trace behind. Just Mary Jane and your daughter depending on each other. Absolute truth. 4 people. 2 of them didn't even leave a body. Of course, I added, and shrugged like a man discussing weather. You can choose not to believe me. Frostine took a step forward in those leather boots. I believe what you say, but wouldn't it be a pleasant surprise if someone could actually kill me? She smiled at me with no warmth in it at all. I, Frostine, will not team up with anyone, and I will only die once. Then she turned around and walked out of the barrier without looking back. Kaido and Mark did not do that. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then Mark took his mask off and his voice was different than it had been all day. My ability is the armor. Everything depends on the armor, offense and defense both, but when I meet these monsters, I usually can't even react before I'm dead. A breath. If I get a chance to react, I can put out serious damage. He wants to live. He didn't want to before. He does now, especially after learning that there's a daughter in the future. Kulala, then I'll take the lead. Blackbeard's arms folded. I can draw fire and attack from the front, but my range is a bit large, so you 2 need to be careful not to get caught in it. He isn't afraid of dying either. He never has been. But if what the village chief said is true, he does not want those idiots to inherit it. I'm a ninja, Kaido said, thinking fast now. I'm better suited to ambush, so let's make it a team of 3, a triangle. Mr. Blackbeard walks at the very front, Mr. Mark and I take the flanks. When we spot something, Mr. Blackbeard pulls it, tanks it, holds it in melee, and the 2 of us handle ranged. Ding, team formed, please appoint a captain. The captain has authority to distribute spoils. They made Blackbeard captain, which took about 1 second, and then all 3 of them walked back out. I watched them go, and I nodded. 3 men going out is better than sending Mark out to die alone. That's not nothing, that's an improvement. Perfect timing to watch the broadcast, I said, and pulled up 2 screens and got comfortable. Because I am the village chief, and my job is to sit in a chair while my players die. 3 goblins came out of the trees about 6 steps past my barrier line. Be careful, said Blackbeard, and charged. I had 4 source chi, and every single one of my employees was about to be inside the same swing radius, so I did what an owner does. Nothing. Loudly. White vibration coiled around the length of his blade. He was not going to underestimate them a second time. 1 mistake is enough. Clang. The lead goblin got its stick up, bloodshot eyes, a face like a bad idea, and the 2 weapons met, and there was a crack like the air itself splitting. The goblin's arm twitched. It took 2 steps back. 2 steps. Only 2 steps, said Blackbeard, and his face did not change, and he had just used about 80% of his strength on a green thing that came up to his hip. The second one swung at him from the side. Little juggling act. He wheeled the blade around and took both of them at once and did not lose ground, because vibration doesn't do much raw damage to something like that, but it staggers, and staggering is a currency. According to the village chief, he thought, this is a minor monster. Everything here is an admiral. Every single thing in these woods is an admiral. That's absolutely terrifying. And he was smiling. Careful, Mark, from 30 meters up, arm out, 1 shot, boom, and a flaming rock the size of a basketball came apart in midair before it reached anybody's head. The 3rd goblin had thrown it. The 3rd goblin was now furious and jumping up and down and shouting things in a language nobody wanted translated. Something black went past, then something gold and blindingly bright. Rasengan! It went into the side of a goblin's skull like a drill into wet plaster. Kula la la! That seems pretty reliable. Blackbeard's muscles bunched. He swept both goblins off him with 1 swing, then took the haft in both hands and gathered, and the vibration coming off the blade went from a shimmer to a perfect visible sphere. He brought it down. Boom. Mr. Blackbeard! Mr. Mark! Close your eyes, Kaido was already shouting. Spiral flash super wheel dance roar, 3 styles. The world went yellow. All 3 goblins screamed at once, and Blackbeard, without opening his eyes, reached out with both hands using pure perception and closed his fingers around 2 green skulls and released a vibration wave directly against their faces. Ding. Successfully killed goblin times 2. Give me the last one. Mark was practically singing. A row of tiny missiles came out of his shoulder and landed in the eye sockets of the 3rd one while it was still blind. Ding. Goblin defeated. 1 gold coin hit the dirt and a small bottle beside it. Blackbeard pocketed the coin and tapped the bottle with a finger the size of my forearm. Recovery potion. Instantly restores a person to peak condition. Quality. White. White. The bottom tier. Instantly restores a person to peak condition. That's what a garbage drop looks like here. Said Mark. I've upgraded. He held his arm up. Black iron, tier 1. I feel like my body is much stronger now. He flexed, genuinely astonished. Without the armor, that body could take 10 men. And Kaido was watching his own experience bar, which had moved by roughly the thickness of a hair, but it had moved 90% of the way to bronze 4th order, Blackbeard noted, glancing at his own. He is the strongest man in the world. If he pushes to bronze 4, does he get stronger again? Does he get stronger again? The strongest man in the world is standing in a forest doing arithmetic about a progress bar. Let's continue, he said. There's still a long way to go before the beginner quest is done. In my house, I sat up straight and made a fist. 9 source chi. 9. After nearly going negative. If this keeps up, I said out loud, I could have a full invitation letter inside a day. Many hands make light work. 100 source chi is about 30 monsters. 30 monsters between 4 people in a world made of monsters. Check on Frostine. Is she killing anything? Screen. She was flat against something, presence completely suppressed, watching a burrow. Inside it were rabbits about half a person tall, 6 of them, and next to them a 7th that was 3 meters and did not look like a rabbit so much as a rumor about one. A rabbit, I said. Sure, great choice. Definitely less intimidating than a goblin. It was bronze. Even the small ones were black iron, tiers 3 to 5. Frostine took one long breath and dropped her voice to almost nothing. Maha Patma. Time and space froze in a bubble around her, and I watched her face register something with a flicker of pure irritation, because in her own world that ability is the end of every argument, and here, 100 meters? I said that out loud, alone, to a wall. In her world that move buries a city block. Here it buries a shrubbery, and I had to go and lie down about it. 100 meters. That's her entire ceiling now. The trump card that made her a general is a 100-meter bubble. She didn't waste a second of it. Up, snap of the fingers, and a block of ice tens of meters tall condensed in the air over the burrow and came down. Ding. Killed 6 baby rabbits, 6 source chi. The big one came out of it moving, and she was already raising her hand, and a spike of ice punched down through the noise. Ding. Adult rabbit killed times 1. 2 more. She dropped out of the air and did not stop to check the loot, which is what killed her the first time, and went straight to cover. Which is how she was still alive 4 seconds later when 4 goblins came through the trees and one of them had skin the color of a hot coal. If she had spent 1 more second on the drops, that would have been that. I leaned back on my sofa and I beamed like an idiot. That's more like it. I stay home. They go out and die. This is the correct arrangement of the universe. Everyone gets resurrected. The beginner quest is nearly done. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My wristwatch. Somebody's looking for me? And the world went white, and I was standing in my rented box, and a projection came up in front of me, a middle-aged woman glaring hard enough to strip paint. Who gave you permission to go home without permission? Get back to school right now. We haven't finished explaining things yet. Click. I stood there rubbing my temples. Zhao Min, homeroom teacher, black iron 5th order, awakened a G-class world, which in this building makes her nobility. In the original owner's memories, she treated him fine, just fine, not warm, fine. Right up until this morning, apparently, because the thing looking at me out of that projection wasn't fine, it was something else. In the memories, the previous Li Wei was a genius, first in the grade for 3 straight years, the kind of kid a teacher points at. All he needed was a decent world, and he was going to be a monster. And now he'd drawn SSS, and the attitude had turned so hard and so fast that it had gone past disappointment and out the other side into something with a smell to it. In that case, I said, let's go take a look. I can watch my world from anywhere. Doesn't matter where my body is. The only thing being outside costs me is that they can't reach me. I fiddled with the watch and vanished. The classroom marker put me in the middle of 20 pairs of eyes, and none of them were friendly. 20 students. It's a private awakening class, so 20 is the whole roster. Li Wei, Zhao Min was up at the podium, and she started before I'd finished materializing. Who told you to go home after sending a text message? Then she stopped, squinted. Something in her face changed. You used source chi to strengthen yourself. Her voice went up an octave. Who told you to do that? Are you stupid? I told you repeatedly to come back to the classroom as soon as you awakened. Are you deaf? How could I have taught such a brainless student? Laughter around the room. Real laughter, the ugly kind, gloating everywhere I looked, with maybe 3 faces in the whole class that had anything else on them. Which tracks? The kid whose body I'm wearing spent 3 years being crushed in this room, and the moment he lost, everyone got to enjoy it. Also, in fairness, the original owner was a bit of an arrogant little snot. I picked at my ear. Teacher Zhao, I'd like to ask. I kept my voice pleasant. Can you help me clear an SSS-level world? Silence. Or can you give me a strategy guide for one? More silence. I don't think so, do you? Her face went red in patches. Is this how you talk to your teacher? How rude. I shrugged. Teacher, I'm about to die. What do I care about manners? Which is true, and which is also the single most useful sentence in the language, and I could feel the whole room adjusting to the fact that I meant it. She flicked her sleeve. All right, the teacher is too lazy to argue with you. You also know that once you awaken to SSS level, nobody in the world survives it. She paused, and I watched her put on the voice. But the teacher has found you a reliable organization. As long as you behave, there's a slight chance you can make a living. And then she looked at me expectantly. She was waiting to be thanked. I laughed. Not politely, it came out of me sideways. An organization? I said. Teacher Zhao, do you think you can fool yourself with that? Her expression started to set. Don't even mention research institutions. The combined might of the entire world has failed to conquer an SSS-level world. Where exactly do you get the confidence that some small outfit is going to manage it? And then, because the shape of it had just clicked, I asked the question with genuine curiosity, the way you'd ask about the weather. You didn't take some dirty money and sell me to them to be studied, did you? The room went absolutely silent. Her face darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Teacher is trying to find you a bit of work. You actually think that of me? And then, immediately, without any transition at all, no matter what, I've already registered you, so you have to go whether you want to or not. There it is, that humble little face, that flat iron will. It would be genuinely strange if there wasn't something under it, and here's the thing about my memories. SSS and SS awakeners aren't actually that rare, 1 or 2 a year in a school this size, including sons and daughters of the big families, because if you want to attempt an SSS world, somebody has to be studied first, so there was no doubt at all. She sold me, today, before lunch. I'm not going, I said, and started walking toward my seat with my hands in my pockets. Whoever wants to go can go. I said the rest over my shoulder. Teacher Zhao, if all this is about shipping me to some so-called research institution, then I'll pack my things and leave. I have more faith in myself than in other people, and that indifference, in front of everybody, is what broke her. She appeared in front of me, instantly. Black Iron Fifth Order moves fast. I'm telling you, you have to go whether you want to or not. Don't you understand? She reached for my shoulder. I shifted about 4 inches and her hand closed on air, and I looked at her with mild displeasure. What does Teacher Zhao mean by this? She pulled her hand back, awkward, but her mouth kept going. Isn't my meaning clear enough? I said you have to go, whether you like it or not, because she'd already made the arrangements, because the alliance coins were already paid, because if I didn't show up, she was in breach. I lost my patience. I'm not going. What are you going to do about it? I let my shoulders drop and looked her over. Teacher Zhao, I'm Black Iron rank 4 now. You're Black Iron rank 5. Do you think you're my opponent? Her face locked up. And that's the whole thing, isn't it? If I hadn't burned my source chi on myself, she'd have been 100% certain of taking me by the collar, but I had. 1 rank between us. I'm 18 and she's been teaching for 20 years, and the very best case available to her was mutual destruction. Snort. She backed off, chin up, salvaging. Anyway, I've already informed you. Even if you don't want to come with me, you're going. I advise you to listen. Otherwise, when that organization comes looking for you, I won't be able to say anything on your behalf. Threatening me. Wonderful. You don't need to worry about that, I said. I can just hide inside my own world and survive. And then I said the other thing. Teacher Zhao, you should worry about yourself. With that barrel-shaped figure of yours, aren't you afraid your husband's cheating on you? The classroom stopped, because everybody knew. It was practically municipal knowledge. Her husband had been running around on her for years, and there was not one person in that building who didn't know it, and not one person in that building who had ever said it out loud, because she was Black Iron 5, and they were 17. Her face went scarlet in 1 heartbeat. Every eye in the room came off me and went on to her, and I watched her feel it happen. The exact moment she stopped being the authority and became the joke, the gloating faces changed. Most of them started looking at me like I was a war hero. You little brat, you're asking for it! She swung, and I was already set because I'd been building to that swing for a full minute, and I caught her wrist on the way in and kicked. 200 pounds of homeroom teacher went into the wall. Speak up, I said. It would be wrong of you, teacher, to use your hands. I'm not a pushover. She sold me. What kind of attitude was I supposed to have? They only tried it because I'm an orphan. That's the whole reason. Nobody was ever going to stand up for me. Zhao Min slid down the wall, clutching her stomach, face going purple-red, making a sound I can only describe as pig-adjacent. Ow! It hurts! Help! Somebody's hitting a teacher! Several students shot to their feet immediately, which, honestly, fair. Li Wei, how could you hit a teacher? Yes, yes. Li Wei, apologize to Teacher Zhao right now. Yeah, even if Teacher Zhao did try to sell you out and force you to surrender, you still can't hit your teacher. That last one silenced the entire room in one clean stroke, and every head turned toward the back row. There was a girl back there with her legs crossed on the desk, chewing gum, looking at the room like it was a comedy she'd already seen. She swung her chair sideways, looked at me, and waved. Come on, follow me, and I'll protect you. Her eyes were bright with something I couldn't place. Even though you only have a month to live, I promise you'll live that month to the fullest. I stared at her. Xie Jingyi, whose relationship with the original owner of this body was, according to my inherited memories, complicated, and which I would summarize as follows. She has been openly, loudly, publicly in love with him since forever. The entire school knows about it, and he has turned her down every single time. Not because he didn't want her, because he was an orphan on a scholarship and she wasn't, and he decided somewhere in the middle of his own head that he wasn't good enough, and then he built 3 years of cold indifference on top of that decision. It's practically a soap opera. I inherited a soap opera. Come on, she said again. I'm afraid that if I fight with you for more than 2 days, I said, I won't be able to stand up, and I'll become a weakling. I flipped my eyes at her. Then I looked over at Zhao Min, still against the wall. If you want to come and take revenge on me, I'll oblige. I'll show you what a wild party looks like before a man dies. I fixed my sleeve. I'll be leaving now, but I'll come to class as usual tomorrow. And I turned around gracefully. Well, I fiddled with a wristwatch and disappeared, which is less graceful than it sounds. Behind me apparently, Xie Jingyi sat completely still with a face like a stoplight and forgot to chew her gum. Oh, how embarrassing, she said to nobody. Sister Jingyi, said the girl next to her, and got no answer at all. That young lady really does like that blockhead, the girl thought, watching her, and the blockhead has finally seen the light on the exact day he got a month to live. Even if Li Wei has the skill and the luck to clear Phase 1 of an SSS world, so what? How long does that buy? The record for an SSS awakener is what, 2.5 years? And that was a man who stalled, refused to progress, hid, and got eaten in a monster siege anyway. They all die horribly, every one of them. Xie Jingyi came back to herself and found half the class watching her, went a deeper red than before, and vanished on the spot. I'll come to class again tomorrow, she said on the way out, which was, technically, my line. Back home, I stretched out in 500 square meters of fake villa and let myself enjoy it for exactly 4 seconds. I have to say, this world is really comfortable. I put my hands behind my head. Even if it's fake, at least I got to live in a 500 square meter fake villa. I never even dared imagine this in my last life. In my previous life, housing prices were a religion. Here, I own a world, an entire world. Admittedly, it's a world that is trying to kill me, but ownership is ownership. Ling Ling. Pull every piece of information ever recorded about SSS-level awakeners. Yes, master. A screen the size of my wall filled up, and the headlines were extremely comforting. Joy. Yet another short-lived wretch has appeared. Should an SSS-level awakener activate their world? How to survive in an SSS-level world. SSS difficulty revealed for the first time. Trash mob level is a staggering bronze peak. Instead of merely surviving, dump everything into yourself. SSS-level source chi can take you straight to bronze. Ling Ling. Filter for survival and strategy guides only. The wall thinned out. The most detailed guide to surviving the longest in an SSS-level world. Shocking. A man actually survived 2.5 years in an SSS-level world. Detailed walkthrough for SSS Phases 1 and 2. I opened the first one. Zhao Min never taught us anything about worlds above S-class. Not one lesson, not one footnote, because awakening 1 means dying, so why waste the syllabus? In her words, waiting to die is enough. The post was over 10 years old. It had over 1 billion views. Hello everyone, my name is Ye Chen. I'll use my own experience to help you achieve the goal of living to 2.5 years, but don't even think about anything past that. This is already the longest we can afford to delay it. The monster siege must die. Please see the detailed walkthrough for Phase 1 below. I read that man's whole life for a full hour. Here's what it said, in short. Luck. That's the answer. That's the entire answer. If you're lucky, your SSS world spawns you into a low-level starting area and the mobs cap at Black Iron 3rd Order and you have a fighting chance at survival. If you're unlucky, you spawn into a bronze starting area and that's hell difficulty and there is nothing to discuss. So I'm starting on hell difficulty, I said out loud to my empty 500 square meter villa. No wonder Blackbeard and the others got wiped in 20 minutes, but there was useful material in there too. Phase 1 of an SSS world will not spawn anything above bronze. Bronze Peak is the ceiling, except that Bronze Peak has grades inside it, and the top of that grade, Elite Bronze Peak, is what Phase 1's boss can be, and if it is, the moderator's advice was to simply lie down and wait. If you're lucky, your Phase 1 boss is only Black Iron Peak. That leaves a sliver. The number of monsters you kill is linked to the reward at the end of Phase 1. Kill more, get more. Elite Bronze Peak, I said. I don't know if I can handle that. At my current strength, absolutely not. Even a monster with a prefix could wipe Blackbeard's whole team again, but I can keep inviting people. 10 strong ones, and we'd have something. And that's assuming Old White and his crew can climb to Bronze Peak first. Phase 2. 6 months of build time, no monster level cap, ceiling raised to yellow gold, don't provoke anything. Survey the terrain, set strict rules, keep your subordinates on a leash, because if they poke the wrong thing, it will come stand at your door, and then you die. Phase 3. Repeat Phase 2, but with 2 years on the clock. And then, after Phase 3, the Monster Siege. That's certain death. There is no walkthrough. There has never been a walkthrough. At the time, the moderator's strongest subordinate was mid-silver rank, a few silvers total. He himself had reached silver in 2 years, which, if you know anything about the curve, makes him a genius among geniuses among awakeners. And what level is a Monster Siege boss? It's over. Everything's over. The walkthrough is finished. The SSS-level world cannot be conquered. The Monster Siege boss is at the yellow gold level, and it's all over. I sat there with that on my wall for a long time. Yellow gold, early yellow gold, peak yellow gold. He never got to write it down. He didn't have the opportunity. His best was mid-silver, one whole tier of difference. There's no world in which he wins that. For reference, yellow gold is considered a core member of the human race. 2.5 years puts you, at best, midway through university. And the reality is that at the top schools in the entire league, the strongest graduate is early yellow gold, and that person is currently out guarding the starry sky somewhere. Most graduates never reach gold at all. Top universities put out bronze and silver. The diploma mills don't even hit bronze. Xiaomin is a living demonstration of a diploma mill, but I sat forward. SSS-level worlds really are difficult, I said, but their strength improved so fast. That moderator's subordinates hit mid-silver in 2.5 years, under siege conditions, scavenging, never collecting the full rewards, never completing a phase, hiding the entire time. If you actually collected everything, the biggest difference between SSS and SSS is the siege. S-class gets 1 wave, SS-class gets 3, topping out at yellow gold, and the SSS number is simply unknown because no one has ever survived long enough to see wave 2. Ding, world notification. Player Frostine has discovered a sub-dungeon. Goblin Cave. Reward, 10 reputation. Ding. World notification. The Pirate Ninja Scientist team has achieved first kill on a Black Iron boss. Reward, 10 gold coins, the pirate title, and a 1-hour double experience card. Keep up the good work. That woke me up. The Pirate Ninja Scientist team. That's what the system decided to call them. I want that on a banner. I dropped back into my world and the source chi hit me like a drink on an empty stomach. Source chi plus 30. 2 hours. I'd been gone 2 hours. 65 points in the bank. If this ran overnight, I said slowly, what would happen to us? 2 screens. Frostine, flat against a tree, watching a cave mouth, hidden sub-dungeon, Goblin Cave. Is it the kind of goblin I met before? She murmured, and I watched her calculate. If they're all bronze 3rd order, she loses. 2 of them, and she's finished. And a sub-dungeon means something bigger inside. Should I team up with those guys? Then she made a face at herself because she had spent the morning announcing that she works alone. And there was a notification that somebody first killed a Black Iron boss. Is that even worth announcing? The goblin she killed was bronze 3rd order. What's so special about a boss? No, I have to go in and check. Her jaw set. I can revive once more. I sat up on my sofa so fast I nearly went over the arm. No. You cannot go into a dungeon alone as a bronze 1st order in a hell difficulty SSS world, and also I cannot afford your resurrection. I pushed a system prompt in front of her face. Shall we find a teammate to explore the area ahead? She read it and the corner of her mouth went up. Village chief, you pervert. Have you been watching us the whole time? My eye twitched. What are you saying? I'm just concerned about you. Take my advice. Why don't you improve your skills before trying to conquer a dungeon? Which was true on both counts. I didn't want to spend the source chi, and also I like her. Those are not mutually exclusive. Chi, fine. I'll do it your way this time. I'll go get the 3 of them to help take this dungeon down, okay? Should give the mysterious village chief some face. I let out a breath and switched to the boys. There was a wild boar on the ground, 7 or 8 meters of it. Dead. Blackbeard was against a tree, covered in blood, breathing like a bellows. Kaido's robes were in ribbons and he was flat on his back next to him. Worse off, kunai broken in a dozen places. Mark's armor was suggestions. That Boar King had felt, to Mark, exactly like fighting a very large green man he knew. Absurd health pool. They thought they'd crippled it. Then it went berserk. It nearly took all three of them out at once. Kulala. I'm really getting old. My body can't keep up. Blackbeard shook his head at the two of them, and it wasn't self-pity, it was accounting. If he had his younger body, he takes that boar one-on-one and does it comfortably. His strength has declined. That's a fact, and he's made peace with the fact. Kaido got his breathing under control. Mr. Blackbeard, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, neither of us would be alive. You did most of the damage. He wasn't being polite. That thing's hide was so thick that everything he and Mark landed felt like scraping paint. Mark, still wheezing, nodded emphatically without opening his eyes. Kuralala, Kaito, you're the one who's most comfortable to talk to. A pause. By the way, would you be interested in being my son? Kaido said. Huh? I nearly fell off the sofa. As expected, the habit is fully installed. This man has been alive for 4 hours in a new world and he is already recruiting. But the Boar King, Black Iron Boss, 10 source chi in one lump. At this rate, I could have 2 invitations by tomorrow. The atmosphere out there had gone slightly strange, which Blackbeard did not notice or care about, having seen everything, and Kaido absolutely noticed and had no idea what to do with. Mark broke it. Do you guys have any plans to take a break? This is no job for a human being. I'm planning to log off. He's a billionaire. When has he ever suffered? Well, he has, but not since becoming Iron Man. Blackbeard and Kaito traded a look and both shook their heads. No, if you want to log off first. We'll keep going. Because the village chief told Kaido about the future, and Kaido cares. Himari dies with him. His son lives worse than a rat. He is going to change that outcome no matter what it costs, and he needs details from the village chief, and the way you get details from a village chief is you make yourself worth talking to. Konoha is thriving right now. What exactly happens? And Blackbeard wants the same thing for the same reason. He has guesses. Guesses are guesses. Those stupid sons of his. All right then, Mark sighed. I'll log off first. Good luck, you two. Die? It's not his time to die yet. Take your time with the game. He's Black Iron Tier 2 now, which makes him stronger than most of the people he's ever met. I'm logging off. Ding. System notification. You need to return to the safe zone to log off. Mark stood up, and I could hear the exact tone through the screen. I'm going back first. This stupid game makes me walk home to quit. You guys go ahead. He got the wrecked mech about a meter off the ground, listing badly, one arm hanging. When I have time, I'll go to Minecraft and show you guys some fun. He wobbled off toward my village like a shopping trolley with a bad wheel. Kaito and Blackbeard both had something to say about Mark, and both of them decided not to say it. I said it for them, into my empty living room, at some length. Different worlds, different lives. Mark doesn't have a sense of responsibility yet, but he's decent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought him. Oh, the burden's gone? Frostine behind them, arms crossed. How about it? Want to go down into the dungeon together? The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Because a dungeon is worth more than the open field, and everyone knows it. However, Miss Frostine, you may need to wait a moment. We both still need to recover. Whoosh. 2 small bottles came through the air. Drink it and then set off. Blackbeard remembered he had one in his own pack, and he did not refuse hers, and he drank it, and something clean and pure went through both of them, and their exhaustion just stopped existing. They looked at each other with the specific expression of 2 men who have just been handed technology. All right, said Frostine, already turning. Let's go. This opportunity won't wait. Ding. Teams successfully formed. I nodded at my screen, satisfied, and then thought about Mark for a second and felt bad again. I wonder if a dungeon could get me a full invitation letter. I stretched. By the way, system. Are these invitations different from each other? Ding, of course. Open the system store? Open it. Let me see. It opened, and I looked at it, and I made a sound. Level 1. Myriad Realms Invitation Letter. Level 2. Level 3. Level 1. Invitation letter for a specific world. Level 1. Invitation letter for a specific person. Damn, so many. Why are some of these prices so... I scrolled. So the 100-point one is the cheapest one on the entire menu? Prices from 100 to 10,000, and several down at the bottom in a font I couldn't read. Ding. Host is very clever, but there's no reward. Ding. The system shop will also record the abilities of invited figures from all realms. Host can exchange source chi for them. Once exchanged, you can spend source chi to enhance them. I sat very still. So that's where you were going with this. because I had genuinely been sitting there wondering whether I'd have to go study, whether I'd have to learn techniques from scratch, whether I could even learn techniques from those worlds. And the answer is no. The answer is that I can just buy them. Damn it, I said, with feeling. That evil source chi point. Ding. Frostine, Kaido Masami, and Blackbeard have entered the sub-dungeon goblin cave. Screens up. 3 of them in formation. Blackbeard at the point, Frostine left, Kaido right. The cave was big, it had to be, when the residents are 3 meters tall, with torches on the walls in flickering rows, so even Blackbeard didn't look cramped in it. How should we fight? Kaido kept his voice down, kunai out, eyes on the dark ahead. He wanted tactics if tactics were possible. They weren't. Those goblins are like small-tailed beasts. Explosive tags aren't going to do anything meaningful, and this cave is enormous. There's no need. Frostine drew the longsword at her hip. We have no option except a full attack. Her strength was never only the Imperial arms, she was formidable before she ever got them, and her swordsmanship is genuinely excellent. That's absolutely right. Blackbeard had his blade in one hand, and his perception spread out ahead of them. 2 goblins up there with stone knives. Scouts, I think. Should I subdue those 2? Then we can each take one. Frostine lifted her chin slightly. Kaido nodded. The reason they could plan at all is that they'd worked the enemy out already. Goblins are physically insane, and that's it. No other advantage. Also, they have some mental issues. Blackbeard had no objection. His moves are wide. He'd rather not show his hand yet. Cold came down the corridor. 2 goblins mid-conversation shivered in unison, and the ice went up their legs, and click, solid. Looks like I'll have to use Sage Mode, which I'm not very familiar with. Kaido murmured it to himself, and the markings came up around his eyes. Sage Art, Rasengan. He put it into a frozen goblin's skull, and the skull opened like a dropped melon. Frostine was already on the other one's shoulder, both hands on the hilt, driving down. The sword went into the skin, and stopped. Red came up around the blade, and she felt it lock, halfway, and I watched her face do one very fast calculation. Then the Imperial arms bled out of the sword tip, and the thing's brain froze solid inside its own head, and she planted a military boot on the pommel and kicked. 2 seconds. Both scouts down. Goblins aren't human. Once you work out the combo, they become simple. Same principle as putting a Rasengan on Blackbeard's forehead. Even Blackbeard dies to that if he doesn't armor up. It's not about piercing half a skull, it's about reaching the brain. Blackbeard was giving Frostine a very peculiar look. This woman's ability, he thought, is the same as that brat Aokiji's. About the same strength too, slightly weaker. All right, problem solved. Frostine let out a breath. What looked like a clean operation was actually her plan going wrong halfway through and her improvising with ice on the spot, but nobody needed to know that. Frostine, you are really strong. Kaido said it with total sincerity, beaming. Frostine looked at him and said bluntly, although you do fit my criteria for a partner. Kaido's face did something complicated. But I'm not interested in married men. Ah? He went scarlet. Why are we suddenly discussing partners? Why is this happening? Just like Mr. Blackbeard. Kuralala, let's keep going. I reckon this cave is huge, maybe bigger than we imagine. Blackbeard was in an extremely good mood, and the reason was embarrassing enough that he didn't say it out loud. It had been a very long time since he'd fought beside anybody. A long, long time. And these 2 were reliable. 40 meters in, all 3 of them stopped at once. The floor fell away into a staircase, and from the top of it they could see the whole thing. There were at least a dozen goblins in view. Every type. Stone houses. Dozens of them. It was a palace. A sunken palace. Have we stumbled into a goblin lair? Kaido crouched at the top of the steps and stared. With that many, a head-on fight is not survivable. Frostine frowned. She can beat any one of them, but her damage output is a problem, and picking them off one at a time might not scale. Blackbeard was looking up, at the ceiling. This dungeon, he thought, seems tailor-made for me. You 2, any ideas? Blackbeard put a hand flat against the stone wall, testing the hardness of it, and said, I have an idea, but I need to test it first, so I need you to draw their attention. Both of them understood instantly. The strength of this world is clearly greater than our own, said Frostine, and it wasn't a complaint, just a fact she'd already accepted. In her world, changing terrain is trivial for her. Here, her trump card freezes 100 meters. Although there are risks, said Blackbeard, it's worth a try. His reduced destructive power made him unwilling to promise anything. Then let's try it. Kaido and I will buy you time. She doesn't hesitate. Ever. She'd been planning to come in here alone. Kaido had no reason to refuse, so he nodded. Phew. Since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Frostine tipped the brim of her hat down and breathed out cold. Ice Storm Admiral Army. Here goes, as best I can. The temperature in a sealed underground palace dropped so fast that snow condensed out of the air in front of my screen. Then wind. Then a blizzard, indoors, in 10 breaths, until the entire cavern was white from wall to wall. The goblins started screaming like startled cats. I leaned forward so far I put my elbow in my own dinner. Kulala, this little girl has amazing abilities. Kaido wasn't even fighting, he was staring. He could not imagine ninjutsu doing that. He genuinely could not. The Minazuki clan is nothing next to that. 3 generations might not be enough, and he is the strongest Hokage. The world is full of wonders. Frostine didn't say anything, because the actual event hadn't started, and then the cavalry formed. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000 riders made of ice condensing along the slope, filling the entire upper half of the underground city, lances lowered. Charge! They went down the slope with gravity behind them. Now, here is the truth. Those ice riders are not strong. If the goblins had turned and swung, they'd have gone through them like a boot through frost. Even the small goblins could break them. But nobody turned. Because 100 cavalry coming downhill at you is not a strength problem, it's a nerve problem, and goblins do not have nerve. The dozen goblins in the open became 100 goblins pouring out of the stone houses and scattering in every direction, adults and children both. Looks like these goblin guys are afraid of big scenes, said Kaido, and I watched an idea arrive on his face. They've already started to flee. And then he did something that I want on record as one of the cheapest, most beautiful pieces of work I have ever watched. Shadow clone technique. 3 plumes. 3 Minatos running the walls, and in a few seconds there was one standing at each cardinal point of the cavern. Each of them casually took a shuriken out of a pouch. 4 shuriken, total, between 4 of him. Hand seals, all 4 at once. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The air above that underground palace filled solid with green steel, wall to wall, from every direction at once. Now, those 2 moves, the cavalry and the shuriken, have between them almost exactly 0 lethality. Kaido's own assessment. He doesn't have a wide area attack, that's the only one he can even pretend with, but the deterrence. The goblins, already panicking, went completely insane. They stampeded, they trampled each other, they killed several of their own young in the crush, injured the old, and then, because they are goblins, they started fighting each other about it. And I sat there in my house feeling something embarrassing. I felt sorry for them. For a second, I felt genuinely bad for goblins dying in a stampede. Then I remembered they were source chi and I got over it. Roar. One sound, and every goblin in the cavern froze mid-stride. Every head turned toward the largest stone house. Bang, bang. Footsteps so heavy they beat the blizzard, and a fat goblin came wobbling out. It was a mountain of meat. It wore skulls, a lot of skulls, from a lot of species, strung all over it. It was about Blackbeard's height and roughly 3 times his width, and it didn't so much walk as ripple. Ding. World notification. A normal bronze-level boss, Meat Mountain Goblin, has been discovered. A bronze boss? I said, out loud, alone in my house. In Phase 1 of the beginner quest? Other people get lucky and cap at Black Iron Peak in Phase 1. I opened with a bronze boss. Keep it up, guys, I said, and I meant it, because if they succeeded, I could summon friends, and if they failed, it was game over. I have a feeling this mountain of flesh will block the exit. Nothing in that guide said a dungeon boss can't seal a dungeon. That guide didn't have enough information. That guide is the only thing I have, and I have started arguing with it out loud, which I am told is a bad sign. Roar! Most of the goblins straightened up. The fear went out of their eyes all at once, and what was underneath it was worse. These were warriors of their clan. They'd just been having a bad afternoon. Roar! Dozens of them came up the steps at once, fast, halfway in a blink. Kuralala! This guy is even fatter than Lin Lin. Blackbeard set his blade aside and put both fists in front of his chest, and vibration wrapped both of them, and the muscles and veins in his arms stood out like cable. He punched the air apart, left and right. The floor of that underground city bucked. Cracks ran up the slope and across the ceiling, and dust and stone started coming down in sheets. Frostine stared at the old man like she'd just been proven right about something. I'll get my hands on that old man and fight him, sooner or later. This, said Kaido, out loud, is the real human form of a tailed beast. I wrote that down. I have a file for things my staff say about each other, and that one went straight to the top of it. Physique and ability past anything he'd seen, past the AB duo of the cloud, and he did not say that lightly. The motor is huge. Blackbeard laughed, dropped his fist, turned it into a claw, and pressed down. Kuralala, smash it, you son of a bitch. The air in front of him compressed so hard it took the print of his fingers. The whole cavern went, not shook, went. A magnitude 10 earthquake in a sealed box. The ceiling lost its support and started arriving in pieces the size of houses, and it was extremely obvious from the way he was standing that Blackbeard had every intention of dying in there. Frostine crossed her arms and looked completely at ease, which is its own kind of insane. Then 2 triangular kunai appeared in front of both of them, and 2 yellow flashes went out, and the ceiling came down on an empty staircase. I've said before that my speed is actually pretty good. Ding. Source chi +3. Ding. Source chi +3. Ding. Source chi +1. Ding. Source chi +2. Ding. Source chi +3. It went on for a while. Ding. Sub-dungeon goblin cave has collapsed. A yellow flash crossed the sky outside the cave mouth, and the 3 of them were standing in daylight. Call. Looks like they've come out. Kaido bent down and picked his marked kunai up off the ground and let out a very calm breath. Frostine and Blackbeard were staring at each other, because both of them had been prepared to go down with it. Prepared. Both of them, independently, had decided that they were probably not walking out of that room and had proceeded anyway, and then some polite blonde kid had removed them from the situation at the last second, and it hadn't even looked difficult. Kuralala, Kaito is really reliable. It's really good, Frostine agreed, which from her is a parade. Kaito touched his nose, embarrassed. Although I'm still a bit behind you two, I'm quite confident in my speed. Ox, I said in my house and threw a punch at nothing. I had been fully prepared to resurrect all 3 of them. I had 6 points. System. Summary. How much did we get? Ding. Source chi plus 156. 156. 156 plus my 65 chi. 221 source chi. I could buy an invitation letter twice over. If this is the pace, what exactly am I afraid of? Forget a month. I could finish phase 1 inside a week, and the moderator said the faster you finish, the bigger the reward. But why wasn't there a clear notification? I frowned at my panel. It just said the sub-dungeon collapsed. Does destroying it not count as clearing it? Splash. Pebbles. Going everywhere. I had already started composing my victory speech. I would like that entered into evidence. Roar. The 3 of them, relaxed for exactly 9 seconds, turned around. A fat hand came up out of the rubble. Then several boulders, 6 or 7 meters across, came at them in a line. Frostine leaned back and dropped and let one go over her. Kaito blinked out and reappeared next to a tree. He'd marked it at some point. He marks everything. That man treats geography like a filing system. And Blackbeard raised his blade and drove it forward, and the boulder came apart with a crack that hurt to listen to, and he took 2 steps back before he stopped. Meat Mountain Goblin stood up out of its own collapsed palace. As expected, the boss isn't so easy to kill. Blackbeard's eyes lit up again, and his breathing was already ragged, which nobody mentioned. This is getting interesting. Frostine drew and pointed. She had spent a great deal today. Between the 2 of them, they were at roughly half. Kaido was the only one in decent shape, and only by comparison, no special constitution, no reserves, and his chakra was basically a rumor at that point. Frostine. Blackbeard tossed a red bottle over. She caught it and shook her head. This can only restore one person. It can't restore others. She'd already tried. I see. His grip on the haft tightened. He clenched the other fist and vibration flickered along it and died almost immediately. Meat Mountain Goblin came up out of the ruins, swaying, and its eyes found them, and its other hand came up with a spiked club in it. That obese, filthy silhouette against the dust. It swung. Boom. Wind blades. Dozens of them, at once. Kuralala, let me see how strong you are. Blackbeard took the haft in both hands and charged directly into them. Follow me. The blade met the wind. He stopped moving forward, but he did not go back 1 inch, and his cloak was stripped off his shoulders and went spinning away, and every one of those blades came apart on the steel, and behind him 2 people were already moving. 5 meters out, black armament ran up the blade, and he brought it down. The goblin met it with the club, unafraid. Boom! A crater under both of them. Kulala, not bad. You're quite strong. Blackbeard's face was a map of straining veins, and for the first time in his life, the actual first time, he had met something that outmuscled him. You have to understand what that means. This is a man who was not afraid of giants, who found giants easy, but he stepped back, spun the blade behind him, and came in from the left instead. The club lost its target. The mountain of meat staggered, the blade landed, and sank in. What? It didn't cut. It sank into the fat, and something in there closed on the steel and started pulling, and Blackbeard felt his own weapon being taken away from him by a texture. No time to be shocked. The club was already coming down at his head. Mr. Blackbeard, let's go. Ignore it. Frostine was already sprinting left, and she had decided she was killing this thing today. Walk, run. Kuralala. Blackbeard let go with his right hand. Attack him all you want. Leave the containment to me. What good is a tremor fruit if you don't have it? He didn't become the strongest man in the world because of a fruit. I am Blackbeard. Black and red wrapped his bare fist, and he threw it. I had 6 source chi at that moment. 6. If he lost, I could not bring any of them back, and I sat there doing that arithmetic instead of breathing. The ground under his feet sank again, and he did not move an inch, and one fist stopped a club the size of a car, and lightning crawled up his knuckles in black and red. That feeling. He knew that feeling. It had been so long since anything made him use it. And they'd made him go straight to the advanced form. Familiar power went through him, and he did not hesitate for a second. He hauled with his left and dragged his own blade back out of the meat, swung it wide, and cut. The goblin, watching, tried to copy him, tried to catch the blade barehanded the way Blackbeard had caught the club. Puff. Red went up in a sheet. The blade opened its forearm to the bone. Ah! So it seems your defense isn't invincible after all? He was smiling. He batted the club aside with his fist, pulled the blade back, set both hands, and started to raise it. And the mountain of meat, going berserk, simply threw its entire body forward, and Blackbeard, caught mid-swing, went off his feet. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of triangular kunai rained down over and around it. Then the yellow flashes started, and they didn't stop, and for about 4 seconds there was a shooting star bouncing around inside a cloud of dust. Roar! It swung. It could not touch him, not once. When the light stopped, Meat Mountain Goblin had a dozen new marks on its body. It seems your weakness is your lack of speed. Kaido's voice from somewhere, and a mark on its face. Rasengan. Blue went into that face, and the scream that came out of it made me lean away from my own screen. Kaido was already gone. He'd been gone before the sound arrived. He appeared next to Blackbeard, took 2 breaths, and said, "Call. The energy expenditure is still quite high. Mr. Blackbeard, are you all right?" Kuralala, just a minor injury. Blackbeard wiped his mouth, panting. I'm getting old, and my body can't keep up. And while the boss was still reeling, Frostine was already at its side. I have never seen anyone move to an opening that fast, and I employ Kageyama Renji. She kicked. 6 or 7 meters of meat went off its feet and hit the ground, and then it curled up and put both arms over its head. If it had looked like a ball of flesh before, it was now definitively, actively, a ball of flesh. Frostine frowned. She raised the sword and cut it more than a dozen times in a few seconds and did not get through. She'd already worked out that the only openings are just above and just below the neck, and it had removed both from the menu. But, call. A chill came off the sword tip, and she cut again, a dozen more, fast, and this time every stroke left a visible layer of frost. If you can't break the defense, change the defense. The thing under her started making noises. Mr. Blackbeard, I'll be going now. Kaito took a breath. My hands were flat on my own knees. I remember that, specifically, because they left marks. 2 Rasengan left. Maybe 2. Then he's empty. And that feeling, he hadn't hit that even facing those 2. Chakra, exhausted, absolutely outrageous. The Meat Mountain struggled up, put a hand on the ground to push, and left its head hanging out in the open. The opportunity has arrived. Yellow flash, Kaido on top of it. Spiral. And the mountain of meat opened its mouth, and there was already a wind blade brewing inside it, and it had been brewing for a while. Kaido understood everything about a quarter second too late. They were face to face. It had prepared this. It had actually prepared this. He never expected the goblin to have a brain. Suffered. Ding. Player Kaido Masami has died. He looked around the respawn point and sighed. Is he really dead? But it doesn't matter much. He reached for his marker. Ding. Sub-dungeon not cleared, unable to enter. He deflated completely. Well. Then we wait for a system notification. Kaido was careless, Blackbeard said, and he didn't believe it as he said it. It wasn't carelessness. None of the 3 of them had expected that. That goblin pulled a stunt. The Meat Mountain got up, grinning, and every bit of it trembled while it laughed, and the 2 of them stood there and watched the frost melt off it. Blackbeard. Frostine didn't look over. If I freeze it, can you kill it in an instant? At her prime, she'd have handled this whole thing, but that's maneuvering, not power. Alone, even at her peak, she doesn't crack that defense. Kulala, no problem. His strength had come back some. Good. She raised an eyebrow and went. She stopped directly in front of the laughing mountain of meat and said something too quietly for anyone to hear, and I only got it because I own the world. I never thought I would use a move like this. And she smiled, and it was not a nice smile. I saw the smile and I understood the plan about half a second before she executed it, and there was nothing I could do from inside a living room. The club came around at her. She did not dodge. She did not block. Bang. Ding. Player Frostine has died. Red went everywhere, all of it, every drop of it, out and across, onto that thing, and the instant it landed on the goblin it froze, and it kept freezing, and it spread at a speed that made no sense at all, and in about 2 seconds, Meat Mountain Goblin was a block of blood-red ice. Really, said Blackbeard. This little girl. He went up, toes barely leaving the ground, 10 meters of air, vibration all down the blade, and he came down on it. Ding. Congratulations to the team for clearing the hidden sub-dungeon, Goblin Cave. Ding. Rewards. Reputation plus 30. Gold coins plus 30. Resurrection card plus 1. Ding. Congratulations to the team on the server's first dungeon clear. Reputation plus 100. Gold coins plus 10. Ding. Source chi plus 30. I burst out laughing in my empty house. So handsome. It hasn't even been a full day. Keep inviting them, I said. System. Continue sending invitations to all realms. Ding. Host confirmed. And then I got up because the new staff were about to arrive and somebody had to give them the orientation. Blackbeard's level came in first, and I watched it happen. He was standing in a field, and something ran up through him from the ground, and years came off his shoulders. The stoop went, the lines went shallow, his grip closed on the haft, and I saw him feel the difference and pretend he hadn't. Kuralala, this is the strength of my prime. Then he tested it and put a fist through a tree that was, being generous, innocent. Mark came back from a shower in the real world, saw a rejuvenated giant demolishing local timber, and said, I was gone for 20 minutes. That's when the air split twice. I remember thinking, good, 2 more. I remember being pleased. I would like to apologize to my past self for how relaxed he was. Ding. A guest from another world has arrived. Ding. A guest from another world has arrived. The first one came in on a horse. A red horse, blood-colored, the size of a small building, and on it a man in a phoenix-winged helmet with a halberd across his knees, and the whole package arrived at a gallop and slowed to a walk and looked around with the mild irritation of a man who has been given the wrong directions. Is this not Hulao Pass? Lu Bu. The second one was a girl in a school uniform holding a wooden sword. Long purple hair, perfect posture, a face like a magazine cover, and eyes that were already scanning the tree line for something to hit. So it wasn't a dream, she said to herself calmly. This is an interesting place. Seiko Busujima. My exact internal reaction with full awareness of how this sounds was, wife number 2 has arrived. And then she smiled at the trees, and it was not a nice smile, and I revised it to, this wife is a little pervert, which was fine. I like consistency in a workforce. I put the welcome text up in front of both of them, the standard package, world introduction, and terms of employment. Saeko read it through twice and put her wooden sword over her shoulder and said, so I can fight as much as I want, and dying doesn't matter. Wonderful. Lu Bu read approximately 1 line of it, looked up, saw the largest man in the field, and stopped reading. You there, old man. Blackbeard turned around. Come and fight me for 300 rounds. Lu Bu did not know who that was. He did not ask. He saw a big person, and his entire nervous system said, that one. Red hair went from standing to full gallop in one stride, and the halberd came down. I snapped my fingers. Lu Bu froze in midair with his weapon 2 feet from Blackbeard's collarbone and hung there, and Red Hair, who had rather more sense, skidded to a stop underneath him and looked up at his owner with the expression of an employee who has watched this happen before. Please do not kill my staff on their first day. Kuralala. Blackbeard hadn't moved. This little fellow has a good spirit. I released Lu Bu. He dropped, landed on his feet, and immediately looked around for the person responsible, which meant looking at the sky, which is the correct answer, but not a useful one. Then I did something petty. I put a personal welcome message in front of Saeko, warm, attentive, several sentences, a note about how her form was excellent and how she was going to enjoy it here. And in front of Lu Bu I put, read the rules. Don't die too often. Saeko covered her mouth. Lu Bu made a noise like a kettle. Look. He tried to behead the strongest man in the world within 9 seconds of arrival. There are consequences. The dungeon drops came through while I was enjoying myself. A storage ring. A life potion. Takes 2 years off your age. A red fruit. Mysterious. Old white. Take the potion. He drank 2 years off without asking a single question, which told me a lot about how much he wanted to be young again and how little he was going to say about it. Kaido got the red fruit and stared at it. Is this safe? Nobody knew. He ate it anyway. That's Konoha for you. And Lu Bu, denied his fight, denied his welcome, went off into the woods to farm. Ding. Player Lu Bu has died. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. From arrival to corpse. Ling Ling, I said. How much does his resurrection cost? The number came up. I looked at it. I looked at the number, then at the little icon of a man with a halberd, then back at the number. Bring him back, I said. But bring him back slowly. Then my watch buzzed and the real world came and found me. Here's something I haven't said because it wasn't relevant, and now it is. I'm an orphan. My parents died when I was small. Not dramatically as far as anyone ever told me. They went out on an assignment and the assignment came back without them. Since then, I've lived on the school's scholarship, in the school's dormitory, eating the school's food. Every yuan I have ever spent came from a form with a stamp on it. And I had just gotten my homeroom teacher sent to prison, and the scholarship comes from the school. You see the arithmetic. So, I said out loud, in a 500 square meter fake villa in a world I own, I'm homeless. The greatest landlord in this or any universe, 0 square meters of actual floor. The watch buzzed again. Jie Jingyi. Leeway. About your dormitory. And your stipend. It's fine. It's not fine. I checked. They cut it this morning. She stopped. She started over, faster, in the voice of someone who has written this down and is now reading it. You can live at my house. I won't charge you rent. There's nobody there except the robot nannies. It's very big. It's actually kind of empty, so it's not a favor. But please don't misunderstand. I'm just worried about you. That's all. Somewhere in the last 4 seconds, she had gotten louder. I'd love to say I thought about it. That I weighed my dignity, considered the propriety of a young man moving into a young lady's residence, reflected on what people would say. Sure, I said. You can say no. I know it's sudden, and I'd completely understand if… What? I said sure. When do I move in? Face? How much is face worth? Can I sell face? Can I eat face? I have 11 source chi and no bed. There was a very long silence on the line, and then a sound like a person hitting a pillow. While that was happening, on the other side of the city, my former homeroom teacher was having a worse afternoon than me. They'd taken her watch. In this world, a person without a watch isn't a citizen. No ID, no bank, no protection, no law that particularly cares. Brother Peng had her in an alley behind a noodle shop, and he wasn't even angry. That's the part that would have frightened me. He was bored. 3 days, he said. The money you owe. 3 days, or we go and talk to your family. She got up off the ground, and she was still trying to be the woman who stood at the front of a classroom. Do you know who I… He hit her again, on principle, and left. I found out about that later. I'd love to tell you I felt something complicated. I got a notification about it, and I thought, good. Then I went back to work. Seiko found Frostine by sunset, which I had expected because sharks find sharks. She didn't announce herself. She stood in the tree line and watched Frostine dismantle a pack of something for a full minute, and then she stepped out and said, "Dread me." Frostine looked her over. Weapon, stance, eyes. Mostly eyes. "I will help you upgrade to Black Iron Tier 5, she said, "and then you will need to help me. That's all? I don't keep useless people under my command." Psycho's smile widened by about 2 millimeters. Understood. And that was my first guild formed, informally, in a forest, between 2 women who I am fairly sure would each enjoy killing the other someday, and would consider that a compliment. Lu Bu, meanwhile, had respawned and gone straight back out alone, because of course he had. I sent him a message telling him not to. He has never once read a message I have sent him. He found a piglet. Precisely, what he found was an iron-boned boar. What he saw was a piglet. Lu Bu looked at a monster the size of a car, and his brain, in its infinite and beautiful simplicity, filed it under lunch. He shot it with an arrow first. 99 out of 100 archers in his world could not have put that arrow where he put it. It went a third of the way in and stopped, and the boar turned around and looked at him, so he threw the bow away and went in with his fists. "Are you going to die?" Punch. "Are you going to die?" Punch. "Are you going to die?" It died. Eventually. It died, and Lu Bu stood up over it with his knuckles ruined and roared at the sky, triumphant, having successfully beaten a baby animal to death with his hands, which was the mistake. The ground started shaking, behind him. From about 4 directions at once, actually, because the mother had been within earshot the entire time and had spent the last 2 minutes deciding on a route. Ding! Player Lu Bu has died. Twice. Twice in 1 day. Red Hair, who had watched the whole thing from a respectful distance, walked over to the respawn point, put his enormous head down, and looked at his master with an expression of pure, wordless confusion. Then he licked his hand. "You still like me?" said Lu Bu. The horse said nothing, being a horse. But I've watched that scene back several times, and I maintain the horse was being kind, and knew it. By nightfall, I was standing in the courtyard of the Z family estate with a bag over my shoulder. Chinese style, carved eaves, a pond with fish that cost more than my education, and a front courtyard bigger than the entire apartment building I grew up in. There was a covered walkway, there was a moon gate. Somewhere behind the main hall, a robot was raking gravel into patterns. "It's not that big," said Shi Jingye, from about a foot behind me, hands behind her back, watching my face very carefully. "It has a bridge. It's a small bridge." The butler met us at the door. Gao Ming. Glasses, gloves, a bow at exactly the correct angle, and a smile with nothing behind it whatsoever. "Welcome, young Master Li. Your room has been prepared." "Thanks. It is my pleasure. I have met a lot of people who wanted something from me. Most of them are bad at hiding it. This one was good at hiding it, which is worse, and I noted him the way you note a smell you can't place yet, and went to bed. 2 hours later, in a service corridor, he made a call. "Yes, young Master Shu, the boy has moved in." "No, she invited him herself." A pause, while somebody on the other end said something unpleasant. Sir, with respect, Miss C is already engaged. The Z family needs that marriage. This is a passing. Whatever came back down the line made him straighten up. Understood. Yes, the engagement party will be ready in 1 month. Another pause. Of course, sir. The intimate video of the two of them will definitely appear at the engagement party. He hung up, adjusted his gloves, smiled at nothing, and upstairs I was asleep, and I had no idea, not a clue. I was a 17-year-old with a world in his pocket and a nice bed, and there was a man 3 rooms away planning to film me and ruin a girl's family, and I slept like a stone through the whole thing. I'd like to say I sensed it. I sensed a very comfortable mattress. Nobody logged off that night. Not one of them. Blackbeard hunted until dawn because he had a war coming. Kaido hunted because he had a village to fix. Frostine and Psycho hunted because it was fun. Mark went home, then came back at 2 in the morning because he couldn't stand the idea of falling behind. Lu Bu died a 3rd time and I stopped counting. Ding. First phase of the beginner quest complete. Source Chi plus 100. I woke up to that and lay there grinning at a ceiling I didn't pay for. Psycho never left at all. She didn't log out once, and when the system nudged her about it, she waved it off. Because, and I only learned this later, and when I learned it, I felt something go cold in my chest. She liked it better here. In her world, it was a Tuesday morning at a school called Fujimi, and something had already started in the faculty corridor, and by the time she got back, there wouldn't be a school anymore. She didn't know that yet. She just knew she preferred it here. Morning came and my staff scattered to their own worlds, and I got to watch 4 different reunions at once, which is the closest thing to television I have ever owned. Kaido appeared in the Hokage's office at dawn and got approximately half a step inside before a red-haired woman came across the room and hit him at speed. Where were you? Himari, you vanished for an entire day. Do you know what I thought? Do you have any idea what I... She got a fistful of his collar. She was, at this point, extremely pregnant, and none of it slowed her down. You didn't even leave a note. Kageyama was standing by the window with his one visible eye narrowed, and he chose that moment to speak. The 4th Hokage disappeared for 24 hours without informing the village. The council will require an explanation. Takeshi, in the corner, said nothing and smoked. Kaido smiled at both of them, and it was a very pleasant smile, and it did not reach anything. You'll have one, he said. Then Himari took him by the ear and dragged him out of his own office in front of the 2 most powerful men in the village, and I laughed so hard I had to put my tea down. On the Moby Dick, they were having a party. Dad's health seems to have improved a lot. He looks younger, doesn't he? Am I crazy? He looks younger. Blackbeard sat in his chair with a barrel-sized cup and let his sons get drunk around him, and he laughed with them, and he looked out at the horizon while he did it, and he was thinking about a name. Dread. He'd been thinking about it since the letter. In the Empire, Frostine got a summons ordering her back to the capital, and she read it standing up, already bored. Night Raid. That was the name in her future. That was who kills her. Is the person the village chief said killed me among you? She murmured, folding the paper. I'm really looking forward to it. And Lu Bu was called to a war council in Liangzhou where a lot of men in armor spent 2 hours discussing strategy while he sat there and thought about the boar. Then I pulled up my panel and my whole morning improved. Source Chi, 426. Players, 6. Territory, 1 kilometer. Ding. 2nd phase of the beginner quest. Expand the world territory to 10 kilometers. And underneath it, the thing I hadn't understood until that second. World feedback. The mechanic works like this, and it deserves a proper explanation, because this is the moment everything about my situation changed. The world is not just a farm. When my players complete a phase, the world pays me, directly, into my body, strength, constitution, all of it, delivered as a lump sum for work other people did. I felt it come up through my feet. Black Iron 8th Order. I had been a G-level nobody with a certificate that said, please die quietly, 72 hours ago, and I had just skipped past most of my graduating class without leaving my house. It feels so good, I said, to no one, with my arms out, to get stronger without doing anything. Then I spent it, because I am not sentimental about currency. Hockey. All 3 colors, straight out of the store, 100 source chi. And then, because it was sitting right there with a price tag on it, another 100 to enhance it. That, by the way, is the part that made me sit down. I don't have to learn things. I don't have to find a master, or spend 8 years in a mountain, or awaken a bloodline. Every technique any one of my guests has ever used goes into the shop the moment they use it, and I can buy it, and then I can buy it again. Better, I have 100 people's lifetimes for sale in a menu. That evil source chi point, I said, with enormous affection, and bought the upgrade. Ding. 2 guests have arrived. The first was a young man in black, maybe my age, sharp-featured, standing very straight in the way that people stand when they have recently lost something and are pretending they haven't. The second was a zombie, an actual zombie. Rotted, ambulatory, extremely enthusiastic. I snapped my fingers and it stopped being a zombie and started being air. System, I said. Change the invitation. Make it so that you have to be rational to accept it. Ding, confirmed. Great, because if I get 12 of those, I'm going to have to explain them to somebody. The young man had watched his fellow guest evaporate without changing expression, which I respected. Where is this? He said. It wasn't a question. He'd already decided he wasn't going to be impressed by anything ever again. Lindsay, right? His head came up. Now, consider my position. I know his entire life. I've read it. I know his name, his village, his family, his exact humiliation, and the specific ring on his mother's finger, and I had roughly 4 seconds to establish authority. So I did the responsible thing and led with the worst possible sentence. You're the Lindsay who went from being a genius above 10,000 people to a useless piece of trash? His hand went to his sleeve. Were you jilted? He came at me. He didn't get far. Nobody does, in my house. But he came, and that told me everything I needed to know about whether he was worth the invitation. A boy who's been called trash for 3 years and still swings at the first man to say it out loud is not finished. He's compressed. Your fighting key hasn't gone anywhere, I said, while he hung there in the air. It's being eaten. He stopped struggling. That ring you wear, your mother's ring, there's a residual soul inside it, and it's been absorbing everything you generate for 3 years, not maliciously. It's asleep, and you're the pillow. That's a lie. It's a duzun, a soul from a tier of power your entire clan does not have a word for. Go home, take the ring, and wake it up. I let him down. Or don't. I'm told the Nayland family is very forgiving about broken engagements. He was gone before I finished the sentence. That one, I thought, watching him tear a hole back to his own world. That one's going to be emperor of something. I was right, and I was still underestimating him, and I'd like it noted that I called it on day 4. The school held a full assembly that afternoon, and I have to explain why that matters, because in this world a graduating assembly is not a ceremony. It's a market. Every awakened student's world gets read out. Rank, size, growth curve. Recruiters from the alliances sit in the back row with tablets. Families make matches off the numbers. Your entire life is decided by a letter grade announced through a bad speaker system, and then everyone claps. Principal Hefan ran it personally. Bronze rank, the only bronze on the entire faculty, and he mentioned that twice in the opening remarks. This year, he said, our school has produced its finest cohort in a decade. He worked up through the ranks. BS as. The room got progressively more excited. And in first place, Xie Jingyi. World rank, A+. The hall detonated, A+. That's a hair under S. That's the kind of number that gets a 17-year-old her own department. Xie Jingyi stood up, went red, sat down as fast as physically possible, and I watched a dozen recruiters simultaneously start typing. Then, Hefan's voice changed, and I knew what was coming before he said my name. And of course, we must also mention our special case. Li Wei, please come to the stage. Every head in the hall turned. There's a specific quality to 400 people looking at you with pity, and I'd had 3 days to get used to it, and I had decided in those 3 days that if I was going to be a spectacle, I was going to be an expensive one. So I stood up. And I walked to that stage very, very slowly. The hall was maybe 40 meters end to end. A normal person walks that in 30 seconds. I took 10 minutes. I put a hand on a seat back and steadied myself. I took the stairs one at a time, with pauses. Halfway up the aisle, I stopped completely and stood there breathing, and 400 people watched a boy with a death sentence gather himself to keep going. Somebody in row 9 started crying. I feel completely exhausted right now, I announced to the room in a voice pitched to Carrie. It's the world. It drains you. Pause. Small, brave smile. I'm fine. I'm fine. I got to the stage. I looked at the podium. I looked at Hefan, who had a chair. I don't have a chair to sit on, I said. You could hear it move through the hall like weather. Xie Jingyi got up out of her seat in the front row, walked to the side of the stage, picked up a chair, and carried it up the stairs and put it down behind me, in front of everybody, and did not look at anyone while she did it. The hall made a noise I can only describe as swooning. Hefan's face had gone stiff. He recovered, because he's a professional, and he did the thing he'd come here to do. The school has of course prepared support for our special case, he said, and produced a card. 100,000 alliance coins, in recognition of... I took it out of his hand. He did not let go voluntarily. His fingers were still closed on it when it left them. There was a moment of resistance, and then there wasn't, because I am Black Iron 8th Order, and he was not expecting that from a boy who had needed 10 minutes to walk 40 meters. He stared at his empty hand. Thank you, I said, into the microphone. The school's generosity is famous. Somebody actually applauded. And then He-fan, because his aunt had told him to, went ahead with the second half of the program. However, it must also be publicly noted that this student assaulted a teacher. Homeroom teacher Zhao Lin sustained injuries requiring. I let him get all the way to the end of the sentence. Then I looked down at Xie Jingyi and she was already moving. She'd had it queued up since yesterday. She raised her watch and the school's projection system, which is very good because this is a rich school, took the feed and put it 40 feet wide on the wall behind the principal. Zhao Min's voice came out of every speaker in the hall. Brother Ping, about the student I mentioned, G-level world, SSS grade. Nobody will come looking for him. I want 400,000. The hall went completely silent. Yes, he's an orphan. No family. He's already been written off. No, the school won't ask questions. The school wants him gone. 400,000 and you can have him tonight. 400 faces did the arithmetic at the same time. The teacher sold a student to an illegal organization for money, and the school gave that student 100,000 coins and a public reprimand. Zhao Min was in the third row of the faculty section. She'd been brought here for exactly this, to sit in the light while her student was disciplined, and she stood up out of her chair with her mouth open. That's edited. That's obviously. Nobody was listening to her. The recruiters in the back were on their feet. She turned on He-fan. Fine, she screamed. Fine, I'll just quit. He-fan, what did your aunt tell you? What did your aunt tell you about? He hit her. Open hand, across the face, in front of 400 students and 11 recruiters and a live projection feed, because he'd worked out in that half second that the only thing worse than being exposed by a video was being explained by his aunt's employee. It was the single stupidest thing I have ever watched a bronze-ranked adult do. I let the noise run for a few seconds. Then I lifted my own watch and dialed the Alliance directly, on stage, on the microphone. Yes, I'd like to report a school. Awakener Discipline Division, please. He-fan's head snapped around. 2 matters, I said, while he came toward me across the stage, and then thought better of it. First, collusion between faculty and an unlicensed organization regarding the trafficking of a registered student. Second, nepotistic appointment. The principal's aunt appears to be issuing personnel instructions. I have video of the first. I'd imagine the second is in the payroll. The line said something. Li Wei, I said. G-level world, SSS grade. A beat. I'll be available for the next 2.5 years. I hung up. The verdict came down 8 days later, and here it is, the way I read it, sitting in bed in a house I didn't pay for, at 1 in the morning, out loud, several times. Zhao Min, 3 years detention, Awakener license suspended, He-fan, 3 months suspension pending review, 3 months. He hit a woman on camera and colluded to sell a minor, and he got a season off. That's this world for you. That's exactly this world. The teacher who does the selling goes to prison, and the man with a bronze rank badge and a family name gets a quarter of a year to think about his behavior, and the school keeps its ranking, and next September there'll be a new cohort and a new special case and a new 100,000 coin card that somebody has to pull out of somebody's fingers. I put the report down. 2.5 years, I said to the ceiling. Then I logged in and made a very great deal of money. While all that was happening, Seiko finally went home. She stepped out of my world into a Tuesday afternoon in Japan, in the changing room of her kendo club, and the first thing she noticed was the smell, iron, thick enough to taste. I had her feet up on my wall, and I sat there and did not say anything, because there was nothing useful to say, and because I had not warned her. The second thing she noticed was her clubmates on the floor. The third thing she noticed was that they were getting up. She was Black Iron 6th Order by then. In this world, that's a mid-tier awakener. In her world, it is not a category that exists. The first one came at her with its arms out, and she took its head off with a wooden sword. Not broke, took off. The Bakken didn't even chip. She said. The second and third came together, and she went through both of them without changing her footwork, and by the 10th, she had stopped bothering with technique and was simply walking down the corridor, removing heads at hip height like a woman trimming a hedge. Can't you feel any pain? She asked one of them conversationally, while it kept coming with half a chest. Interesting. She cleared the east wing. She cleared the stairwell. She went out into the courtyard where there were dozens, and she stood in the middle of them for 11 minutes, and when it was over, she was standing in a space with nothing left upright in it, and she was, I could see it on her face, bored. Boring. She looked at the wooden sword. She looked at her hands. It didn't give me that special pleasure I used to have at all. One thing about Seiko Busujima, and I say this with genuine affection for my employee, she is not a monster. She is worse than that. She is a person who found out what she loves and then found out it's gone. In her world, she was the strongest person in any room, and it terrified her, and she liked being terrified of herself. Now she's a middling employee of a village chief, and the apocalypse is a chore. She stood there in the courtyard of her dead school and made a decision. I've decided, she said. After venting, I'll go back to that world. She wiped the sword down. I want to stay there permanently. And meanwhile, in a detention facility 3 districts from my school, somebody was visiting Zhao Min. His name was Shui Peng. He worked for the Fang family in the specific capacity that families like that require and never write down. He sat across a table from a woman with a suspended license and a 3-year sentence, and he was very polite. "The boy who did this to you," he said, "tell me about him." She told him everything. Of course she did. She'd have told him more if she'd had it. "There's a boy in his year," she said. "Zhang Jun," repeating a year. "Martial artist, not awakened, but he's big and he's stupid and he owes people money." Xue Peng wrote it down. "Useful," he said. "I found out about the meeting the same day I found out I had a duel. I was walking out of 3rd period when a wall stepped in front of me. Zhang Jun, a head and a half taller than me, built like a vending machine, and, this is the important part, not an awakener, a pure martial artist. In the old world he'd have been a terror. In this one he was a man who brought a hammer to a gunfight and had never been told. Li Wei, he'd rehearsed, you could hear it. After school, the East Field, unless you're a coward. The corridor filled up in about 9 seconds. Everybody wants to watch. I looked up at him. And then I let it out. Just a little. Just what I'd bought and paid for. And the temperature in that hallway dropped. Black iron 8th order pressure in a corridor full of 18-year-olds whose best is black iron 3rd after a solid week of grinding. Somebody's bag hit the floor. Zhu Tao, C-rank world, top 10 in our year, took a step backward and put his hand on a locker. "You think a mere martial artist," I said, "is a match for an entire black iron 8th order like me?" Zhang Jun's mouth was open. He hadn't moved. He couldn't particularly. "East Field," I said. "After school, sure." And then I went home. I did not go to the East Field. Extremely clear on this point. I have never gone to an East Field in my life, and I do not intend to start. He waited an hour. The crowd that had gathered to watch a fight stayed for the first 20 minutes, then started laughing, then started leaving, and the last of them filmed him standing alone in the middle of a field with his fists still up. Shui Peng watched the footage that night and turned it off before the end. "Useless piece of trash," he said. He wasn't talking about me. That's the part I like. 2 days after that, in a courtyard on the other side of a hole in reality, a ring woke up. "Young man," said a voice from inside it, sounding profoundly irritated at having been disturbed. "Who told you I was here?" Lindsay said, "A village chief." "A what?" The Lin family had a very specific afternoon planned. The Nalin family was coming to formally dissolve the engagement. A delegation in good clothes with a scroll at the front gate in front of everyone, because the point of the exercise was never the paperwork. The point was the audience. They arrived. They made their little speech. The Nalin representative unrolled the contract and started reading the dissolution clause aloud. And Lin Zhe walked out of the house, crossed the courtyard, took it out of his hands, and tore it in half. "Take back your charity." The courtyard went dead quiet. "Remember this. Today, it's me, Lin Zhe, divorcing you." He dropped the pieces. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. He turned his back on the delegation of a clan that had come to humiliate him. Never underestimate a young man's potential. I watched that on my wall with my dinner going cold, and I made a noise like a kettle, and a village chief cried a little bit. Not because it was moving, because it was so cool, and I had done that, and nobody would ever know except me. Meanwhile, Mark Benton was sleeping in a public square. I found him there at dawn, physically there, in-world, curled up in the plaza with the mech folded around him like a very expensive sleeping bag, because logging out means walking back to the safe zone and logging in means walking out again, and he had calculated that he could save 11 minutes a day by simply never leaving. Seiko was black iron 6th, Mark was black iron 4th. He'd noticed. "I'm the smartest man in my world," he told me when I pinged him. "I have a doctorate, too. I built a nuclear reactor in a cave." "Uh-huh. So why is the high school girl beating me?" And here I had a choice. I could have given him something. I had 400 source chi. I could have bought him a technique and made him competitive by lunchtime and had a very grateful billionaire. "Mark," I said, "people can only become strong by relying on themselves." There was a long pause on the channel. "That," he said, "is the single most annoying sentence anybody has ever said to me, and I've met Chris Evans." But he got up, and he went out, and he didn't log off for 9 hours. Then I spent 50 source chi on infrastructure, which is the least glamorous sentence in this entire story, and also one of the most important, chat channel, worldwide, with coordinates, party finding, and a live map. 50 points is a lot when your entire fortune is 400 and something. 50 points is half an invitation. 50 points is a resurrection and change. I bought it anyway because I had 6 employees scattered across a 10-kilometer wilderness who could not talk to each other, and I was tired of being the switchboard. The chat channel went live at 9:14 in the morning, and by 9:16, Lu Bu had challenged everyone in it to single combat. Lindsay came back that evening with a different face on, still sharp, still guarded, but underneath it, there was something lit. He took me as a disciple, he said. The ring did? His name is Gu Han. He couldn't stop himself. He'd been holding it in for 2 days, and I was the only person in any world he could tell. He's a Dozun. He says my key will come back within a month. He says... He stopped, recalibrated, remembered that he was supposed to be cool. Thank you, he said stiffly. Don't mention it. I will pay you back. You'll pay me back by not dying, I said. You cost me 100 points. He left, and I sat down, and I looked at my ledger and thought, this is working. 6 people, 400 source chi. A phase 2 I could finish inside a week. I was, at that exact moment, in the best mood I'd been in since I woke up on that stone, and downstairs a man in white gloves was putting something in the dessert. Dinner at the Z House is a production. 8 dishes for 2 people, served in sequence by a robot, under the supervision of a butler who stands against the wall like a very well-dressed lamp. Dessert came last, 2 bowls of something white and elaborate with a sugar lattice over the top. Young Master Lee, the chef's specialty. I looked at it. Here is the entire reason I am alive to tell you this story, and it is not intuition, and it is not hockey, and it is not a system warning. I don't like sweets. I don't like sweets, I said. You should eat it yourself. Gao Ming's smile did not move. Nothing about him moved. But I was Black Iron 8th Order by then, and I could hear a heartbeat across a room, and his went from resting to running in the space of 1 syllable. The young master should try it. Miss C enjoys it very much. I don't actually, said Si Jingye, poking hers with a spoon. I've never liked it. Gao Ming, why do we keep making this? And that was the moment I actually looked at him. He had a bowl in each hand, both of them prepared. Both of them, obviously, prepared the same way, because whatever was in there needed to be in both of us for the plan to work. He stood there for about 4 seconds with 2 drugged desserts and no one willing to eat either of them. Then he said, of course, my apologies. And he ate one. He ate the whole thing, standing up, in front of us, quickly. Are you all right? Said Xie Jingye. You look flushed. The kitchen is warm, miss. He excused himself. He went out through the service door and down the corridor at a pace I would call brisk, and I heard a door close, and then I heard a sound from behind it that I can only describe as a man punching a wall. He's been strange lately, said Xie Jingyi. I said, and went to bed. I went to bed, and then I went to my world, because I had a phase 2 to finish and 11 hours of night to spend, which is why I wasn't in it. At around 1 in the morning, my bedroom door opened by about 8 centimeters. Xie Jingyi came through it sideways, holding a pillow in both arms, in pajamas, having very obviously spent the previous 2 hours conducting an argument with herself and losing. Hey, she whispered to the dark. Li Wei, you didn't expect I'd be the one tonight raid you, did you? The dark did not respond, on account of being empty. I was, at that moment, 11 kilometers away in another universe, killing a wolf. She crept up to the bed. She got right up to the edge of it, pillow raised, entire face on fire, and then she registered that the shape under the quilt was a quilt. She stood there. He's not here. She checked the bathroom. She checked the balcony. She came back and stood in the middle of the room, a girl with an A+ world, top of a graduating class of 400, currently courted by 3 separate alliances, standing in the dark, holding a pillow with nobody to hit, and then she got into the bed. She burrowed all the way under the quilt and pulled it over her head and lay there. It's Li Wei's scent, she said, muffled to herself, in a room she believed to be empty. It smells so good. Now. I did not see this live. Establish that first. I saw it afterward, from the house system, which I had access to because I lived there, and which I checked because I am a man of low character, but somebody else saw it live. Gao Ming had a monitor in the service wing with 9 camera feeds on it, and he had been sitting in front of that monitor since 11 o'clock waiting to record the single most valuable 11 seconds of footage in his career, and what he got was a girl getting into an empty bed and going to sleep. The footage from the service corridor at 1:40 a.m. shows a man in white gloves with his hands in his hair. I have watched it more than once. 2 days later, Mark found a boss. Guys, he said on the channel at 11 in the morning in the voice of a man who has found treasure. Guys, there is a guy. Define guy, said Kaido. There's a man standing in a field with a cart. He has question marks. 3 of them. His level is literally question marks. Everybody went. I'd like to say I stopped them. What actually happened is that I got there first. He was about 7 feet tall, wrapped head to toe in dark cloth, standing beside a covered wagon in the middle of my grassland, and he had the number 9527 stitched into his collar. Ding. Mysterious merchant has entered your world. Duration of stay, 10 minutes. I'd read about these. In that 10-year-old survival guide, in a section the author had titled, Do Not. Mysterious merchants travel between worlds. They sell things no shop has, and according to the guide, roughly 1 in 4 of them will take a look at a lone SSS-level awakener with no defenses and simply rob him, because who exactly is he going to complain to? The guide's advice was, hide. I read that advice at the time and I thought, or, because there's a detail the guide mentioned and then didn't think about. A mysterious merchant's power is capped by the world he's standing in. He can't exceed the local ceiling. In my world, in Phase 2, the ceiling is Bronze Peak. Bronze Peak is strong. Bronze Peak is not stronger than everyone I own put together. Everyone, I said on the channel. At everyone. Be polite. Buy something. Get close. They swarmed him like a market. Mark asked about upgrades. Frostine examined a blade with genuine interest. Blackbeard bought a bottle of something and drank it on the spot. Psycho stood a little too near, and Kaido, drifting at the back, doing nothing at all, brushed the wagon's rear axle with 2 fingers as he walked past. The merchant noticed everything except that. 6 minutes in, I sent one line into the chat. At everyone, proceed according to plan. Frostine's blade came up first, and the whole field went white. He was fast. He was Bronze Peak. He was very fast. And he got the first 3 attacks off before he understood that the attacks weren't the point. The ice wasn't meant to hold him. The halberd wasn't meant to hit him. Blackbeard's fist was a suggestion. The point was that for 1.5 seconds, nobody was standing between him and a yellow flash. Kaido appeared on his back and took him, and they came out of that flash inside my safe zone. Ding. Combat is prohibited within the safe zone. I walked out of my villa in my house slippers. He couldn't move, not the way he wanted to. Inside that boundary, he was exactly as dangerous as a very tall man in a cloak. You, he said, and his voice was like a door dragging. This is a violation. There are rules. All's fair in war. I put my hands in my pockets. Who told you to let your guard down? Then I robbed him. Completely. I took the wagon. I took the ring on his hand. I took the contents of the ring. I took his boots. And then, because I have a small soul and I enjoy myself, I kept going until the mysterious merchant of the myriad realms was standing in the middle of my plaza in his underwear and a serial number. I couldn't get the number off. It's not removable. I checked. The ring's contents. A space ring, 30 source crystals inside it, and that word, source crystal, was new to me, and it turns out 1 crystal is 100 source chi, and I had just been handed 3,000 points in a bag. A golden bracelet blocks 1 fatal blow once, mystic armor, 3 shields, a bloodthirsty sword that evolves as it kills, diamond gloves, 10 minutes of immunity to negative status effects, and 2 words that changed the shape of my entire understanding of my situation. All realms. There's a market. There are traders. There's a currency. There's a whole economy out there full of people who have been treating SSS-level awakeners as a renewable resource for centuries, and every single one of them has been operating on the assumption that we're prey. I gave a source crystal to every single person in my employ, on the spot, in front of him. Blackbeard laughed so hard the plaza shook. Then I went inside, took a very long shower, came out, knelt on the floor of a 500 square meter fake villa, and prayed. Great God Pangu, Ancestor Hongjun, Goddess Nuwa, Gwen Emperor. I put my forehead on the tile. Please. Give this kid another Renji-themed legend. I had 3,000 source chi. That's 20 invitations. That's not a village anymore. That's a country. System, I said. Send them all. 20 invitations went out into the myriad realms, and 12 came back. They arrived in the plaza over about 90 seconds, and I would like to walk you through the intake because it was the strangest 90 seconds of my life to that point, and I have had a competitive few weeks since. A young man in a black uniform with flame-colored hair, both eyebrows enormous, sword already half-drawn, roaring at absolutely nobody. Show yourself, Upper Moon. Akira Kazama. He'd assumed he was being kidnapped by a demon. Reasonable, honestly. A tall man with a card between 2 fingers and makeup like a stage clown, who looked around at the plaza and the safe zone and the sky and said, with real interest, could it be Greed Island? Kurono. A Taoist in a slept-in robe, yawning, scratching himself, who took in the interdimensional plaza and the giant with a bardiche and the demon king and said, is there anywhere to sit? He Kai, of Wudang, holder of a technique whose name I could not pronounce for a week. A girl in a hamster print hoodie, holding a bag of chips, blinking. Eh? What is this? Is this a game? Hana Suzuki. Combat power, 0. Actual 0. The system rated her below the wildlife. 3 men in bad jackets with a tiger tattoo between them, who arrived, assessed the situation for 2 seconds, and started walking toward Hana. I deleted them. Snap. Gone. All 3. I don't distinguish between good and bad here, I said to the plaza. But I don't need waste. A boy in hospital pajamas holding a bamboo practice sword, so thin he was translucent, who looked down at his own hands and said, in a voice that cracked, I can move. Kazuma Kashiwagi. He'd been in a bed for 2 years. A man in a black suit with a white scarf who did not look at anything because he had already looked at everything. Kageyama Akio, Demon Lord. My system rated him Bronze 4th and I still felt the room get colder. A demon in ornate armor, arrogant, immediately annoyed. The Baron Dark. I'd get his story later, along with a talisman-related headache. A hero in a bicycle helmet and a bodysuit with no powers whatsoever. Citizen Defender. A woman in white, barefoot, expressionless, who looked at the sky like it had personally disappointed her, Mu Qing, and a man in a white cloth headband over his eyes with a presence that made my floor tiles hum. Indra. That's the intake. That's what walked into my plaza in a minute and a half. The trouble started at second 91. Kurono got bored. He didn't announce it. He simply flicked 2 cards, one at the boy in hospital pajamas and one at the girl with the chips, casually, the way you'd toss a coin in a fountain. A yellow flash crossed the plaza, and Kaido was standing between them with both cards caught in a kunai's guard, and Akira Kazama drew his sword. To be strong yet not protect the weak, he said, and his voice filled the entire plaza without effort, is the mark of a coward. Kurono's head tilted. Oh. He licked his thumb. Or is it that this place only accepts good people and not bad people? Everyone looked up. At me. At the sky, which is where they think I live. And I'd love to say I said something noble. There are no good people or bad people here, I said. There are only the strong and the weak. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Akira's jaw set. Akio smiled at the floor. Kurono clapped, twice, delighted, and then a man in a bicycle helmet raised his hand. Excuse me, Citizen Defender, no powers, C-class hero. Standing in a plaza with a demon king and an assassin and an actual god of war, with his hand up like a student. Those 3 men you erased, he said. Where did you send them? Nowhere. They're deleted. Then send me back. The plaza went quiet in a different way than before. I'm sorry? You said this place makes people stronger. His voice was completely level. I would like to be stronger, very much, more than anything. He took his helmet off and held it against his chest. But those were 3 lives, and you took them in front of me because they were inconvenient, and I don't want the strength you're selling. Send me back, please. Nobody moved. I could have kept him. He'd accepted the invitation. He was mine, technically, and there was nothing he could do about it. Are you sure? Yes? You'll go back to being an ordinary man in a world with monsters that eat cities. Yes. You'll probably die. Probably, said Citizen Defender, and put his helmet back on. I sent him home. Akio, watching him go, thought one word. I heard it. I own this place. And the word was foolish. Akira Kazama watched him go with his sword still in his hand and his ears red, and I don't think anyone in that plaza has ever been more ashamed of themselves in their life, and he'd done nothing wrong. I was quiet for a while after that. Then I sent Akira a private window, because I am not a good person, and I had just been reminded of it, and being good is inefficient. The person your Demon Slayer Corps has been looking for is here. He went rigid. I sent a second one before he could turn around. With your current strength, you have no chance of winning against him. He read it 3 times. His hand was shaking on the hilt. I watched a young man do the hardest arithmetic of his life in a public square in about 11 seconds, with the answer standing 40 feet away in a white scarf. Then he sheathed the sword, bowed to the empty air, and said, I must report to the master. And left. That's how you build a war. You don't push. You just make sure everyone knows where everyone else is standing. The boy in the hospital pajamas came to see me the next morning. He'd stopped shaking. He'd gotten hold of a coat from somewhere, and he'd washed his face, and he'd clearly spent the entire night awake and walking around, because when you've been in a bed for 2 years, the novelty of stairs does not wear off quickly. Village chief, he said. Can I have developer access? I blinked. Can you have what? Your safe zone. He pointed at it. It's a rectangle. It's a gray rectangle with buildings in it, and no signage, and no vertical layering, and no district logic, and there's one road, and it goes nowhere, and there's a karaoke bar. He was talking faster with every clause. Sorry, I've spent 2 years thinking about this. Give me building permissions and a day. I gave him building permissions and a day. What came back was a city, not a rectangle. Floors, actual floors, stacked, with the plaza at the base and terraces going up and staircases connecting them and a bell tower over the whole thing. Shop fronts with different frontages, a market lane, a quarter with narrow streets for people who wanted narrow streets. Signage everywhere, in a font that was easy to read at distance, telling you where the respawn point was and where the exit gates were and how far to the boundary. It's called Aincrad, he said. It was a prison, where I come from. You rebuilt your prison. I rebuilt the good parts. He was looking at the bell tower. It had good parts. Ding. World facility upgraded. Reputation plus 50. And on the second day of Aincrad, Hana Suzuki found her purpose. I'd been ignoring her, honestly. Combat power 0. She'd spent 48 hours sitting in the plaza eating chips and watching a demon king and a god of war walk past each other, and I had written her off as a wasted invitation. Then she stood up, dusted the crumbs off, and set up a folding table. Surely not everyone who comes here wants to become stronger, she said, when I asked her what she thought she was doing. Everyone who comes here wants to become stronger. No, they want to be strong. That's different. Nobody wants to walk 4 kilometers to sell a boar liver. She was laying out product, potions, ropes, food, things people had dropped and couldn't be bothered to carry. Some of them want strength. Some of them want stuff. And nobody at all, wants to spend an hour doing inventory. She smiled up at the sky where she thinks I live. So I'll do it, and I'll take a cut. I have employed a demon king, an admiral, the strongest man in the world, and a god of war. The one who eventually finished first on my wealth leaderboard was a girl in a hamster hoodie with a folding table. School the next day had a lesson, and it's the only class in 3 years of school that I have thought about since. Alien races. The textbook chapter is 1,000 pages long. It's mostly a list, not a list of races, a list of what happened to them, species by species, entry by entry, what they were called, where their world was, when contact was made, and how many decades it took before there was nobody left to call anything. Some of the entries are 2 lines long. Some of them have a note that says the name is a reconstruction because the original name was in a language nobody recorded, and in the middle of it, in a section like any other section, is Earth. We nearly went into that book, twice. The second time was close enough that the reason we're not in it is a coincidence involving a defensive line that held for 11 hours longer than it was rated to. The teacher read it out in the flat voice teachers use for material that will be on the exam. I sat in the back and thought about a report I'd read at 11 years old, which is the age at which they let you request your parents' file. An alien race. Assignment. They did not come back. Alien race, I wrote in my notebook under the date. It seems I have another target. Then I went to the illusion hall because school has exactly one thing worth having, and that's it. 1 hall, 12 capsules, 400 students. You book it 3 weeks in advance and you get 90 minutes. Inside, the system generates an opponent from the Alliance's combat archive. Real recorded fighters, real species, scaled to a difficulty you select. It's the only place in this country where a student can fight something that would kill them without the inconvenience of being killed. I selected Black Iron 8th Order, same as me, and let it pick. It picked a stone person. A diamond tier race, briefly. Life level is not the same as power level. Power is how hard you hit. Life level is what you're made of. A bronze tier species at Black Iron power will beat a human at bronze power because the human is made of human and the other thing is made of something better. Diamond is 4 tiers above bronze. He hit me and I went into the floor. Not through. Into. I made a hole in a simulated flagstone plaza that was, I would estimate, me-shaped. I got up. He hit me again. I went into the floor again. I spent 100 source chi right there, mid-fight, and upgraded my hockey to advanced, and got up and hit him back, and my fist made a noise like a cue ball, and nothing else happened. Fine. So I did the thing I'd been carrying around since the day the whole thing started and never actually used on purpose. Conqueror's hockey. I let it go, straight out, at a wall of living diamond. He dropped like a puppet with the strings cut. So did the referee construct. So did the ambient wildlife. So did, according to the maintenance log, 3 other students in other capsules who had to be restarted. Turns out the stone people's weakness is mental attacks. Turns out a race that can shrug off a mountain has essentially no defense above the neck at all. Nobody ever got close enough to find out because everybody who fought them went for the body because the body is the entire point of them. I sat down on my own diamond corpse and laughed until my ribs hurt. Second opponent, I asked for something different. Something with technique. The system gave me a wood person, extinct, special grade Black Iron race, physically weaker than a human of the same tier, genuinely weaker. I could feel it in the first exchange. I could outmuscle him. He beat me 11 times in a row, not with power, with 5,000 years of somebody else's fighting experience compressed into a body that knew, before I did, where my elbow was going. So I stopped trying to win and started copying. I spent the rest of my 90 minutes losing on purpose. I'd take a technique, get hit, reset, take the same technique, get hit slightly later, over and over, hours of it because the illusion hall runs faster inside than out. He'd shift his weight and I'd shift mine a half beat behind him like a child following a dance. By the end, I could do about 4 of his movements badly, and badly is infinitely more than 0. And here's the part that stayed with me. I asked the archive why they went extinct. The heart of a wood person, taken fresh, extends the life of whoever eats it. That's it. That's the whole entry. They didn't lose a war. They weren't hunted by something bigger. They were a medicine, and enough people wanted to live a bit longer, and now there's a training dummy in a school basement with their movements in it. I came out of the capsule at 9:30 at night. Xie Jingyi was sitting on the bench opposite, bag on her knees, awake. Your session ended at 5:30, I said. I know. It's 9:30. I know that too. I have a watch. She stood up and her legs nearly went and she caught the bench. I wanted to make sure you came out. Sometimes people don't come out right. She'd been sitting there for 4 hours. This is a girl currently courted by 3 alliances, whose family owns a house with a bridge in it, top graduate of a school of 400, and she had spent 4 hours on a plastic bench outside a basement in case a boy with a death sentence came out of a machine wrong. She got about 11 steps toward the exit before her knees quit properly, so I picked her up. She squeaked exactly once, went the color of a stop sign, and then went completely still and shut her eyes and pretended, with tremendous commitment, to be asleep. I carried her out to the road. She was not heavy, the night was warm. At some point I noticed a strand of hair across her face and moved it, and then, because my hand was already there, I smoothed it back. She did not open her eyes, but her mouth twitched, and if you had asked her, she would have sworn on her family name that she was unconscious for the entire journey, and internally she was thinking, and I found this out much later, and it explained a great deal. Hehe. I don't believe you won't be tempted. I learned all of this secretly. She'd studied. There is a girl in this story who researched being carried. While I was busy being a schoolboy, 4 more people wandered into my world and got processed entirely without me because Hana had appointed herself. She'd made a sign. It said new, start here with an arrow, and under it smaller, map 5 coins. I have never authorized a single one of her price lists. She has never asked. We understand each other perfectly. First through was a bald man in a black tracksuit with a scar across his face, who arrived, took in the plaza, and stood there radiating an aura of such catastrophic menace that Lu Bu backed up a step. That's Lord. He's an ordinary man. The menace is his heartbeat. He was terrified, and his heart was slamming, and everyone in a 50-meter radius interpreted it as suppressed power, and he has been living that way for years and has never once been able to correct anyone. Hana sold him a map. Second was a slender man with silver hair, and his eyes closed and a smile that never came off. Oh, he said, looking around at a world he had no data on whatsoever. Places Kurosawa doesn't know. He turned in a slow circle. You can become stronger here? Kageyama Renji. Remember that smile. It becomes relevant approximately 11 times. Third was a mild-looking student with a shopping bag who apologized for arriving. Kenji Tanaka, 0 combat power, could see things nobody else could, and within a week had somehow made friends with 4 separate monsters that everyone else was farming. Fourth was a woman in armor with scarlet hair who arrived mid-sentence, looked at the sky and said, "Which one of you is responsible for this?" Minerva Thorn. Hana sold all of them a map. She has never once given anybody directions for free. I got back to my panel that night and my world had grown up while I was in a basement. Source Chi, 1,358. Players, 20. Territory, 10 kilometers. Second phase complete. And the world paid me, except this time the feedback stopped halfway. Ding. World feedback has reached the ceiling of your life level. Black Iron Peak. I stared at that. I'd been getting stronger for free for a week. It was, without exaggeration, the best deal in the universe, and it had just hit a wall because power stops where the body stops, and my body was a G-level human from a G-level world, and no amount of borrowed strength was going to make me anything else. Then the next line came up. Ding, trial land unlocked. Clear it and ascend to bronze. Ling Ling, I said. Difficulty settings. 3 of them. Normal, hard, and purgatory. What does purgatory give me that the others don't? Ding. Purgatory difficulty grants an increase in life level. Life level, not power. The thing under the thing. The reason a bronze tier race beats a black iron peak human without trying. Purgatory, I said. Ding, warning. Purgatory difficulty is not recommended for purgatory. 100 floors. Floor 1 was 100 desert worms. I'd love to say that took me an hour. It took me 4. Floor 2 was 100 wolves, and I opened my mouth and put them all down with Conqueror's Haki in a single breath and felt very clever, and Floor 3's wolves were immune to it because the tower learns. By the 30s I stopped counting time. By the 50s I stopped counting anything. You fight, you win, the floor changes, you fight. Somewhere in there I found out that you can sleep in the tower and the tower will wait, which is the only mercy in the entire structure. Floor 70 was a Scorpion Lord. He got me across the forearm and the poison went up past my elbow in about 9 seconds and I could feel it working out where my heart was. I took the arm off, with my own sword, above the elbow, standing up, while the scorpion watched. I have thought about this a lot. At the time, it was not a decision. It was arithmetic, arm or everything, and the arithmetic was so obvious that my hand was moving before I'd finished the thought, and the interesting part is that I did not scream. I made a noise, but I didn't scream, and I killed it one-handed, and I sat down on the floor of a tower nobody has ever cleared and shook for about 10 minutes, and then bought a regrowth from the store for 80 points. 80 points. That's what an arm costs. Write it down. The 90s were not monsters. The 90s were skill. Floor 94 was a swordsman, and floor 97 was something with no name that fought like a person who has never lost. 99 nearly finished me. I came out of 99 with 3 ribs wrong and no plan, then floor 100 opened, and standing in the middle of it was me. Same face, same clothes, same sword, same everything, down to the way I stand with my weight on my back foot. I actually laughed. How cliché, I said. The last trial is fighting yourself? He didn't answer. He wouldn't. He was me, and I don't answer either. So here's what I did, and appreciate please, that this is the single greatest moment of my life, and it involved no fighting whatsoever. I opened the store. He was a copy of me. Copies are snapshots. Snapshots do not update. Flying Thunder God. Bought it. Gura Gura no Mi. Bought it. The tremor. The actual tremor. Not a facsimile. Feng Ho Chi Men, from a Taoist who was at that moment asleep in my plaza. Akio's demon body. The regeneration. The reconstruction. Everything. Minus the sunlight weakness. And minus the part where you have to eat people. 500 points. And worth every one. Frostein's Tegu. 2,000 odd source chi. Gone. In about 40 seconds. And then I beat a version of myself to death using 9 techniques he had never heard of, and he never landed a single meaningful hit, and at the end of it he looked at me with my own face, and I would swear there was something like offense in it. Ding. Trial land cleared. Purgatory difficulty. Ding. Life level ascension. Black iron to bronze. Ding. Life path recorded. Origin SSS. Black iron to bronze to silver. I came out of that tower into my own plaza, and it was 4 days later. 4 days. Which, as it turns out, is exactly long enough for somebody to try to kill everything I own. His name was C. Lee, and he killed SSS-level awakeners for a living, not as a hobby, as a career, with a client list. There's an organization for it. I'd learned the name much later, and it did not improve my week, and their business model is beautifully simple. An SSS world in Phase 1 is the richest, softest target in the multiverse. Enormous resources, no defenses, a terrified teenager, and maybe a scavenged sword. You go in, you kill the owner, the world collapses, and everything inside it drops. C. Lee had done it 11 times. He came through my boundary on the 4th day of my absence at dawn, silently, with a knife. Phase 2 already, he murmured, looking at the horizon. Fast. He's been efficient. He checked the wind. Efficient means resources. He walked about 600 meters and found Blackbeard. Now, in fairness to C. Lee, there was no reason to expect that. Nobody gets a humanoid boss in a beginner zone. He'd read the same guide I had. The guide is very clear that Phase 2 spawns are wildlife. What he found was a 16-foot man in an open coat with a crescent bardiche drinking, alone, at sunrise. I did not know any of this was happening. I was on floor 61 of a tower, fighting a lizard, with my world under invasion and no notifications enabled. Blackbeard didn't attack him. Blackbeard looked at him. That's all. He looked at him with a kind of mild interest, the way you look at a fly that's landed on your table. And C. Lee, a professional killer of awakeners, 11 confirmed, turned around and ran. Li Wei is so unlucky, he was saying at a dead sprint through a forest. The probability of encountering a humanoid boss is not high, 1 in 100, and he got a bronze peak humanoid in Phase 2 in a beginner zone. He was still doing the math when he came out of the tree line into a clearing where 2 women were killing each other. Minerva and Frostein, not a duel, not a fight to the death. Just an ordinary morning disagreement between colleagues that had involved so far 4 armor changes and about a hectare of ice. They stopped and looked at him. He turned to run, and the ground under him went white, and his legs stopped being legs. He was frozen to mid-shin in about a quarter of a second, and Frostein was already walking over, honestly curious, and he did the only thing available. He cut his own feet off, below the ankle, both, with the knife, and threw himself sideways into the shadow of a rock and vanished into it before he'd finished falling. Frostein stood at the edge of her own ice and looked at 2 boots with feet still in them. Huh, she said, that's dedication. And then she turned back to Minerva because the conversation wasn't finished. Lee reassembled himself in the dark for 6 hours. His organization does not build people who die of feet. By afternoon he had new ones, and he had revised his plan, and the revised plan was the one that nearly worked. He'd worked out that the humanoid monsters were all outside. Whatever the owner had built, the soft part was in the middle, so he went to the safe zone. He came in over the wall at dusk, into a city with a bell tower, and the first two people he found were a girl with a folding table and a mild-looking student holding a shopping bag. Hana saw him and did the smartest thing she has ever done, which was scream at maximum volume. He was on her in a stride. Kenji, no combat power, no techniques, nothing. A boy who apologizes to furniture, put himself between them, which is the second bravest thing in this story, and got him a knife in the chest, and then the temperature went up. Concentration breathing, flame breathing. Akira Kazama came off the top of a staircase with his sword already lit. First form, unknowing fire. C. Lee blocked it and slid backward 8 meters with his heels burning. Second form, rising scorching sun. He blocked that too, barely, and lost his knife. Fourth form, and Akira was inside his guard now, and the whole plaza was orange, blooming flame undulation. Seeley took that one across the chest and went through a market stall and got up and was, remarkably, still winning. He was bronze peak. Akira was not. 2 more exchanges and the boy with the flame sword was going to be on the ground. Oh, a voice from behind him, pleasant, amused. You're quite strong for a mouse. Seeley turned and there was a man with silver hair and closed eyes standing perfectly still with a short blade held out at hip height. Shoot to kill, said Kageyama Renji. Shinso. Nobody saw the blade travel. There's no footage of the blade traveling. There's footage of Seeley standing up, and then there's footage of Seeley on his knees with his spine severed, and Kageyama Renji standing exactly where he was, still smiling, the blade already back at its ordinary length. Ah, said Renji, looking down. You're the sort who has a poison capsule, aren't you? Seeley bit down. He had about 11 seconds. He spent them talking. Tell Li Wei, he said, and there was blood in it. To be careful. Renji crouched politely to hear better. If I die, the organization behind me won't let it go. His eyes were going. His secret will soon be known. All of it. Where he is, what he is, how much he's worth. A wet laugh. You're all in a treasure chest, and you left it open. Then he was gone, and there was nothing left to interrogate, and my whole world had been put on a market list by a man with no feet. I was on floor 61 at the time, fighting a lizard. 4 days is a long time in the real world too. Gao Ming noticed first, because he was paid to. He filed it in his evening report and got a call back within the hour, which had never happened before. Say that again, said Shukai. The boy has not been seen for 4 days, young master. He doesn't attend classes. He hasn't returned to the residence. Miss C has been, a delicate pause, unsettled. 4 days. Yes, sir. And Shukai, standing on a battlefield on the alien front with a D-rank mission complete and a great deal of evidence of that around him, went white with rage. The reason is not what you'd think. He was not upset that I was dead. He was upset that somebody had killed me without asking him. Who authorized it? He said into the phone. I gave no such order. Find out who moved on him. Because Shukai had a plan. Shukai had a beautiful, patient, month-long plan involving an engagement party and a drug dessert and a video. And if I turned up dead in a ditch first, then Shiejingi becomes a grieving girl in a story about a murdered orphan instead of a disgraced girl in a story about a scandal. And grieving girls do not have to marry anybody. A corpse is worthless. A humiliation is an asset. Xuepeng in the city reached a simpler conclusion. He's dead, he told his people. SSS-level. They all go the same way. Cross him off. And in my world, on day 4, Kazuma found something asleep. He'd been exploring the eastern hills, mapping. He maps everything. He can't help it. And he came over a ridge, and there in a hollow was a mass of fur and horn the size of a house, breathing slowly. He did the responsible thing. He took a photograph and posted it in the world channel. Kazuma found something big. Asleep. Thoughts? Kageyama Renji. Oh. Kageyama Renji. Why aren't you running away? Kageyama Renji. That guy has already spotted you. Ding. Player Kazuma has been killed by the Bronze Peak boss, Variegated Beast. Everyone came. I mean everyone. 20 people converging on one hollow from 10 kilometers out, because a Bronze Peak boss is the biggest thing anyone has seen in my world, and the contribution rewards were, at that point, the only economy we had. It stood 5 meters at the shoulder and 8 long. 6 horns, none of them matching. I saw the health bar, and my first coherent thought was about my resurrection budget. Fur in about 9 colors, which is where the name comes from and which is deeply unsettling in person because it moves wrong. The Baron Dark got there first and started monologuing. He got about a sentence and a half into it, something about how demons do not take orders from village chiefs, before 3 playing cards went past him in a line and he folded up on the grass. Said Kurono, examining his nails. You're not qualified. Then the beast charged and the actual fight started. Lu Bu went first. Not first in the sense of leading, first in the sense of being hit first. He came in on red hair with the halberd up and roaring, made contact, and was returned to us approximately 40 meters away in a shallow trench. Blackbeard stepped into the gap and caught a paw on his crossed forearms and did not go backward, and the plaza-sized crater under his feet did. And then he checked his hand and found a crack between the thumb and the forefinger, in his skin, in Blackbeard's skin, from a paw swipe, from an animal. Kuralala, he flexed it. So this is what Bronze Peak means. Minerva went through 4 armors in 11 seconds. Flame Empress off, Lightning Empress on, off again. Frostine layered ice on the ground so it couldn't turn. Hikai, who had been asleep on a wall 4 minutes earlier, laid out a pattern of talismans in the grass that made the thing's next charge veer 6 degrees to the left, which does not sound like much and was the reason nobody died. And Akio Kabutsuji fought like an absolute professional, which surprised everyone. Blood whips out of both arms, a dozen of them, and he wrapped the beast's forelegs and held, actually held, and when it dragged him forward he let it drag him and put himself directly between the horns and Akira Kazama and took a strike meant for the boy across his own chest and regrew it while it was still open. He did not do this because he is good. He did it because he had worked out that a demon who cannot die is the highest value blocker on the field, and blocking pays contribution points. He said as much, out loud, while his sternum knitted. This body has utility here. Kageyama Renji took the eye, one thrust, from 30 meters through a moving target's left eye, and then the blade retracted and he was walking casually to the right while the beast, blind on one side, followed him. This way please, he said. He walked it directly across a field Kaido had spent the last 2 minutes seeding with marked kunai. Yellow flashes. 9 of them, rapid, from every angle, each one a Rasengan somewhere soft, and the thing screamed and reared and came down on its side. And Kageyama Renji stopped walking. Well, he said, let's finish it. He held the wakizashi out and let his smile widen by a degree. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. I have watched the recording of the next second at 1/10 speed and I still cannot see the blade. What the recording shows is Kageyama Renji's arm moving. I slowed it down to 100th. I still cannot see the blade. I have shown it to Kurosawa and he could not see it either, and he pretended he could. What it shows next is a line drawn across the entire hollow, from horizon to horizon, at about chest height. The variegated beast came apart along that line. So did Kurono. So did the Baron Dark, who had just gotten up. So did Mark Benton, who was flying. Ding. Player Kurono has died. Ding. Player Baron Dark has died. Ding. Player Mark Benton has died. Ding. First kill on a Bronze Peak boss, Kageyama Renji. He turned around to a field of extremely quiet colleagues and put a hand behind his head. Oh, sorry. He was not sorry. Ding. Initial world strategy complete. Ding. World update in progress. All players will be disconnected for 24 hours. And that's when I walked out of the tower into an empty plaza 4 days late with a bronze life level and no idea that any of it had happened. Ling Ling played me the recap, the invasion, Hana screaming, Kenji with a knife in him, Akira coming down the stairs on fire, C. Lee's last words about a treasure chest left open. I sat through all of it without saying anything. Then I said, compensation. Ding? Everyone's locked out for a day because of my update. That's my fault. They should get something. And I looked at the list of 20 names and I thought about what I actually had that was worth anything. And the answer was, I have their futures. I have read all of them. Every world, every ending, every death. Blackbeard's in a bay, on his feet, with a hole in him and 36 wounds on his back and 1 on his front. Kaido's, on a night with a fox in it. Frostine's, on a mountain, in the snow, alone. Akira's, at dawn, with his mother's voice. I had been sitting on all of it like a man with a deck of marked cards, letting it out a line at a time to make people useful. Send it to them, I said. All of it. Everyone gets their own. Ding. Warning. Distributing extra-world information at this scale may cause... I know what it may cause. Ding. Confirmed. I'd like to say I did it out of guilt. Mostly I did it out of guilt. But there was another part of me, a colder part, the part that had watched Akira read a message and go rigid, and that part was thinking, 20 people who have just been shown their own deaths will do absolutely anything to get stronger. Both things are true. I've made peace with it. The messages went out, and across a dozen worlds, at the same moment, a lot of very powerful people sat down and read the last page of their own book. Kaito Masami read his in the Hokage's office at 2 in the morning with the door locked. I watched his face the whole way down. He got through the fox. He got through the seal. He got through his own death and Himari's, and his expression barely changed because he'd already made that trade in his head years ago and would make it again. Then he got to the part about Naruto, not the death, the 18 years after it, a boy in an empty apartment, a boy nobody would sell vegetables to, A boy who painted a monument to get somebody to look at him in a village his father had died for, at the specific and documented instruction of a council that had decided a Jinchuriki should be raised alone so he'd be easier to point at something. He read that twice. And then Kaido Masami, the most beloved man in the Hidden Leaf, said very quietly to an empty office, "I'm heart to heart with the village, but the village is playing tricks on me." Blackbeard read his at a party. They were 4 hours into it. Somebody was singing. Flynn was refereeing an arm wrestling bracket. Blackbeard sat in his chair with his cup and opened the letter one-handed. I watched the noise go out of him. Not out of the room. The party kept going. Nobody noticed for a while. Out of him. The laugh stopped mid-breath. The hand on the cup went still. Dread. Second division. Kills Finch for a fruit. Desserts. Turns up years later with a warlord's seat and Jack in a bag. Jack, in a bay, on a scaffold. Jack, dying in front of his brother. And him, standing up in the middle of it with 36 holes in him, giving a speech. He read it to the end. Then he read the last part again. Then he folded it in half and put it inside his coat and picked his cup back up and laughed at something Brutus said. And nobody at that party knew anything was wrong except me. Lu Bu didn't read his. Write that down. Lu Bu received a document containing the complete account of his own downfall, betrayal, and execution, glanced at it and did not open it because he was busy. What he was busy with was Hulao Pass. He'd ridden out that morning to a war he'd been having a perfectly nice time in, and the allied lords had sent out their best, and the best was a very large man with a serpent spear who had already killed 2 generals that week. Guo Hong lasted longer than anyone before him. 50 exchanges, 60. He was fighting well. I know enough to know he was fighting well. Then Lu Bu caught the spear on his halberd's crescent, twisted and lifted, and Guo Hong came out of his saddle and ended up hanging off the blade by his own armor straps, kicking 30 feet from his own line. Zhou Long came in to save him, and it took 2 strikes. 2. The green-robed man with the long blade, and Lu Bu put him back on his heels with the first, and nearly took his head with the second, and both of them retreated together, and that has never happened before or since. Sun Quan rode out to make it 3, and Lu Bu shot him. Just shot him. Dropped the halberd across the saddle, took the bow off his back, put an arrow through the man's shoulder at 90 meters while both their horses were moving, and picked the halberd back up. Then he sat there in front of the entire allied encampment and shot down every banner on the wall. 18 flags, 18 arrows, one after another, unhurried, while 18 princes and their armies watched their own names fall into the dirt. "The 18 Ru princes," he bellowed at the gate. "I think you're all 18 pieces of trash." And then he rode home and logged in and immediately died to a wolf. I love that man. I will never say it to his face. Blackbeard called his commanders together the next morning. Flynn, Chief, send word to Jack. He's to return to the ship immediately, and he is not to pursue Captain Dread under any circumstances. Flynn's eyebrows went up. Dread? He is not to be touched. By Jack, by you, by anyone. If Dread breaks the rules, we deal with it as a crew, together, in daylight. Blackbeard looked out at the water. Do you understand me? Not even a little, Yoey, but it's done. And then Blackbeard asked him a question in the same tone, and the second question was the real reason he'd called him. Flynn, if I die one day, do you think you can keep the pirate crew afloat? Flynn stopped. Chief, answer it. No, said Flynn. No, I don't. Kuralala. Blackbeard drank. That's what I thought too. The bird came in an hour later. Jack had been gone for 4 days. Jack had found Dread on a spit of rock 2 islands over. Jack had lost, and Dread had put him in chains, and Dread had already handed him to the Marines in exchange for a seat at a table with 6 other monsters at it. The Moby Dick went very quiet. Blackbeard stood up out of his chair. There's something none of you know, he said. Jack is Darian's son. I braced for it. I actually braced. I have read the histories of that world. I know what the name Darian Blackwood does to a room. Somebody said, so? I choked on my drink. Somebody else said, is that supposed to change something? Brutus said, Chief, he's your kid. Who cares whose sperm it was? And Blackbeard stood there in front of 1,600 people who had collectively an emotional reaction of approximately 0 to the biggest secret in the world. Kuralala. He picked up his bardiche. Then let's start the war. Kaido called a council meeting the next morning and broke his village. He did it politely. That's the part worth conveying. He never raised his voice once. Effective immediately, the Uchiha compound will be relocated, he said. They'll be moved from the eastern district to the center, specifically to the ward adjacent to the Shimura clan holdings. Kageyama's head came up. That is unacceptable. I don't recall asking. The Uchiha are a security concern. The Uchiha are the police force of this village, said Kaido. They have been kept at the perimeter, downwind, for 30 years and told it was for logistics. It was not for logistics. It stops today. Kageyama stood up. Hokage-sama, you have been in this office for less than 2 years. There are considerations you cannot possibly. Or, said Kaito, do you think you don't approve of my choice as the Hokage? And then he let it out. Bronze rank. Not much, by the standards of my world. In that room, it was a physical weight. The table creaked. 2 elders sat down who had not intended to sit down. Takeshi's pipe went out. Kageyama walked out. Takeshi followed him after a moment, murmuring something diplomatic, and Kaito watched them get to the door. Then he threw a kunai past both their heads into the frame. Did I say the meeting was over? They stopped. The meeting continues. 3 viewings in, I finally understood. He was not trying to protect the Uchiha. Not primarily. He was trying to make Kageyama swing. It took me 2 viewings to catch it, and I own the recording, which tells you exactly how good that man is at looking harmless. Because you cannot execute a village elder for having opinions. You can execute him for treason, and treason requires an act, and Kaito had just made the man's entire life's work unworkable in front of witnesses and then humiliated him at the door. Kageyama went home and did exactly what he was supposed to do. He decided to abduct the Jinchuriki, a pregnant woman, 4 weeks out, and kill the 4th Hokage. Frostine read hers and went to work. She didn't tell the Empire. She didn't file anything. She read a document that named the group that kills her, walked out of the capital at dawn, and went and found their base by herself. She knocked. Actually knocked on the door of the most wanted assassination cell in the Empire. They came out because there was no reason not to. 9 of them, armed, with the most powerful woman in the country standing alone in the yard with her hands empty. All of you come at me together, she said. If you can defeat me, I'll join your revolutionary army. Akimi's cigarette stopped halfway to her mouth. And if we can't, then you'll listen to me. Kento went first because Kento always goes first. He got 2 steps. I had told her about Night Raid to make her useful. Watching her use it, I felt roughly the way you feel when a tool you sharpened cuts something you liked. 4 ice spears, both shoulders, both thighs, in the time it takes to blink, and the strongest man in Night Raid was pinned upright to his own courtyard, conscious, entirely unable to move. She didn't use her Tegu, and this matters. She never activated it. Everything she did in that yard she did with the technique she had before she ever found the demon's blood. Ren went after that, and it was worse. The Empire is rotten, he was shouting on the ground with a boot on his sword arm. It's rotten to the core and everyone in it is. Probably, said Frostine. That stopped him more than the boot. What makes you think, she said, that the nation established by the Revolutionary Army won't become a second empire? Nobody answered her. Nobody ever does. You'll take the palace. You'll execute the ministers. You'll be very moved by yourselves for about 4 years, and then a man in your capital will discover that the new system rewards the same thing the old one did, and you'll all be extremely surprised. She stepped back and let him up. I've read the ending, Akemi said carefully. What do you actually want? I said listen to me, not listen to the Empire. Frostine adjusted her hat. Those are very different sentences, and I chose mine carefully. And she meant it. She's not loyal to that throne. She never was. What she wanted was 9 competent people who owed her a favor because she'd read a document that said the world was about to get much larger and she intended to arrive in it with a faction of her own. Then, because she is who she is, she added 1 line at the gate. If any of you kill yourself out of spite to escape the arrangement, I'll go and find the village you came from. Nobody killed themselves out of spite. Version 1.1 dropped that night, and my world became a game. Currency exchange, 10 gold coins to 1 source chi, which meant that for the first time, everything my people looted was worth something to me. Leaderboards, 3 of them. Power, reputation, wealth. Daily login rewards, which produced more genuine excitement among a demon king, a pirate emperor, and a god of war than any combat mechanic I have ever implemented. A source chi shop for the players. A kill system with a red name for murderers, and a PvP arena, which was a mistake, and which I would do again. The first power rankings went up, and I read them out loud to an empty room. 1. Kageyama Renji, Bronze 6th Order. 2. Blackbeard, Bronze 5th. 3. Frostine. 4. Akio. 5. Indra. 6. Kaido. 7. Minerva. 8. Lubu. 9. Kurono. 10. Saiko. And the wealth leaderboard, first place with 50 gold coins, ahead of every warlord and emperor in the building. Hana Suzuki, merchant, Kageyama Renji came to find me about 10 minutes after the rankings posted, smiling as ever. He didn't ask about his ranking. Village chief, he said, you've read all our worlds, haven't you? Yes. Then you know about Captain Kurosawa? Yes. Oh. He tilted his head. Would you tell me how it ends? For me, specifically. I could have lied. I could have made him work for it. You failed, I said. And you died. He stood there with that smile on. It didn't drop. It has never once dropped in front of anybody. I see, he said. Thank you. He walked off toward the eastern gate, and I watched him go and thought for the first time that I might have made a mistake somewhere in my staffing. Then the sky went dark. Ding. Monster Siege begins in 1 hour. Ding. All players are advised to return to the safe zone. Ding. Contribution rewards. First place, 3 invitations. Second, 2. Third, 1. 3 invitations. 20 people looked up at that number and then, slowly, looked at each other. I split them across 4 gates. East, Kageyama Renji commanding, with Hana, Kenji, and Lord, which is to say, the strongest player in the world, and 3 people with a combined combat power of about 4. West, Frostine, Minerva, and Psycho, plus Heikai, Indra, Akira, and Mu Ching. South, Blackbeard, Kaido, Lu Bu, Mark. North, Akio, Kurono, the Baron Dark, with Kazuma and Lin Ze. I gave that speech village chiefs give. Hold the gates, protect the weak. Contribution is measured by kills and by defense. They heard, contribution is measured by kills. Wave 1 came out of the tree line at sunset, and it was the dead. Every goblin from the cave, every boar, every wolf. Everything anyone had killed in 3 weeks, back on its feet, gray, in numbers that made the ground look like it was moving. Ding. Wave 1, Vengeance of the Undead. Kageyama Renji killed roughly 100 of them with 1 motion. Then, having secured the eastern gate in 11 seconds, he strolled north and started killing things at somebody else's gate, because contribution is contribution, and the system does not care where you stand. Frosty noticed within a minute and did the same thing in the opposite direction. Blackbeard, who is old but not slow, worked it out and started walking east. By the end of Wave 1, I had 3 of the 4 strongest beings in my world stealing kills from each other across a 10-kilometer battlefield, while a girl in a hamster hoodie sold water to the survivors at a 200% markup. Wave 2 was skeletons. Ding. Wave 2, Plague of the Undead, better than Wave 1. Swordsmen with technique, archers in ranks, mages at the back throwing something purple, and an elite bronze commander walking behind them with a tattered banner. And Akio Kibutsuji, at the northern gate, did the thing that made him the most hated person in my world. He was 4th on the leaderboard. He wanted first, and he looked around at the northern gate and observed that there were 2 other players standing on it, Kazuma and Lin Zi, and that both of them were killing skeletons. Skeletons he could be killing, so he killed them. Kazuma first, from behind, mid-swing, a blood whip through the chest. Then Lin Zi, who saw it happen and got maybe a syllable out. Ding. Player Akio Kibutsuji has murdered another player. Ding. Player name status, red. Kill value, 2. The whole world channel lit up at once. Akio read the notifications, glanced at his newly read name, and went back to farming. In fairness to my employee, from where he was standing this was correct. He does not experience death. He has never experienced death. When your body reassembles itself from a fingernail, dying is a scheduling inconvenience, and he genuinely could not construct the emotion the rest of them were having. Sorry, he said, to the channel, without stopping. He simply doesn't know what death is. I read that line 4 times, and each time it got worse, and I still have not decided which one of them he meant. He was talking about Kazuma. He was, of course, talking about himself. Between waves, Akio walked to the western gate to kill Akira Kazama, not for contribution, for maintenance. He'd worked out that the boy with the flame sword had recognized him, and that the boy had gone home to report, and that reports lead to organizations, and organizations lead to a swordsman with a red blade at your door in 400 years. And in this world, if you die and the village chief doesn't spend source chi on you, you stay dead. So he intended to kill Akira until Akira stopped coming back. He arrived and Akira drew immediately, and then, because he is who he is, asked a question instead of attacking. Kageyama Akio, his voice carried across the whole gate. As a powerful being, why did you create demons? Akio kept walking. Why did you allow them to devour people at will? You could have done anything at all. Why that? Akio answered with a blood whip that took a chunk out of the wall Akira had been standing in front of a quarter second earlier. That's the whole answer. He does not have another one. And then a man in a slept-in Taoist robe, sitting on that same wall with his legs dangling, spoke up. Ghost Lord, said Heikai. Have you ever been defeated? Akio stopped. I have never seen anything like what happened to his face. It's not rage. It's older than rage. Something came up through 400 years and reached the surface, and I saw a man remember a night in a field with a boy in front of him whose eyes were the wrong color and whose blade came from a direction that does not exist. Then he came apart into 100 whips at once, aimed at everything, and Indra caught them. He stepped between, bare-handed, and closed his fists on a dozen of them, and the aura that came off him made my screens ripple. What a filthy power, he said. He wrenched, he drew back, and he cut. Evil light slash. The wounds opened all down Akio's front and chest, and Akio did what Akio always does, which is stop caring, because his body will close them before the pain finishes registering. They didn't close. He stood there and looked down at himself and waited, and they did not close, and I watched the demon lord of the 12 Kazuki experience the specific sensation of a thing not working for the first time in 4 centuries. The knife cuts through the flesh, said Indra. The heart cuts through the soul. My power contains the power of my heart. Akio left. He turned around and walked away from a fight in front of 40 people and did not speak again for 11 hours. Akira Kazama dropped to his knees on the stone and put his forehead to it. Please, he said. Dread me. Anything. Any part of it. Indra looked down at him with a cloth over his eyes. I can't teach you this, he said, but I can tell you something useful. He turned his head slightly toward the eastern gate. The only person here who could kill that demon king without any effort is probably Kageyama Renji. Wave 3 came in on wings. Ding. Wave 3. Elite Tianyu, Tianjan, Tianhua, Tianqi. 4 of them, bronze 3rd order, 1 to each gate, and they were beautiful, which made it worse. Red for the south, fire off every wing beat. Blue for the east, pale blue for the north, purple for the west, and purple meant poison, and half the west gate was on the ground inside 90 seconds. Then Frostine said, ice sky, and the entire western horizon turned white from cloud height down. Minerva went up through it in heaven's wheel armor. Indra went up through it with his fists. The purple bird came down in 3 pieces, and the west gate was clear first, by 4 minutes, and Frostine immediately went to help the south gate, by which I mean she went to steal from it. That's when the second delivery arrived. I'd sent 10 invitations with my mysterious merchant money. 7 came back in the middle of a siege, into a battlefield. The first one walked out of a tear in the air in a high collar and long black hair and looked at a sky full of monsters with an expression of profound personal insult. Uchiha Madara. He said his own name. Nobody asked. He announced it, to the field, the way you'd read a verdict. And here's the strange part, which I only found out from the system afterward. My Madara didn't come from the world I'd read about. He came from a branch of it, a version. There are apparently a great many versions of that man, and the system picked one and noted in a small line at the bottom of the log that only one timeline can be drawn from any given branch. I have decided not to think about that too much. Second was a boy in a school uniform with a tonfa in each hand who took one look at the crowd in my plaza and said, "Shut up, or I'll bite you to death." Nobody had said anything. Hibari Kyoya has never required anyone to say anything. Third was a man in dark armor with 2 swords who introduced himself only as the Gareth and never elaborated, then or ever. Fourth was a small yellow rodent. It arrived alone. It arrived in the middle of a battlefield, in a siege, with monsters overhead, with no trainer, with nobody it recognized in any direction, and it stood there in the mud shaking so hard its cheeks sparked. Pikachu. No Satoshi, just Pikachu. Fifth was a robot the size of a bus. Golden Iron Beast. Sixth was a girl named Yuna, who I will be honest and say I did not get to know well. Seventh was a man in a very good suit who arrived, assessed the interdimensional battlefield in about 2 seconds, and immediately asked who was in charge of logistics. Lin Chen. In his own world, they call him the Dragon Lord, and he had been living as a son-in-law in a house that treated him like furniture, and he took to my world like a man stepping out of a cupboard. Hana met all 7 of them at the gate with a sign and a price list. Madara did not buy a map. Madara walked straight to the northern gate, spat a fireball the size of a house at a monster somebody else was fighting, and then, when the somebody else objected, attacked him instead. The somebody else was Akio. Blood whips went out. A Susanoo hand came up and caught them, closed, and held. 2 of the worst people I have ever employed, standing in the middle of a siege, testing each other, while the actual enemy flew overhead, ignored by both. Wave 4 was 400,000. Ding. Wave 4. I read the number 3 times. 400,000. Coming out of the ground in every direction, chitin and legs and a sound like rain on a tin roof scaled up to fill a valley. 3 of the 4 major natural disasters have appeared, I said out loud, and I remember laughing because I'd finally gotten the joke. The Omnic Crisis, the Undead, the Zerg, and the 4th. The 4th natural disaster is the players. It's always been the players. That's what we are. 20-odd lunatics from a dozen worlds who don't stay dead and can't be reasoned with and show up wherever the loot is. I invite people from all realms to become the 4th calamity. Madara unfolded his Susanoo to full height, hundreds of meters, a blue giant standing over my safe zone with a sword, and started cutting furrows in the swarm. And I looked at the eastern gate, where a bald man in a tracksuit was standing very still next to a rodent that was still shaking, and I had an idea. I sent Lord a document. Its title, as generated by my system, was Pikachu Operating Manual. He read it. I watched him read it. I watched him get to the part that explained that the small creature next to him was a partner, that it responded to spoken commands, that it had 4 name techniques and a preference for the first, and that it would not, under any circumstances, abandon a trainer who chose it. Lord has never been chosen for anything in his life. Lord is a man who has been mistaken for a hero so consistently and for so long that he has stopped correcting it and started apologizing for it internally, on a loop, forever. He put the document away. He crouched down. He put a hand out. I've chosen you, he said. Pikachu. The shaking stopped. Use 100,000 volts. The eastern gate went white. I don't know the technical output of that attack, and neither does anyone else in my world, and what I can tell you is that about 1100 Zerg in a cone in front of the eastern gate simply stopped existing, and the ones behind them cooked in their shells. Steel Tail! Pikachu went through a rank of them like a thrown axe. And then Lord, a man with no powers, no training, no combat experience of any kind, standing in a siege, thinking on his feet, looked across at the Gareth, who was fighting with 2 steel swords, and shouted, Pikachu, put the current through his blades. Pikachu did. The Gareth was on fire with electricity for the next 4 minutes and killed 9,000 things and never once asked what had happened to him or thanked anybody. And Pikachu, mid-battle, mid-arc, glanced back at the bald man who was calling his name, and had a thought I got to read because I own this place. He's much better than Satoshi. I've never told Lord that. I never will. He'd cry for a week. The swarm broke on the east and reformed on the west, and that's when a little girl walked out of the safe zone gate. She was maybe 10 years old. Small horns, a long tail. She was wearing something with a hood, and she was holding, of all things, a juice box. Excuse me, she said to the guards. Are those bad? Miss, please go back inside. They look bad. She walked out into the field, in front of 400,000 of them, and put the juice box down carefully on a rock so it wouldn't spill. Then she clapped her hands together. Ding! Guest from another world, Momo Sakura. The crater was 10 meters deep, and I have never been able to determine its diameter because the recording doesn't contain an edge. Half the swarm on the western approach went up as a wall of light and came down as nothing. The whole battlefield stopped. Blackbeard stopped. Madara's Susanoo turned around. I'm over 10,000 years old, said Momo mildly, to nobody, and went to pick her juice back up. Ding. Power leaderboard updated. Ding. First place, Momo Sakura, Bronze 9th Order. Madara Uchiha, at that moment, was ranked 4th. I have the audio of what he said. I'm not going to repeat it. Wave 5 came out of the clouds. I stood up. I had been sitting for 11 hours, and I stood up like it would help. 10 of them, and they were machines, and they were shaped like something that had been described to an engineer by a priest. Bronze 5th Order each, and behind them, descending slowly, a commander at Bronze Peak. Ding. Wave 5. Mechanical Angels. Frostine looked up at them, and then did the single most Frostine thing in this entire account. She raised a wall of ice across the western approach, 20 meters high, sheer, no handholds. Anyone who can't jump over this wall, she announced to the assembled defenders, shouldn't even think about participating. It was not a defensive structure. It was a filter. She had built a sorting mechanism out of ice to separate the people worth fighting alongside from everybody else in the middle of a siege for her own convenience. About 9 people couldn't clear it. Hikai, Psycho, Akira, Pikachu, the Gareth, Golden Iron Beast, Hibari, Yuna, Mu-Ching. They stood there at the bottom of a wall of ice looking up at it, and I watched something happen that I didn't expect and that I think about more than most of the big moments. Hikai, the lazy one, the one who sleeps on walls, the one who had not to that point done a single thing that could be described as effort, stood up. Well, he said, how can we become stronger if we don't strive for it? He put his talismans down in a pattern on the ground. You, Flame Boy, you're the damage. You, pointing at Hibari. You're fast and you're annoying. You take their attention. Rodent, you're on the swords. Big Metal One, you're the wall. Purple Hair, you're with the Flame Boy. Everyone else, on me, and nobody dies alone. 9 people who had been sorted into the discard pile organized themselves into a unit in about 90 seconds under a man who had been asleep 4 minutes earlier and went around Frostine's wall and started taking down mechanical angels in groups of 3. They got 4 of the 10. The 9 weakest people in my world killed 4 Bronze 5th Order angels, while the strongest ones were showing off overhead. I have never been prouder of anything. The remaining 6 angels saw what was happening and merged. I don't have another word for it. They came together in the air, 6 machines folding into each other, and what came down was one thing about 60 meters tall with the commander in its chest. Momo went at it barehanded and got swatted into a hillside, and Madara caught her before she hit the second one. Then he did something I still don't fully understand, and neither, I suspect, does he. He put his Susanoo around her, not over himself, around a 10-year-old dragon, as armor. wrapping her in a giant of blue fire and giving her the sword. His eyes started bleeding. "This," he said, and he was smiling, and it was awful, "is the feeling I want." The Susanoo with a small girl inside it went up the mechanical giant's chest. "Daisuke, you'll never understand me." Down at the base, Hikai was still working. "Flame Boy, the armor plating on the left leg, can you melt it? I can weaken it. Iron Man in the sky, same spot, both of you now." And when the plate glowed, "Everyone back." He put both hands out and dumped every bit of water in a half-kilometer radius, from the air, from the ice Frostine had wasted, from the ground, into a single glowing seam. Rodent, red hair. "Whenever you're ready." Pikachu and Minerva hit that seam at the same instant. The mechanical angel commander lost a leg, a hip, and about a third of its systems, and came down on one knee in the mud in front of 9 people who weren't supposed to be able to jump a wall, and then I made the announcement that broke every single one of them. Ding, world notification. Deaths occurring during the monster siege will not be counted. 20 people had spent 3 weeks being extremely careful. Here is what that sentence did to them. It meant nothing costs anything. It meant that the single constraint on every being in my world, the one thing that had made a demon king cautious and a pirate emperor measured and a god of war conservative, had been switched off for the duration. There was about 1 second of silence on the battlefield, then it stopped being a battle. Kaido went first, and he went straight up. He flashed onto the shoulder of a 60-meter machine and put his hands together, and I saw the seal he was building, and I sat forward so fast I knocked my drink over. Robots should be considered human too, right? He was smiling. He was actually smiling. "Let's take a gamble." Dead demon consuming seal. Something came into that battlefield that was not in the world's asset list. It came in behind him, enormous, purple, with a knife in its mouth, and it reached through Kaido's chest into the machine's core and pulled. The mechanical angel commander's entire upper half went dark. So did Kaido. Ding, player Kaido Masami has died. And 40 meters away, on a rock, a small toad who had been summoned 4 minutes earlier for reconnaissance sat with his mouth open, having just watched the 4th Hokage use the Reaper Death Seal and die. Gamma went home immediately. Gamma had a report to make. I didn't think about that at the time. I was busy watching Madara Uchiha blind himself. He'd taken a wound. Something had gotten through the Susanoo, I still don't know what, there was too much happening, and it had cut him across the ribs, and Madara looked down at his own blood with an expression of such total cellular offense that the air around him changed. "No one," he said, "but myself can kill me." He paid for it on the spot, out of his own body, and I turned the feed away and did not turn it back until the light changed. Izanami. It's a technique that only works if the caster has already put his own fate in his hands, and the price for that is not metaphorical, and he did not hesitate over it for even 1 second. What it does is trap the target in a loop until they accept the truth of who they are. He cast it on a machine. A machine has no self to accept. The mechanical angel commander is, as far as I am aware, still in there. Golden Iron Beast overloaded its own reactor in a circle and took out 9,000 Zerg and reappeared at the respawn point and did it again and again. 4 times. It has no face, but I swear the 4th time it looked pleased. Blackbeard fought until he was completely empty, standing in a crater, swinging at things that were no longer there, and when there was genuinely nothing left in him, he stopped, looked around, said Kuralala, and killed himself with his own bardiche to reset his stamina. Mark Benton got Jarvis into the Angel's command architecture and spent 11 minutes politely dismantling a war machine's mind from the inside while sitting on its head. Kageyama Renji never left the respawn point. That's the one that gets me. He stood on the respawn platform, and every time something came within 30 meters he extended, and when he ran out of spiritual pressure, he put the blade through himself, respawned instantly with a full bar, and went back to work. He killed for 6 hours. He never moved from a square of stone about 2 meters across. He was smiling the entire time, and I mean the entire time, and by hour 4 the people around him had started giving him a wide berth. Hikai flooded the breach in the shield with water. Momo hit it. The last of the angels came apart into pieces small enough to loot. Ding. Boss defeated. Monster siege complete. Ding. Congratulations. Your world has survived its first monster siege. That last line, by the way, sat on my wall for a long time, and I looked at it and thought about a man named Ye Chen who wrote a 100-page guide about how to survive 2.5 years and then stopped writing because the siege killed everyone he had. We did it in one night with a rodent and a merchant and a lazy Taoist. I sat down on the floor of my villa and put my head against the sofa and laughed until I had to stop for air. In the hidden leaf, Jiro came through the window of the Hokage residence at 4 in the morning with a toad on his shoulder and told Himari Uzumaki that her husband was dead. He'd rehearsed it on the way. You could tell. He got through the whole thing. The seal, the Reaper, that the summon had witnessed it directly, that there was no body and would never be a body because of what the Reaper death seal does, and that the soul was. Himari listened to all of it with her hands folded on her enormous belly. All right, she said. I understand. Jiro stared at her. Would you like to stay for a meal? He did not stay for a meal. He went and sat on the Hokage monument for 2 hours instead, because he had come to deliver the worst news of a woman's life, and she had offered him dinner, and the only conclusion available was that she'd broken. She had not broken. Her husband had died and come back 4 times in the past 3 weeks, and she had gotten quite used to it. She had also learned not to explain it to people. The council convened at dawn. Hayato Uchiha sat through it with his fists on the table. The clan had been moved to the center of the village 9 days ago. 9 days. They had barely finished unpacking, and the man who ordered it was gone, and every single thing that had gone right for the Uchiha in a decade had come out of one man's mouth. Kageyama was radiant. He hit it well. He's had practice, but I have footage of him alone in the corridor afterward, and he was walking like a young man. With the fourth's passing, said Naragenzo, into the silence. We require a Hokage today, not next month. I formally nominate Lord Third. And Takeshi Sato, who had been sitting quietly through the whole meeting with his hands in his sleeves, sighed the sigh of a reluctant man and accepted. Kageyama's head came around so fast I heard it on the recording. He'd built this. 9 days of arrangements. He had a candidate, and the candidate was himself, and he had assumed, reasonably, that the old man wanted to be left alone with his pipe. He caught Takeshi in the corridor afterward. Takeshi. Very quiet. Why are you trying to take it from me? Because you would have taken it, said Takeshi, and kept walking. Then he stopped. The Uchiha, he said, without turning around. Their new position in the center of the village is untenable. I'll support a review. And Kageyama, who had lost everything he wanted in a single morning, took the one thing he was offered. Somewhere in a different world, Kaido Masami sneezed. The updates came in a stack after the siege, and they're worth walking through because this is where my world stopped being a farm and started being a place. A world chat channel. Number 10086. Not my world, the actual multiverse. Every SSS-level world owner in existence, in one room. I opened it expecting silence. There were 400 people in it. Dog egg. Anyone else's Phase 3 spawn bugged. Invincible under heaven. LMAO no. Skill issue. Divorced woman with 2 kids. Don't listen to him. Mine bugged too. It's the terrain seed. Dog egg. Thank you. Invincible under heaven. Still skill issue. There was a pinned guide for new arrivals. There was a market thread. There was a running argument about whether Monster Siege Wave counts scale with territory that had been going for 3 years. I sat and read it for an hour with a strange feeling in my chest, and it took me a while to name it, and the name was, I'm Not the Only One. I had spent 3 weeks believing I was a unique disaster. There are hundreds of us. There's a whole population of teenagers with death sentences and worlds in their pockets who have been quietly not dying and comparing notes about it, and not one of the guides mentions that because the guides are written by the ones who lost. Reward chests came with the siege results. Madara opened his in front of everybody and got 14 source chi. 14. He'd blinded himself. He'd opened his own chest with a scythe. He'd carried a dragon around in a suit of fire. 14 points, which is roughly what Hana makes in an afternoon selling rope. He did not take it well. Contribution rankings. First, Kageyama Renji. 3 invitations. Second, Frostine. 2. Third, Momo Sakura. 1. Madara came to Renji about 4 minutes after the rankings posted. Give me one. Renji's head tilted. Oh? You have 3. You need 1. Give me one of the others. Renji considered. All right. Madara actually blinked. On one condition, said Renji pleasantly. One request from me at a time of my choosing that you cannot refuse. What request? I haven't decided. Madara Uchiha, who has never in any timeline been described as cautious, looked at a smiling man with his eyes closed and took the deal. I wrote that down in a file. I have a file. And then Kageyama Renji used his own invitation. He went home. Not to Soul Society, to Las Noches, into a white room, to a man sitting in a chair with a cup of tea, and he told him everything. The world, the village chief, the system, the people in it, a demon king, a dragon, a man who was the sun. Kurosawa Yuji listened without interrupting once. And you believe this, he said at the end. I've seen it, Captain. Kurosawa turned his cup. As long as you can prove what you're saying is true, what difference does it make if I don't take the Hogyoku? Renji went very still. you understand what you're saying. I understand it perfectly. I've spent 100 years trying to reach a place above the sky. He set the cup down. You're telling me there's a door. If you accept the invitation, said Renji carefully, because this was the part he'd been dreading, you give up the Hogyoku. Permanently, that's the price. It's not negotiable and I can't change it. I agree. Captain. I agree, Renji. And Kageyama Renji, who has smiled through betrayal, through murder, through a century of being the second worst thing in every room he entered, stood in the middle of Las Noches and cried. Because the plan was over. The 100-year plan, the one that ended with him putting a blade in Kurosawa's chest and dying on a rooftop, was over, dissolved, made unnecessary, cancelled by a teenager with a menu. And that meant he could go home. That meant he could stand next to Rangiku Matsumoto in the daylight without anything in his hands. He wiped his face before he turned around, and Kurosawa, who notices everything, did not say a word about it, and that is the single kindest thing that man has ever done. Meanwhile, the Moby Dick was sailing to Marineford, and something enormous stepped into the sea in front of it. Croft. Ryuji of the Beasts, standing on the water like it owed him money, with a club the size of a mast. I heard you're old. Kuralala. Blackbeard came to the rail. You heard right. Then he vaulted the rail. Nobody understands what happened next, and I include Ryuji in people. That man had drunk a life potion, taken world feedback 4 times, ground through 3 weeks in a world where the mobs are bronze peak, and come out the other side stronger than he has ever been in his life. Not stronger than he used to be. I did that. Me. A boy with a store menu and no combat experience made the strongest man in the world stronger than his own legend, and then sat on a sofa and watched him prove it. Stronger than he ever was. Ryuji swung. Blackbeard turned it aside with the back of his hand. Then he caught Ryuji by the tail. He'd already transformed. That's how badly it was going for him, and threw him at an island. The island broke in half. Literally, the landmass split along a line from one coast to the other, and the sea came in through the gap, and the 2 halves started drifting apart, and there were birds. Blackbeard walked across the water to where the head was and put a hand on it and pushed it under. Croft! Muffled, furious, from underneath the surface. Heat breath! The sea boiled and a column of flame came up through it. Blackbeard put his other fist into the middle of it and cracked the air, and the tremor went through the fire, through the water, through Ryuji, and out the other side into the seabed. On deck, Flynn had both hands on the rail and was making a sound like a kettle. Chief, he said. Chief, what did they do to you in there? Blackbeard came back aboard dripping and did not answer. He was looking at the horizon, where a fleet had appeared, with a red-haired man standing on the lead ship's figurehead. Kuralala, said Blackbeard. Good, I need both of you. Marineford got the news about the island from an admiral standing in the wreckage of it. So, said Raijin into a transponder snail in the voice of a man reporting a mildly disappointing lunch. The island's gone. Also the red-haired one has arrived. Also Ryuji's here. A pause. So that's 2 emperors and Blackbeard in the same water. Scary. Tyra said something on the other end that I won't repeat. Blackbeard, at that moment, was punching Shanks. Shanks had not attacked him. Shanks had come out to negotiate, courteously, in the manner of a man who intends to prevent a war, and Blackbeard had listened to about 6 words of it and then hit him. Shanks went backward across 400 meters of water and came up in a spray. Red-haired brat! Blackbeard didn't even follow him. You think you can have your way with me? It would be more appropriate for Darien to come in person. Shanks got his footing and, to his enormous credit, laughed. Fine. Then what do you want, old man? Help me stop Raijin. Ryuji, who was still lying in a trench of his own making, said, What? Since they kidnapped my son, said Blackbeard, I'll kidnap an admiral in return. And then something happened that has never happened in the recorded history of that sea. 2 emperors and a future one, 3 men who between them have started every war worth the name, cooperated. For about 90 seconds. Ryuji came up from below, and Shanks came in from the flank, and Blackbeard closed the third side, and Bolt, the Admiral Raijin, a man made of light, could not find a direction that did not have somebody in it. They took him alive. It took all 3. Blackbeard picked up the transponder snail. Tyra. Croft. Raijin is in my hands now. Trade Jack for him. There was a silence on that line that I would pay money to have been in the room for. Impossible! Kuralala. Blackbeard looked at the Admiral pinned under a hand the size of a door. Then wait for the news of Raijin's death. He hung up. Note the tone. He wasn't bluffing. He also wasn't going to do it. What he was doing was making the Navy spend 11 days in a meeting. Kaido came back from the dead on a Tuesday and walked into an eviction. The Uchiha were being moved out. All of them, every household, back to the eastern perimeter, and then, according to the notice, to a site outside the walls entirely. And it wasn't the notice that got me. It was the street. The village had turned out for it. I watched a village I had rebuilt in 9 days spit at the people who had been holding it together, and I understood finally why he wanted the council broken. They were throwing things, eggs mostly, and a lot of spit, and the reason was a rumor that had gone around in 9 days and hardened into a fact. The fourth died because he trusted the Uchiha. The fourth moved them into the center, and then the fourth was dead, and it must be them, and this is what happens when you're kind to snakes. Fugaku walked at the front of his clan with his chin up and did not wipe his face, and then a man in a white coat with red flames on the hem walked up the middle of that street. There wasn't a sound, that's the thing. 400 people stopped at once. A jonin near the front dropped to his knees. 2 grown men in their 40s, veterans, Anbu trained, came and put their hands on his arms, on his shoulders, on the coat, because they had to touch him to believe it, and then one of them started crying so hard he couldn't stand. Hokage-sama! Impostor! Shimura Denbei of Kageyama's clan at the back of the crowd pointing. That's not him. Everyone saw it. Everyone knows he used the Reaper Death Seal. That's an enemy transformation. It's a spy. Kill it. And then he made his hand seals and became Kaido. A perfect copy. Standing in the street, in the coat, with the face. The real one put him through the road. 1 Rasengan downward, no wind-up, and the imposter made a crater in the main street of the Hidden Leaf and did not get up. Kaito stood over him. By the authority of the 4th Hokage, he said, and his voice carried to the end of the street, for inciting division within the village, for the fabrication of an accusation against the village's police force, and for impersonating and attempting the life of a sitting Hokage, the sentence is death. He carried it out on the spot. Takeshi and Kageyama arrived 4 minutes later, which was 3 minutes and 50 seconds too late for anything to be walked back. Kaido. Takeshi's face was gray. You cannot execute a clansman in the street. There are procedures. There is a tribunal. There are... Should I have let him capture me? Said Kaido pleasantly. Should I have submitted and let myself be escorted to the Hokage building in full view of everyone so that the village could watch its Hokage be arrested as an imposter while a tribunal was convened? Takeshi opened his mouth. Because that's the other option, Lord Third. I've thought about it. That's the entire other option. That is not what I... Then we agree. Kaido turned to the street. Uchiha Fugaku. Arrest the head of the Shimura clan and every individual named in the last 4 days of correspondence between his household and the Elder Council. Your officers, your jurisdiction, today. And here's the part that finished it. Takeshi Sato said, wait, he was the Hokage, 9 days of it, but he was, legally, at that moment, the Hokage. Nobody moved. 400 people in a street, and every single one of them was looking at the blonde man in the white coat, waiting for him to say yes or no. Kageyama understood what had happened in that half-second better than anybody. I could see it land on him. The office is a chair. It has never been the chair. Later, alone, Kaido sat on his own roof for a long time. I left the feed running and did not look at it. There are things I own that I try not to own. He was thinking about his son, about a report he'd read from a world he'd never see, describing 18 years of a boy learning to be loud so that being ignored would hurt less. And he was thinking about Toby. Because the document had a name in it, and the name was one he'd buried, and there is no arrangement of facts in which that gets easier. He's alive, he said, to a roof, at 3 in the morning. And he's the one who does it. The Baron Dark, meanwhile, was solving his problems the way he solves everything, which is badly and with maximum property damage. He'd worked out that the talismans of his home world were the fastest available power-up, so he went and found the man who collects such things, a very rich, very unpleasant person named Sinclair, and made himself an offer that could not be refused, and then walked into Section 13 with a gang behind him. Qianlong met him at the vault because Qianlong always meets you at the vault. There was an uncle involved, there was a great deal of shouting. And there was a small girl named Gwen who spent the entire fight hanging off the Baron Dark's back like a very determined backpack, pulling talismans back out of him as fast as he absorbed them. Rooster, rabbit, pig, snake, horse, 5 of them, out of his own body while he was using them. Get off me. Make me. He eventually shook her loose and took what he could get, and then he stopped in the doorway and delivered the line he'd clearly been saving. I have no interest in wasting my time here with you. When I return, the world will be descended upon by the demons. And left, to go grind in a beginner zone. Kurosawa Yuji arrived in my world 3 days later and asked me a question that made me put down my drink. Village chief, master of this world. He was standing in the plaza with his hands behind his back, looking up, exactly at the point in the sky where I actually was, which nobody else has ever done. I wonder if we can withstand Kyoka Suigetsu's power. Then he released his Shikai in the middle of my safe zone to find out. Ding. Warning. Reality-affecting abilities are restricted within the safe zone. Ah, said Kurosawa. How interesting. He walked outside the boundary and tried it there, and the first person he met was the Baron Dark, freshly loaded with 12 talismans and looking for someone to be superior to. I have watched this fight maybe 40 times. The Baron Dark opened with the monkey talisman. Kurosawa Yuji, the most dangerous man in the Soul Society, the architect of a century-long plan, the being who had that morning discarded the Hogyoku, was turned into a chicken, an ordinary chicken, standing in the grass. The chicken, and this was clearly a tactical decision made by a genius, ran into the safe zone. The transformation broke at the boundary because the safe zone suppresses external effects. So did Kyoka Suigetsu. Ding, Kurosawa has disappeared due to Kyoka Suigetsu's influence. Which is to say, the Baron Dark, standing outside, was now in a hypnosis that no longer had anybody maintaining it, staring at a version of the battlefield that had stopped updating several seconds ago, swinging at a man who was 200 meters away, in a plaza, being a chicken again because he'd stepped back out to check. I sat in my house and watched one of them stand in an empty field in a trance, and the other one walk in a circle as poultry, and I laughed so hard I genuinely could not breathe. That was the state of play when Madara Uchiha dragged a bound man into my plaza by the collar. Hashirama, the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, wrapped in enough rope to moor a ship, sat down heavily in my square, and looked around with an expression of open, uncomplicated delight. I told you, said Madara, you have to come here whether you want to or not. He threw an arm wide at my city, my bell tower, my sky. This world is our world, Daisuke said. Oh, the masonry here is lovely. Then my whole world got a letter from the multiverse. Ding. Congratulations. Your world has entered newcomer protection. Duration. 3 years. Ding. Record achieved. Fastest completion of SSS-level Phase 1 in recorded history. Ding. Reward. 10 source crystals. Facility unlocked. Life tower. And then, because the system enjoys itself, ding. This achievement will be announced across the myriad realms, which had not happened in several hundred years. Somewhere out there, in 400 chat rooms and 1,000 markets and however many organizations that skin SSS worlds for a living, a notification went up with my world's name on it. I didn't think about that part for another week. I was busy reading about the life tower. What it does, it raises your life level, not your power, the thing underneath, bronze to silver. The gap that means a bronze tier species at low power beats a black iron peak human who spent his whole life training, 3 at a time. 1 week cooldown between attempts, and if you fail, you lose a sublevel of what you already had. The first 3 in were Momo, Ragnar, I'll get to Ragnar, and Akio Kibutsuji, who inserted himself into the group with the words, "Gentlemen, opportunity favors the prepared mind," which is not something you can argue with quickly enough to stop it happening. The tower reads your blood first. Momo Sakura, Silver 5th Order, Race, Dragon. Ragnar, Silver, Race Dragon, Potential Unrealized. Note appended, this dragon is not yet an adult. Akio Kibutsuji, Bronze 4th, Race, Oni, with a question mark. The Life Tower, an artifact of a civilization that catalogs species for a living, looked at the demon lord of the 12 Kazuki and returned a shrug. Akio read that, went and stood against the wall, and did nothing whatsoever for the entire session. I watched the rest of that session because the Life Tower has an observation feed, and because I am nosy. Momo's readout said her species had no recorded ceiling and that the tower had nothing to offer her that she would not eventually get by waking up one morning older. She said okay and went and sat down. Ragnar said something the tower had never appended in front of me before. This dragon is not yet an adult. Everyone in the observation gallery read that at the same time and did the same arithmetic. Momo is over 10,000 years old and clapped her hands and made a crater you can see from orbit. Her brother is younger than that, and the tower thinks he isn't finished. Ragnar read his own readout, went, huh, and asked whether the tower sold snacks. And that question mark next to Akio isn't rudeness. That tower is an artifact of a civilization that has been cataloging species since before my planet cooled, and its entire function is to know what you are and raise it. It looked at the demon lord of the 12 Kazuki, ran him against a library containing every race that has ever been written down, found nothing, and returned a shrug. He isn't a race. He's one man's private accident, 400 years old, unique and unrepeatable, and, in the only ledger that matters, unlisted. He had a slot. He had a week's cooldown burning. He stood against that wall and let the whole thing run out, and when the doors opened, he walked out first and did not speak to anybody. The ascension he got a fortnight later, the one that had him shouting in the plaza about being a perfect being, he got on a second slot which he booked himself, alone, and told nobody about. Before any of that though, 3 people with a combined combat power of roughly 0 started a war between 2 civilizations. It is my favorite thing that has ever happened in my world, and I had nothing to do with it. The eastern half of my territory had 2 problems. There was an insect race out there, organized, hive-structured, territorial, and there was a plant race, ambulatory, also territorial, and both of them were bronze tier as a species, which meant that a human player at bronze power was still meat because life level beats power level, and everybody had finally internalized that. Hana had been pricing the region for 2 weeks and had concluded it was untouchable. Then Lord said, at breakfast, without looking up, "They don't like each other, do they?" "What?" "The bugs and the plants. They've got a border. I mapped it." He turned his tablet around. "They've had 4 skirmishes in 9 days, and neither of them has committed." Kazuma put down his food. "They can't see well," he said slowly. "Neither of them. The insects work off scent. The plants work off. I don't actually know what the plants work off, but it's not eyes." Hana's expression changed in a way I have learned to be frightened of. "So if something that smelled like a plant killed a nest," she said, "what would the insects do?" "They spent 2 days on wardrobe. I am not going to describe the process of harvesting enough material from 2 bronze-tier species to make 5 wearable disguises, because it was undignified and Kenji threw up twice. What I will say is that they went in wearing the remains of each other's enemies, and that the plan required them to be seen, not to survive, to be seen. They did not clear this with me. I found out from the death notifications in a row in 11 minutes, and I nearly put my hand through a table." Hana went first. She ran through an insect breeding chamber dressed as a plant at full speed, screaming, and destroyed as many egg clusters as she could reach before something the size of a horse came down the passage and cut her in half at the waist. Ding, player Hana Suzuki has died. Linza went in on the other side of the border, dressed as an insect, into a grove, and burned about an acre of it before the trees closed on him. Ding, player Linze has died. Kazuma and Kenji ran the same play 20 minutes later, deeper in, from opposite directions. Ding, player Kazuma has died. Ding, player Kenji Tanaka has died. 4 dead players and 11 minutes, and the only one still standing was a bald man in a black tracksuit walking calmly through a war zone dressed as a very large ant. Lord's job was different. Lord's job was to be alive at the moment the 2 armies met, standing in the middle, so that both of them arrived at the border expecting an enemy and found one. He walked out into the open between them. 2 armies, hundreds of thousands of things on both sides, and a man with no powers whatsoever standing in the gap in a costume, with his heart going so hard that everything within 50 meters registered it as suppressed killing intent, which and this is the part I love, is the only reason both sides paused long enough to see each other properly. Then he lay down flat and let it happen over the top of him. Ding. World notification. Ding. The insect race and the plant race have entered open conflict. Ding. Contribution awarded to all participating players. 2 bronze-tier civilizations tore each other apart across 400 square kilometers for 9 days. At the end of it, my second exploration team walked into the aftermath and found a region with nothing left in it strong enough to object. Hana filed an expense claim for the costumes. I paid it. I would have paid 10 times. Version 1.2 landed the same week, and it's the update that turned my world into a society. Quests, posted by players for players. A guild system. A hiring system so people from one world could pay people from another. A world arena. And a safe zone expanded from 300 meters to a full kilometer, which sounds administrative, and which meant, in practice, that my city stopped being a fort and started being a town. Lin Chen registered the first guild inside 4 minutes of the update going live. Dragon Lord Palace. He'd written the charter in advance. He'd been sitting on it for a week, waiting, because he had read the patch notes when I posted them and understood immediately that whoever moved first would own the concept. Hana registered the second one 90 seconds later. Freelancers Alliance, no combat requirement, no entry test. Members get contract brokerage, storage, a fixed cut on all sales, and, this is the part that killed everybody else, a guaranteed buyer for anything they loot. Lin Chen's guild got 41 applications in the first day. Hana's crashed the application interface twice and had a waiting list of 200 by evening, and she closed enrollment at noon on the second day with a public notice that said, in full, sorry. Try next month. Prices unchanged. Lin Chen came to see me about it. Village Chief. I was the Dragon Lord of my world. I know. I ran a business empire under an assumed identity for 4 years while my in-laws made me sleep in a storage room. I know that too. I have been beaten, he said, by a girl in a hamster hoodie. Yes. He thought about it. Can I buy shares in her? New arrivals kept coming because the invitations kept going out, and one of them changed everything. He came through hunched. A thin man, narrow-shouldered, with an enormous axe on his back that he was very obviously struggling to carry. He bowed to Hana. He bowed to the gate guard. He bowed to a passing chicken, which in fairness was Kurosawa. Please excuse me, he said. I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm very weak. I hope I won't be a burden. Escanor. The system rated him Black Iron 3rd Order, which put him below Hana's bodyguard, and everyone was extremely polite about it in the way people are polite about a man who apologizes for existing. Then the daily rankings refreshed. Ding. Power leaderboard updated. Ding. 2nd place. Escanor. Black Iron 3rd Order to Silver 8th Order. The entire plaza turned around at once. He was standing there in the noon sun with his shoulders back and about 11 inches taller than he had been an hour earlier, and the light coming off him was not reflected light. Indra, who has fought gods, took a step back. I feel, he said slowly, like I'm facing the sun. Nobody could lift the axe. That was the other thing. Rita, sitting on the ground where he'd set it down. Madara tried and got nothing. Daisuke tried and got nothing. And Blackbeard, the strongest man in the world, got it to rock about 2 centimeters, and then let go and said Kuralala in a tone I had not heard from him before. And Kurosawa, watching all of this with a cup of tea, said, "How very interesting," and went to work. He waited until night. Then he used Kyoka Suigetsu and put a sun in the sky over my plaza. Escanor, who at night is a small apologetic man who flinches at loud noises, straightened up in about 4 seconds. The width came back into his shoulders. The light came up off his skin. He walked over to Rita and picked it up, with one hand. A 2-handed axe? He turned it in the air like a walking stick. No, it's a 1-handed axe. He looked around at 40 people who had spent all evening being kind to him. I am Escanor, one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of pride. And then, 4 seconds later, while Kurosawa was still enjoying himself, Escanor glanced up at the sky and frowned. The sun is not as bright as me today. Kurosawa's expression did not change. It just stopped moving. Let me see a fake sun, said Escanor mildly. In hollow? I have to explain why this matters, and I'll be brief. Kyoka Suigetsu is complete hypnosis, not an illusion, a total substitution of the senses. Once you've seen it released, everything you perceive is what Kurosawa decides you perceive. In 100 years, in his own world, exactly 0 people have broken it from the inside. A drunk man who works my bar noticed the sun was a bit dim. Kurosawa Yuji stood there in my plaza, and I watched him recalculate his entire model of the universe in real time and then, being who he is, get interested. Fascinating, he said. And then he went looking for something to test properly. He found Akira Kazama and asked him 3 questions about demons. Then he came and found me. Village chief, the demon king. Is it true he cannot die? He regenerates from a cell. Sunlight kills him. That's it. And here, sunlight is adjustable. Kurosawa. Isn't this the perfect test subject? And I said nothing. 2 days later, Akio came out of the life tower. He came out glowing. He came out with both arms raised in the middle of the plaza, in daylight, shouting, "It's a success!" He turned in a circle in the sun. From this day forward, I am the perfect being. And that was true. That was actually true. The life tower had done it. The sunlight weakness was gone, all but the very peak of noon, and 400 years of hiding in cellars were over, and Kageyama Akio stood in an open square at midday and laughed. Kurosawa sent him a forced PvP invitation 11 minutes later. Here's what happened in that arena, and I'm going to tell it the way Akio experienced it, because that's the only way it makes sense. He fought. He lost. Badly. Quickly. Without landing anything. I watched from the owner's box, and I did not stop it, and that is a sentence I have to keep saying out loud so it stays true. Then the match ended, and he walked out of the arena gate into the plaza, and the plaza was wrong. He turned around and he was back in the arena, and Kurosawa was standing there, and the match had not ended, so he fought again, and lost. And walked out into the plaza, and the plaza was wrong in a different way this time, so he kept walking, out of the city, through the gate, into the fields, and the fields opened onto a road he knew, and the road went to a town he knew, in a country he had not seen in 400 years, with the mountain in the right place, and the smell of the river right, and a house at the end of the street with the door open. Akira had described that town to Kurosawa in about 90 seconds of casual conversation. Akio stood in the doorway of his own house, and then he was in the arena. 24 hours. Precisely. Kurosawa Yuji held a forced duel slot for a full day, and in that day, Akio Kibutsuji left the arena more times than anyone counted, and every single one of them was a floor that opened under him. There was no violence in it after the first hour. That's what I can't get past. It was just doors. When it finally ended, Akio walked out, actually out, genuinely out, into the real plaza, and got about 9 steps, and sat down on the ground with his back against the gate post. He stayed there. He's still there, most days. He sits by the entrance and people go around him, and every so often he reaches out and touches the stone and says in a completely reasonable voice, "Fake, real. Is it real or fake?" Akira Kazama came to me a week after that. "The Corps has mobilized," he said. "Every pillar. They're hunting the 12 Kazuki, all of them at once. Without him coordinating, the demons are—" He stopped. He was looking across the plaza at a man sitting against a gate post. They're being wiped out, all of them, in weeks. Good, I said. Yes, said Akira. He didn't move for a while. Village chief, what that man did to him. He was choosing his words very carefully. Is that something you approve of? I approve of results. That isn't what I asked. And I didn't answer him because I didn't have an answer, and I still don't, and the demons stopped eating people that month either way. He came back 3 weeks later with the whole account, and I made him sit down for it. The Demon Slayer Corps had gone out all at once, every Hashira simultaneously, in 9 directions, on the strength of one report from a boy who had disappeared for a night and come back with a location and a warning. They had never done that before. That organization has spent centuries hunting one at a time, in the dark, losing people because they never knew where anything was, and because the thing directing the demons could redirect them faster than a human can walk. Nobody was directing anything now. The upper moons don't coordinate, said Akira. His voice was completely level, which is how I knew. They can't. Whatever he used to do, whatever the connection was, it isn't there. They're sitting in the same places they've always sat, doing the same things, and they don't know why nothing's coming. So you're killing them. We're killing them. Yes. He looked at his own hands. 2 of the upper ranks in 19 days, 3 of the lower. Akaza is... He stopped. Akaza fought Tomioka and myself together, and we did not lose. That's good. It should have taken 100 years. He was quiet for a bit. May I ask you a question, village chief? Go ahead. How many people has he killed? Kibutsuji, in 400 years. I could have looked it up. I didn't need to. I'd read it the week I invited him, because I read all of them before I send the invitation, and the number is in there, and the number is not a number, it's an estimate with a range, and the range has 6 digits at the bottom of it. I told him. Akira Kazama sat in my plaza and cried, which is a thing he does easily and without shame, and then he stopped and wiped his face and said, then the man sitting by the gate did more good in 1 day than my entire order has done in 300 years, and he did it by torturing someone for a day and a night, and I don't know what to do with that. Neither do I. You said you approve of results. I lied. It was a good line. He laughed, which I hadn't expected. I'm going to keep sitting with him, he said. The demon. When he's confused, someone should. He'd kill you if he came back properly. Yes, said Akira. Probably. And he went and sat with him, and he has done it most evenings since, and I have never once been able to decide whether that is the best or the stupidest thing anyone in my world does. Muqing went home with a ring full of bees. That's not a joke, and it's not a euphemism. She'd spent 2 weeks in my world tending the giant venomous bees nobody else would go near, and she'd fed them, and they'd decided she was theirs. Ding. Hidden achievement, creature taming. A new path has opened in this world. She got a plot of land and a hive ring out of it, and the entire concept of beast taming entered my world's rule set because a quiet woman in white was kind to insects. She came back to the ancient tomb, and it was empty. Li Guo was gone, taken out into the world by a madman named Ouyang Feng, who is dangerous and mad, and in the specific matter of that boy, kind, which is the sort of thing that makes it worse, not better. And that night, a Quanjin disciple named Zhen Jibing came into the tomb after her. He'd sealed her acupoints days earlier. He'd been waiting. He came in with the intention of doing something to a paralyzed woman in the dark, and he got about 4 steps. She let a bee out. He was dead before he reached the corridor, foaming, in the doorway of a tomb, and I felt nothing about it, and neither did she. The Quanjin sect came for her the next morning with torches and accusations, and it was Ouyang Feng, insane, half-naked, upside down at the time, who told them the truth about the sealed acupoints because madmen don't have a stake in a lie. They left. Li Guo did not come back. She stood in the entrance of the ancient tomb for a while with her hive ring on her finger. It's impossible, she said to the mountain, for Li Guo to have his heart set on the ancient tomb. Then she went back to my world, where the bees were. I got back to the real world after 4 days, and Xie Jingyi was not at the house. Gao Ming met me at the door with a bow at exactly the correct angle. Miss C is at her engagement ceremony, young master. Her what? To young master Shu Kai. It was arranged some time ago. A perfect, empty smile. You weren't informed? My watch rang. Li Wei. Loud, cheerful, very slightly wrong at the edges. I'm at the engagement party. Why don't you come and crash the wedding? I said. Jingyi. Gao Ming is trying to frame the 2 of us. Still bright, still in the voice you use when there are 11 people within earshot. They're bullying me, a weak woman. So please help me. The line cut. An invitation arrived on my watch 2 seconds later with a single-use teleport attached, and at the bottom, squeezed in under the formal wording in a smaller font, in a way that no formal invitation has ever been laid out. Come on, Li Wei. I looked at Gao Ming. He had gone a color I'd describe as recently boiled. Excuse me, I said, and used the teleport. The Fang family had hired a hall. 300 guests, ice sculptures, an orchestra, a stage at the front with a screen behind it the size of a house, and every recruiter and family head in the city sitting at round tables with name cards, because this wasn't a party, it was a merger. Shu Kai was on the stage. Bronze Peak, second year, an A-grade world of his own, and a face that had never once in its life been told no. Xie Jingyi stood next to him in white, smiling at the room, with her hands folded, absolutely still. Before we proceed, said Shu Kai into the microphone, there is a small matter of character that the Z family should be aware of. It grieves me to raise it. He nodded to the technician. Roll it. The screen came on. And on it, 40 feet high, in front of 300 of the most important people in the district, was Shu Kai, in a service corridor, with Gao Ming. I want it filmed from the west camera, the angle's better. Drug them both, the boy first, and make sure the girl's face is visible. Young master, if the Z family discovers, the Z family will discover a video of their daughter and a dying orphan, and then the Z family will beg me to take her. 300 people watched the entire recording. The sound in that hall can't be described. Exactly. It started as nothing. Then one person laughed, high and shocked, at a table near the back. Then it spread, and it kept spreading, and within 20 seconds, 300 of the most powerful people in the district were laughing at a boy on a stage in front of a 40-foot screen of his own voice. Jie Jingyi had swapped the file that morning. She'd known about the plan for 2 weeks. She'd had the corridor footage since the night Gao Ming ate his own dessert. And she had sat on it, through the arrangements, through the dress fittings, through her family's congratulations, until the exact moment when the maximum number of important people were in one room. I have never been more frightened of anyone in my life. Shu Kai was still standing there with his mouth open when the screen changed again. To photographs. Of me. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Me asleep. Me eating. Me walking out of the school gate. Me in the illusion hall corridor with my hair a mess. Me being carried. No, wait. That one was me carrying her, taken by a drone, from above, at night, and I have absolutely no idea when she set that up. The screen filled with them, and then the projectors in the ceiling took over and put them across the entire hall, on the walls, on the ceiling, 300 guests sitting inside a slideshow of a boy who did not know he was being photographed, and Xie Jingyi came down off that stage in a wedding dress and crossed the floor at a dead run. She stopped in front of me. She was shaking. She took a ring out of somewhere in that dress. She'd had it the whole time. She'd had it through the entire ceremony, and she went down on one knee in front of 300 people. I like you, she said. Will you be my boyfriend? I have faced a scorpion lord. I have cut off my own arm. I have fought a copy of myself on the 100th floor of a tower designed by something that hates me. I could not produce a single word, and that's when Shu Kai threw the spear, Bronze Peak, from 12 meters, at the back of a girl in a white dress kneeling on a floor. I put a wall of ice up. It went through the wall of ice. Bronze Peak is Bronze Peak, so I caught it. Bare hand. Armament hockey. The spear stopped 9 centimeters from the back of her head, and the shockwave took every glass off every table in the room. I looked at it. Then I looked past it. At him. Jingyi, I said. Yes? Doesn't this person look like a vicious dog? I broke the spear, and then I let it out. Conqueror's hockey. Silver level. From a bronze life level body that had cleared a purgatory tower and been fed by a world for a month in a hall with a ceiling. The ceiling cracked. 300 people went to the floor. Not knelt, went down. Shu Kai, Bronze Peak, second year, pride of his family, hit the stage face first and stayed there, and the orchestra fainted in a group, and somewhere at the back, a table of Alliance recruiters were on their hands and knees looking up at a 17-year-old with a G-level certificate. I'm taking her away today, I said, and let's see who dares to stop me. Nobody dared. We walked out through a hall full of people on the floor, and she had my sleeve in both hands, and about halfway to the door she started laughing and could not stop, and by the street she was crying instead, and I did not say anything at all because I am a coward about exactly one thing. I never answered the question, by the way, not that night. She noticed. She's mentioned it since, roughly 40 times. I went back to my own world after that, and I should probably explain that I had been gone from it for half a month. Half a month. Real time. Between the tower, the school, the engagement, and a certain amount of lying on the floor of my room reliving a moment with a ring in it, I had not logged in properly in 2 weeks. Let me tell you what my world looked like through the eyes of the next guy who wandered into it. His name was He Yongqiang. He was, by trade, a hairdresser. He was also, according to the assassin rankings of his own world, number 17,369, which he mentioned to nobody. He arrived in a plaza, and a girl in a hamster hoodie handed him a laminated card. Welcome to the Myriad Realms Bureau. I'm Hana. I run orientation, banking, employment, and the map service. Which do you need? All of them? Bundle discount. Follow me and don't touch anything on the left. The tour, item by item, an alchemy lab on fire, with a young man in black backing out of it coughing. That's Lindsay. It catches fire roughly twice a day. He is undeterred. A woman in white in a field of hives surrounded by bees the size of cats, entirely at peace. A large, cheerful man in red armor chasing newcomers down the street shouting, "The first Hokage of Konoha will teach you personally, step by step. Are you interested?" Wood release is very versatile. And then sitting down on a bench and openly weeping when a passing guest told him it sounded like feudal superstition. Madara dragging that same man away by the collar toward a dungeon entrance, a bar, an actual bar, with a bar top and stools, run by a mild, apologetic, extremely thin man who mixed drinks beautifully and apologized for the ice. At that bar, drinking, a woman of such surpassing beauty that He Yongkyang walked into a post, and then turning her head to look at three men who had approached her, and all three becoming statues, mid-sentence, permanently. That's Boa Hancock. She does that. Hana has a broom. A blonde woman in blue armor recruiting, seriously and methodically, an all-female squad, with an interview process. A small girl in a witch's hat following a hunting party at a distance calling out, "Please, just one. I only need to fire once per day. I'll walk myself home afterward, I promise. You only have to carry me a little." And a man in a white scarf sitting against the gatepost, touching the stone, asking it whether it was real. "What," said He Yongkyang, "is this place?" "The village chief's world." "Where's the village chief?" Hana sighed with her whole body. "What an irresponsible village chief," she said. There was also, by then, a pioneer team. Daisuke, Escanor, and Madara chartered to map the territory. My world was 10,000 kilometers across at that point and expanding, and their conclusion after 9 days was that 10,000 kilometers did not cover 100,000th of it. I own a planet. I have visited about 4% of a continent, and on the 16th day, while I was still at home doing homework, somebody invaded. The safe zone alarm went off at 9 in the morning, and the sky over the eastern gate tore. Ding! Foreign world incursion detected. An announcement came through in a voice that wasn't mine. All players in my top 10,000 rankings, enter. 10,000 people came through that tear. I was doing homework, literal homework, on an actual desk in the real world while 10,000 armed strangers walked into my house. It was another conqueror, another SSS-level owner, running a world with an actual population, and he had brought his entire top bracket to strip mine. The first thing that hit them was a railgun. Reika Ayasaki had arrived 4 days earlier, had been extremely annoyed about it, and had spent those 4 days looking for something worth shooting. Railgun! An arcade coin at 3 kilometers a second went through the front rank and about 40 meters of the ones behind it. Pikachu got the flank. Hikai locked down the western approach with talismans. Lin Zi came out of his burning laboratory with his sleeves on fire and threw something that made a hole in the world, and then Boa Hancock put down her drink. She stood up on the bar, on the actual bar, on Escanor's counter, in heels, looked out at an invading army of 10,000 and released Conqueror's Haki. 9,000 of them dropped. 9,000 out of 10. In one push from a woman who had been drinking since breakfast, and the survivors stood there in a field of their own unconscious colleagues, and one of them said, out loud, on the recording, "How is that possible?" Blackbeard, watching from the wall, laughed until he had to hold the parapet. "It's a really good Haoshoku, isn't it, Keiga?" Crimson Lion Kage, standing next to him, who has been a legend of that sea for 40 years and who does not have Conqueror's Haki and never will, said nothing at all for a very long time. And then the real owners arrived. 3 of them came through the tear, unhurried, and the man who had brought 10,000 people to my gate went white and started to explain himself. They wore plain dark clothing with numbers on the chest. 74, 75, 76. All 3 of them registered as silver, in a world under newcomer protection, in a beginner zone, against a roster that topped out at bronze 9th. Number 76 walked past the man who had hired him, put a hand through his chest without breaking stride, and let him fall. None of those who saw them, he said, to nobody, survived. That's when I finally checked my messages. Number 76 broke Kageyama Renji's blade with his fingers. I felt that one in my teeth. Shinso came at him at the speed it always comes, and he reached up and took it out of the air between a thumb and 2 fingers and bent it. Renji's smile stayed exactly where it was, which is the only tell that man has ever given, and then a hand closed on his collar and pulled him out of the follow-up strike. "Renji," said Kurosawa, setting him on his feet. "Underestimating the enemy is the first bad habit." "Ah. My apologies, Captain." Number 74 looked at the 2 of them and said, "You're both bronze," in the tone of a man reading a price tag. Then the sun came out. It was the middle of the night. Kurosawa had put it there, and he'd done it in the first 3 seconds of the engagement because Kurosawa is never doing the thing he appears to be doing. Escalates picked up Rita and walked out to meet number 76. They hit each other, and the shockwave took the eastern wall off my city. Behind them, the rest of it went the way that fights go when neither side can be reasoned with. I was watching from a school corridor on a watch screen between 3rd and 4th period. Lumina got carried into position by a very put-upon Lu Bu, fired explosion once at number 75, blew a crater the size of a stadium, and then lay on the ground shouting encouragement because she cannot walk afterward. Ragnar turned into a dragon, an actual dragon, 30 meters, because Momo's brother is a great deal more than a silver tier note in a log, and tore number 75's arm off at the shoulder. It grew back in 11 seconds. Silver, said Kurosawa with interest. That's what silver means. And the fight was being coordinated from a room by 3 people who couldn't fight at all. That's the part worth putting down properly. Hana, Kazuma, and Lord were in the safe zone with the world map on a wall, and they were running it like a raid. Hikai, they're pushing the seam at the north wall. Drop the pattern. Do it now. Escanor is holding. Everyone rotate towards 74. Not you, Hancock. Stay on 75. She's the only one who can hold him. Ragnar, disengage. You're bleeding out. Respawn and come back. It's free. And Lord, on the channel, in a voice like a man reading a weather report, said the thing that decided it. Don't worry about your lives. Use your own lives to stop them. Buy Escanor time. Because deaths in my world cost me source chi and cost them nothing. They had figured out, collectively, in about 4 minutes, that they had an infinite army. Number 74 was the one who broke first, and he didn't break physically. Madara caught him in Izanami, the loop, the one that only ends when you accept the truth of yourself, which is a thing number 74 was constitutionally unable to do. Setting it up cost Madara something off his own body every time. He paid it, died, respawned, and paid it again, and then a 3rd time, and complained about none of it. Hikai had him in Ruinjin Duo, which softens the tendons, for 11 seconds. Frostine used Mahapadma, stopping time, the trump card, the thing she can do once, and spent it on nothing but positioning. Kaido used the Reaper Death Seal on him, died, and came back 40 seconds later already forming another one. Every single one of them, after using their strongest technique, killed themselves to reset. I have the log. There is a stretch of about 6 minutes where the death notifications scroll faster than they can be read. Number 74 stood in the middle of my field, silver ranked, functionally immortal, up against beings a full tier beneath him, and he could not close the fight, because the fight would not stop arriving. He now feels like a boss, is what the system log recorded him saying, disgusted by millions of players. Escanor put his hand through number 76's chest at dawn. The sun was real by then. Kurosawa had let his fake one go about an hour earlier, quietly, without telling anybody, because the real one was coming up and he wanted to see what happened. What happened is that Escanor got bigger. See, he pulled his arm back. I told you, the only one who can beat me is myself. Kurosawa finished number 75 without appearing to do anything at all. There was no technique. There was a man standing there and then there was a man falling over, and afterward Kurosawa mentioned in passing to nobody in particular that Kyoka Suigetsu had been active on that particular opponent since the moment he arrived. Since the moment he arrived, not since the fight started, since he came through the tear. Everything number 75 had seen for the entire engagement had been a suggestion, and number 74, with both his colleagues dead and a Susanoo standing over him, laughed. I'm only number 74, he said. Everybody stopped. There are more than 70 people ahead of me. 70, ahead of him, of the man who had held off my entire world for a night. 3 years of newcomer protection. He was still laughing, and there was blood in it. Fine, enjoy them. But after 3 years, when there's no protection, he self-destructed. The crater is still there. I've left it. I go and look at it sometimes. I arrived 4 minutes after that, into a plaza full of exhausted people and a broken wall. Ah, I said, taking it in. You didn't know I was coming back, so you came to greet me early, did you? Nobody laughed. Hana threw a shoe at the sky. I paid everyone back. Every source chi spent on resurrection, refunded, plus a bonus, plus a formal apology delivered by system announcement, which is the closest thing to groveling a world owner can do. Then I did the introductions, because 2 weeks of arrivals had piled up. Lord Overus, an actual skeleton in an actual robe who arrived, assessed everything instantly and correctly, and then spent his first 3 days terrified that someone would notice he was improvising. Boa Hancock, who had been drinking at my bar for a week and had turned 11 people to stone. Eleanor Pendragon, who had already assembled a squad. Reika Ayasaki, who I greeted with, "Ah, Sparky," and who stopped me with a raised finger and about 900 volts of ambient warning. My name, she said, is Reika Ayasaki. Understood, absolutely. Reika Ayasaki. Goliath, who had eaten most of my wildlife budget. Valerius, a barbarian king who lasts 5 seconds after death and has built an entire personality on it. He Yongqiang, hairdresser, whose salon had already gone bankrupt. Lumina, Escanor, Sabina, Crimson Lion Kage. And in the corner of the plaza, sitting on the ground with her knees up, a small white-haired girl who had been there for 11 days. Nobody had been able to get a word out of her. She shook when people came close. She couldn't log out. Her invitation had come through wrong somehow, or she'd panicked at the prompt, and either way she'd been sitting in a corner of a strange world for a week and a half. I sat down on the ground about 2 meters away, which is as close as she'd allow. Luna, right? Nothing. You can't play alone, I said. Can you? She looked up. So use one of mine. I put an invitation in front of her on the flagstones. Go and get your brother. Leo came through 11 seconds later, mid-argument with someone who no longer existed, and the first thing he did was scoop up his sister, and the second thing he did was scan my entire world in about 4 seconds and start asking questions about the rule set. And I made a mistake. I said out loud, in the plaza, with everyone listening, both blank and blank are utterly useless if you take them out individually. Leo put a hand on his heart. But together, the two of them are invincible in games. Even gods would be defeated by them. Hana's head came around slowly. Kazuma's did too. The two most competitive people in my world, a girl who had monetized an entire economy from a folding table and a boy who had lived inside a game for 2 years, looked at a pair of shut-ins and made, in silence, the same decision. That went extremely badly for them, and I'll come back to it. Then a toad appeared in my plaza, screamed, and vanished, and I knew something had gone wrong in the hidden leaf. Kageyama moved on the night of the 10th of October. He'd had 9 days of losing everything, and he'd finally found somebody who could give him what he wanted, and the somebody was a man in an orange spiral mask who called himself Uchiha Madara. My one, was at that exact moment in my plaza arguing about meat. He has never met the man in the mask. When I eventually told him what that man was calling himself, he went quiet for a long time and then said, "How dare he?" They came for the Hokage residence at midnight. Himari was 9 months and 4 days pregnant. Uchiha Kage got there first. He was 17. He'd been on gate duty. He came through the window of the birthing room ahead of 11 root operatives and stood in front of a woman on a bed and opened a Mangekyo Sharingan he had not previously had. It was Kaido-sama, he said, to nobody, with blood coming down his face, who opened my eyes. Susanoo came up around the bed. Kageyama stabbed at it. His kunai broke. He tried again with a different one, and that broke too, and he stood there, an elder of the village, in a birthing room, with a handful of broken metal. Himari, mid-labor, in a hospital gown, with chakra chains coming out of her back, took 4 of his men and bound them to the wall. "Do you know," she said through her teeth, "how inconvenient this is?" And then the masked man reached through the wall and took the Ninetails out of her anyway. That's the part nobody could stop. That's what Kamui does. You cannot block a hand that isn't there. The fox came up over the village, and the sky went red, and the first 3 districts went flat. Kaido arrived 30 seconds later. He appeared on the Hokage monument with his coat snapping, and he looked down at a masked man standing on the fox's head, and I have never heard him make that sound before or since. "Toby," the mask turned. "You actually did it." He flashed to the birthing room first, priorities, and knocked his own wife unconscious with the edge of his hand because she was going to try to help and she was 4 centimeters from giving birth. And then he was back on the monument. And then Kaito Masami used everything. 3 weeks of world feedback, a bronze life level, sage mode he'd been quietly grinding at 4 in the morning. Every point of strength he'd taken from my world, all of it, in one place, in one throw. Sage art, wind release, Rasen shuriken. It hit the 9-tailed fox in the chest and did not stop when it got there. The expansion took the top off a hill. The fox screamed, not a roar, a scream, and the scream broke the genjutsu holding it because Toby's control was a thread and something had just put a hand through the middle of it. The masked man had one moment of pure disbelief and then he covered it because that's what he does. "The fastest ninja in the world," he said. "Who was late? Twice." Kaito went still. "You couldn't save Saki, you couldn't save me, and now you can't save—" "So you mean," said Kaito, "the suffering you've endured is because of me?" He didn't wait for the answer. "Here's how you catch a man who can't be touched. Kamui has a window. There's a moment, a fraction of a second, as he comes back to solid to make his own attack. Everybody knows about the window. Nobody's fast enough to use it. Kaido put a Rasengan into that window on the first attempt. Toby phased out with the damage already inside him, into his own dimension, into the one place in any world where nobody can follow, and Kaido Masami followed him. He'd marked him. Somewhere in that exchange, with everything else going on, he had put a Flying Thunder God seal on the man, and the seal went where the man went. I have the footage from inside Kamui's dimension, because Kaido had a recording seal on his collar, and it is 11 seconds long, and it is the coldest thing I have ever watched. Toby, on his knees, on a gray cube, with a hand at his throat. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. The knife went in. Don't worry, I'll bury you and Saki 108,000 miles apart. And, as he was leaving, by the way, I'll tell Saki about what you did, at her grave. He came out into a village on fire with a fox that had nobody driving it, and he sealed it into himself, not into his son. Into himself, entirely, the 8 trigrams, all of it, and stood up afterward with a mark on his stomach and the strongest tailed beast in the world in his gut, alive, because he'd come back from the dead 4 times that month and had stopped believing that death was a permanent argument. They dragged Kageyama in at dawn with both arms broken. Kaito didn't look at him. He was in the birthing room, holding a very small, very loud, extremely orange-haired infant, and I watched a man who had that day killed his best friend and eaten a demon god look down at a baby and start crying, and I turned my screen off because some things aren't mine. 2 of my employees read their futures around then, and both of them took entirely the wrong lesson. Kurono got to the part about an ant, not an ant. The ant, a king born out of a queen who 8 cities to make him, who learns a board game in a fortnight and gets bored of being unbeatable at it. I watched Kurono read that with a hand pressed over his mouth. If I feed Meruem a little earlier, he said to himself in an empty room, will he become stronger? Then, after a moment, delighted, if we brought this guy to the myriad worlds? He has not mentioned Gon since. That boy, who was the thing he was saving, the fruit he was ripening, has been dropped completely and without ceremony because Kurono has found a larger apple. I employ him. I want that understood. I made this choice. And the Baron Dark went back for his talismans. He'd gotten 5 of them stolen off his back by a child, and it had wounded him in the only place he has, so he went back to that world and did the arithmetic that people like him always do. He took Gwen, picked her up off a street outside her school, and walked into Section 13 holding an 11-year-old by the collar. Long, he said. Every talisman. On the floor. I'll give you 3 seconds. Chen Long said, let her go and we can... 3. Please. 2. Or you'll only see a pile of minced meat. They gave him 12 talismans. And then he set her down on the floor of the vault, unharmed, brushed off her shoulders, and stepped back. Sit with that part. He didn't hurt her. He wasn't going to. He never was. A corpse ends the story, and a living child is a permanent wound in a man who has to keep her safe forever and now knows he can't. From this day forward, he said from the doorway, my Baron Dark has nothing to do with you anymore. He went home to my world and got in the queue for the Life Tower. Blackbeard, meanwhile, went to prison. Not as a guest. He and Crimson Lion Cage walked into Impel Down through the front, which is the sort of thing that gets written on a page in a history book by itself. Blackbeard released Conqueror's Haki once, in the entrance hall. The building went down, not the walls, the people. Every guard on every level, all 6 simultaneously, in one push, which I am told has never been done, and which the warden's office spent the following month trying to write a report about. Magellan came up out of level 4 in a cloud. Poison Dragon! Blackbeard hit him. That's the whole account. He hit him once, and the most dangerous man in that prison went into a wall and stayed in it. And then, out of a corridor full of unconscious men, one person got up. Vice Warden Hannibal. Blood coming out of his mouth and both ears from 3 separate shockwaves, one arm not working, standing up in front of 2 emperors in the middle of a prison break. In order to allow the weak, he said, to live peacefully on this sea, he spat. I, Hannibal, will lock you pirates all up in prison. Blackbeard stopped. He looked at him for a long moment. And then he said, formally, the way you'd introduce yourself at a funeral. Arthur Croft. Hannibal blinked. I didn't come here to do good deeds, said Blackbeard, and knocked him out with Conqueror's Haki, standing up, in one breath, with something like respect on his face. They walked out with Orca and Sand Viper, and on the way to the ship, Blackbeard did something none of us expected. He opened my mercenary system. Ding. World Mercenary Quest posted. Ding. Quest. The Marineford War. Ding. Requirements. None. Personnel needed. 10. Ding. Note from client. I'll cover the fee myself. That thing filled in 90 seconds. Lumina. First, instantly, before the post had finished rendering, on the grounds that a war has a great many things in it that have not yet been exploded. Hana, who negotiated a merchant's cut of all salvage and got it, Daisuke and Madara, as a package because neither of them will let the other go anywhere alone, Lu Bu, Frostine, Kaito, Psycho, who had been asking me for a war for 3 weeks, Escanor, Goliath, who joined on being told there would be Sea Kings. They assembled on the deck of the Moby Dick, and Daisuke immediately walked to the rail and started touching things. Ban, look. He had a rock. He'd found a rock. This stone is a really beautiful stone, and these chains, these are real iron chains. Madara turned around and faced the sea and did not speak for 11 minutes. Frostine came to Blackbeard before the fleet moved. I have some things to take care of first, she said. I'll join the main engagement later. Kuralala, what things? By the way, perfectly casual. Where is the Holy Land, Mary Joaz, in this world? Blackbeard looked at her for a while. Here's where that came from. Hancock had been drinking at Escanor's bar 3 nights earlier, and drink makes her talk, and what she talked about, to a stranger, in a bar, in a world that isn't hers, in a voice that stayed completely level the whole way through, was where she got the mark on her back and who put it there and what those people are. Frostine had listened to all of it without saying anything. North of the red line, said Blackbeard, at the top. Thank you. Take Escanor with you. I don't need. Take Escanor with you, said Blackbeard, and went back to his coffee. Marineford held the line for 3 hours before we arrived. Flynn had the formation. Scarlet Dog was on the plaza in front of the scaffold saying the sort of thing that's designed to make young men charge, and Jack was in chains up on the platform with his head down, and Tyra was standing at the rail in his coat with the execution order in his hand. Then the air split above the Moby Dick's figurehead and 11 people walked out of nothing. Tyra's face when he saw Orca, professional dismay. Tyra's face when he saw Sandviper, irritation. Tyra's face when he saw Crimson Lion Kage, a man who had been out of the world for 2 decades and whose file was in a drawer marked closed, was the face of a man watching his own retirement burn. And then Blackbeard said, take the admirals, and my staff went to work. Kaido took Raijin, Light versus the Flying Thunder God. I have watched it 11 times and I still can't score it. What I can tell you is that at one point Bolt, who moves at the speed of light, who has never in his career been surprised by a location, stopped dead, looked over his shoulder, and had visible sweat on his face. That's too fast, he said out loud, to nobody. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. I paid for that speed. 200 source chi and 4 upgrades, and hearing an admiral say that sentence was worth every point. Madara took Scarlet Dog, Magma against a fireball the size of a house, and when Magma turned out to win that exchange, Madara said, fine, and put a Susanoo the size of a battleship on the plaza and started hitting Marineford with a sword made of ribs. Daisuke took Aokiji, wood versus ice. You can't freeze a forest that grows faster than the frost travels. Glacier spent 40 minutes trying, and then spent the rest of the battle standing in a growing jungle in the middle of a Navy headquarters, being extremely polite about it. Lu Bu took Tempest and was delighted. Goliath took Iron Fist. That one lasted 11 seconds, which is 10 seconds longer than anything else Iron Fist has ever been in. Then the old man hit him with the 30-fold punch, and Goliath went through the wall of the building behind him and came out grinning with 2 broken ribs saying, again. Psycho took Hawkeye, the strongest swordsman in the world, against a high school girl with a Bakken and a bronze-tier body from a world that isn't hers. Little girl, said Hawkeye, blocking her, that's not how you use a sword. It doesn't matter, she was laughing. She was actually laughing, in his face, 11 centimeters from the black blade. Slay the blood. He was, I think, about 4 exchanges from ending it when a woman in a red cloak dropped between them and put a boot through the ground. That one, said Boa Hancock, is under my protection today. Hawkeye considered the arithmetic and stepped back, because he is many things, but he is not stupid. And Blackbeard walked up the middle of it to the scaffold. Tyra came down off the rail in his Buddha form, 20 meters of Golden Giant, the Marine Fleet Admiral, a man who has held that platform against everything the sea could throw for 30 years. Blackbeard hit him once. Tyra, he said, stepping over him, your strength has declined. He climbed the scaffold. He took hold of the chains at Jack's wrists and pulled them apart like a man opening a bag of rice. Jack, who had spent 3 days on that platform preparing to die and had gotten most of the way to being all right with it, looked up. Chief, you're my son. Blackbeard didn't let him finish. How can I abandon my son? He got him up on his feet. Your dad will cover for you if you make a mistake. At the exact same hour, 4,000 kilometers away, Frostine built a staircase up the red line, ice, from the sea to the top, 2,000 meters of it, in about 11 minutes. Escanor went up first, and the steps melted under him as he climbed, and she had to keep rebuilding the ones behind him, and neither of them commented on it. They came out on the manicured lawns of the Holy Land at noon. A celestial dragon in a bubble helmet turned around, saw them, and pointed. "Oh, she's a beauty!" To his attendant, not to them. They weren't people to him, they were stock. "And there's another burly slave with her. I want that one too. Buy them." Escanor set Rita down on the grass. "Let me," he said. "The sun, purify this filthy place." I'm not going to describe what the axe did. It was fast and it was total and there was nothing left where those people had been standing. Then he raised his open hand and something came into it. It was a sphere about the size of a grapefruit and it was, as far as my system could determine, an actual small star. A merciless sun. I turned the brightness down on my own screen. That is a true sentence about a man standing in a garden. He closed his fist. Explosive arrogance. Half of the Holy Land ceased to exist, not burned, not flattened. There is a curved edge now where the palaces used to be, and past that edge, there is sky. And Frostine came in from the other side because she was not going to let a man do the whole thing, hundreds of icicles 10 meters each falling in ranks. Then the cavalry, the whole army of them, riding down avenues that had never had anything larger than a slave cart on them. Mary Juiz was erased in under an hour. The red line, the continent, the wall that divides that entire world into 4 seas, was cut through to the water. Back at Marineford, Blackbeard cracked the plaza in half and called the retreat. "I have achieved my goal." His voice went across the whole bay. "If you want to cause more senseless casualties, then keep following us." Nobody followed. And then, with his fleet at his back and his son alive on his deck, Blackbeard turned around and said one more thing. "This is my battle alone. No one is allowed to interfere." He walked back through the smoke and came out with Captain Dread hanging from one hand. Dread talked. Of course he did. He talked the entire way. "Dad, Chief, I'm your son. I followed you for 20 years. 20 years. I made a mistake. I know. I made a mistake. I'll change it. I'll change. I'll come back to the crew. Blackbeard cut him from the shoulder down. Then he went through the rest of that crew, all of them, one after another, without hurrying and without saying anything at all. Lumina, watching from the deck, was vibrating. "That was so cool. Did you see? Did you see?" Hana was standing next to her with her arms folded. "Who is at fault?" she said, quietly, to nobody in particular. One was defending justice, the other was trying to save his son. There was one more thing on that deck and I nearly cut it out of this account because it isn't mine. Jack sat down against the mainmast afterward with the blanket on and did not talk for about 2 hours. He'd spent 3 days on a scaffold. Before that, he'd spent 2 years chasing one man across an ocean because that man killed Finch, and everyone had told him not to, and he'd gone anyway, and the entire chain of events that put him in those chains started with a decision he made alone at 4 in the morning without telling anybody. Flynn brought him something to drink and sat down next to him and said nothing for the entire 2 hours, which is a skill. Eventually, Jack said, "He told me not to go." "Yeah." "He sent a bird. I got the bird." He was looking at his hands. "I read it, and I went anyway." "Yeah." "So this is—" "Don't," said Flynn. "It's my fault. Directly. Straight line. He wrecked an island, took an admiral hostage, broke Impel down, and destroyed a navy base, and it's because I read a letter and did the opposite." Flynn thought about it. "Okay," he said. "Say that's true, Yoi. What's the alternative?" "What? What's the version where you don't go? You sit on the ship for 2 years knowing Finch's killer is out there. You get quieter. You get worse. Eventually you go anyway, except you're 30 and you've hated yourself the whole time, or you don't go and you're not you anymore." He shrugged. "Chief doesn't want the second one. Ask him." Jack did not ask him. But at dinner later, Blackbeard raised his cup and said the thing he says, the thing he has said at every table for 40 years, and it lands differently once you have watched a man split a continent in half over it. "Kuralala, which of you is my son?" 1,600 people shouted the answer, and one of them shouted it louder than the rest and cracked halfway through, and nobody looked at him. I turned my screen off. That's twice now. I'm not made of stone. The bounty posters came in the same delivery as the Mary Juiz report, and there was a small thing at the bottom of the page that nobody in my world commented on. Croft's own bounty had not been raised, not by a coin, not after the island, the hostage, the prison, the base, the continent. The world government had looked at everything he did that week and elected not to acknowledge that any of it had changed the arithmetic, because raising a number means admitting a number was wrong. He noticed. He put the paper down and laughed so hard he woke people up. "They're pretending," he said, wiping his eye. "They're actually pretending." The newspapers came out 2 days later, and my world got a copy. Mary Juiz destroyed. 70–80% of the celestial dragons confirmed dead. The world government has not issued a statement. I did not order that. I want that recorded once, and then I will stop saying it because nobody in any world believes me. And on the next page, 2 bounty posters. The Ice Princess, Frostine, 3 billion. The Sun, Escanor, 4 billion. They pinned both of them up behind the bar. Escanor apologized for his. Boa Hancock stood in front of that bar and looked at the two posters for a long time without moving. She'd told a story in a bar because she was drunk to a woman she barely knew, in a world that wasn't hers, and a week later, there was no Mary Joyce. She put a hand over her mouth and did not take it away for some time, and when Frostine came in and sat down 2 stools over and ordered a drink, neither of them said a single word about it, then or ever. Back home, Kazuma lost. He lost everything. He challenged Leo at a fighting game and lost, then at cards, then at a strategy game he had designed himself, and then, in desperation, at rock, paper, scissors, best of 21, which he lost 21-0. I found him afterwards sitting against a wall in the plaza with his knees up and his eyes completely empty. He read my hand, said Kazuma. Which hand? My hand. The one I was going to throw. He read it off my shoulder. He explained it to me afterward. He was very nice about it. A long pause. He was so nice about it. Hana went next, and I'm not going to describe what happened to her, because she asked me not to, and because she cried. And then Lord played Leo at a fighting game for 3 hours. 3 hours, 1 match, because they were both blocking perfectly, every single input, read and answered, on both sides, for 3 consecutive hours, in a game where 1 clean hit ends the round. Lord is the best video game player in his own world by an enormous margin. It is the one thing he has. He sits at home and he plays, and he is genuinely, world-class, unarguably the best, and it is the only sentence about himself he believes. Leo's hands gave out at the 2-hour 50 mark. Lord won the round. Ah, said Leo, shaking out his fingers, cheerful, without a trace of resentment. If your physical fitness could keep up, I'd be the one who loses. And Lord sat there holding a controller and felt for the first time in his life what everybody else feels when they meet him. Then the profession system dropped and my world got a job market. Why I did it. Everybody in my world was fighting. That's all anybody did. They fought, they leveled, they fought. And a world that only fights is a world with no depth, and a world with no depth stops producing new things, and the entire currency of my existence is new things. Ding. Profession system unlocked. Combat professions and life professions. Ding. All players must select one. He Yongqiang's hairdressing salon had gone bankrupt in 9 days. A world full of demon kings and dragons has very little demand for a fade, so he became a cook and started selling noodles out of a cart, and within a week had a queue. Sabina signed up for the arena and started a rivalry with Hibari Kyoya that has now cost me 2 grandstands. Lin Zhe, on his 4th laboratory, produced something. Ding. Item created. Basic experience pill. Ding. New profession unlocked for this world. Alchemist. He came out of the smoke holding it up with his eyebrows singed off, and I gave him a plot of land and a stipend on the spot. And he'd been on fire for 6 weeks, so he gets the full account. The 5th laboratory blew up on a Tuesday. He came out backward through the doorway with his sleeves alight and sat down in the street and put his head in his hands, and Guhan's voice, which only he can hear, and which I can hear because I own the ground, said something extremely unsympathetic about his flame control. I've done it 400 times, said Lin Zi to the air. Then do it 401. The materials in this world don't behave like ours. The fire's wrong. The pressure's wrong. The base ingredients have... He stopped. The base ingredients have a life level. There was a pause. Say that again, said Guhan. Nobody in that old man's world had ever had to think about this. An ingredient from a silver tier plant is not a stronger version of an ingredient from a black iron plant. It's a different category of thing. It doesn't refine harder, it refines differently, and every single technique in a Daozun's 400-year memory was calibrated on material that, by my world's standards, is dirt. Lindsay rebuilt the entire method from the bottom in 11 days. He walked it into my plaza on a piece of cloth with no eyebrows. Village chief. That's it? That's it. It's the worst pill I have ever made. He was shaking. In my world it would be worthless. Here it's the first one that has ever existed. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. He'd said that in a courtyard to a family who came to humiliate him, and he'd meant it as a threat about the future, and it turns out the answer was 11 weeks in a burnt laboratory in somebody else's universe. And Mark Benton and Kurosawa Yuji went into a workshop together and did not come out for 2 days. Picture that. A man who builds powered armor in caves, and a man who spent a century engineering a fake god in one room with tools. What they came out with was a mechanical tiger at Black Iron Peak, fully autonomous, which promptly ate a cart. Ding. New profession unlocked, mechanical puppeteer, and Mark, standing over it, oil to the elbows, turned to Kurosawa and delivered the line he'd clearly been building for 48 hours. Kurosawa, I am no match for you in strength. That's true. But when it comes to business, you don't think you can beat me. Kurosawa looked at him for a moment with something that on any other face would be amusement. I have no interest in business, Mr. Stark. That, said Mark, is what a man says right before he loses at business. Hikai watched the whole profession update roll out from a wall, chewing something. Ah, he said. The village chief wants us to stop slacking off like this. He then selected a life profession, obtained a hammock, and has not been seen working since. The announcements came the same week. Ding, World Arena, 7 days. Ding, World War, 30 days. Madara said, Is there even a need to choose? It's definitely going to be action-oriented, and selected combat before the notification had finished, and then discovered he'd been auto-enrolled in a life profession as well, and has been an extremely reluctant blacksmith ever since. We ran an internal tournament to pick the arena team, and 4 minutes of it are staying in this account, because it's the only time everyone in my world was in the same place being ridiculous. Hikai versus Kurosawa. Hikai stepped onto the platform, looked at his opponent, and forfeited before the bell. He did not attempt a single technique. When asked why, he said, Because I'd have lost, and then I'd be tired. Pikachu versus Lumina. Pikachu saw the name on the board and jumped off the platform. Just left. Would not be coaxed back. He Yongqiang versus Mark Benton. He Yongqiang lost his sword in the first exchange. Then he went behind the equipment rack and came out in a purple suit with his hair down and a completely different posture, speaking with an accent nobody in my world had heard from him before, and cut Mark's armor apart with something he called the 1,000 demon blades. He lost anyway. Mark had a second suit, but nobody has looked at the noodle vendor the same way since. Boa Hancock versus the Baron Dark. Her petrification landed and came off in about a second because he has 12 talismans and one of them is specifically for that. He knocked her out with the edge of his hand and then had to spend the rest of the week avoiding Blackbeard. And Eleanor Pendragon versus Shinji Terakawa. That one deserves the full account. Shinji is a telepath, not a strong one, an absolute one. He knows what you're going to do before you do, because you decided in your head first, and your head is a room he's standing in. I can know what you're thinking, he told her, bored. Not even facing her. I'll know exactly where you're going to attack. This is a waste of both our time. So Eleanor emptied her mind. I don't know how she did it. She's mentioned training. She stood there and made herself blank and came at him with nothing between the intent and the strike, and Shinji said, You think you can hurt me by emptying your mind. Actually, I'm just lazy. He blocked it anyway. She tried for 11 minutes. Then she stopped, lowered the sword and said, What do you want? To leave. I'll buy you coffee jelly. He paused. Every day for a month, she added. Fine, but you have to actually hurt me first. I have standards. Wound me, and I'll forfeit. So Eleanor Pendragon released Excalibur inside my arena. The shield held, barely, and the repair bill was 11,000 gold, and I have never been happier to pay for anything. Shinji was untouched. He stood in the middle of a crater in his school uniform with his hands in his pockets, entirely undamaged, and said, See, standards. Then a bee flew past his ear. One of Mu Qing's. Off course, wandering. Shinji Terakawa, the strongest psychic in any world I have access to, went white, put both hands up, and said out loud, in a voice about an octave higher than his normal one, Kenji, Kenji, save me. He forfeited. He is terrified of insects. Completely, unmanageably terrified, and there is no power in his catalog that helps, and Eleanor won the match on a technicality and bought him coffee jelly anyway, every day, for a month, because she's the kind of person who honors a deal she didn't have to make. We had a banquet the night before the arena. A cook came through the invitation that afternoon, Hei Dawei, 12 years old, with a knife roll, along with a woman named Nanako, and between them they put out a table that ran the length of my plaza. Goliath ate a whole roast animal without disassembling it. Kaito used the flying thunder god to reach a specific cut of meat at the far end of the table, in front of everybody, and did not appear to think this was strange. Daisuke grew a wooden arm out of the floor to steal from Madara's plate. Madara grew nothing, because he can't, and simply took Daisuke's entire plate instead, and the resulting fight went through 2 tables and a wall. Crimson Lion Cage lifted every dish in the vicinity into the air with his fruit and ate off them like a man at a floating buffet. And the children carried the plates, Momo, Mimi, Sayo, little Dawe, running the kitchen line at 12. Cole, who is roughly the size of a loaf of bread and has a piece of charcoal on her head, carrying a single dumpling with both hands, very slowly, all the way across a plaza full of monsters to a man in a white scarf sitting against a gatepost. Akio looked at the dumpling for a long time, then he took it and said, Thank you. And it was the first coherent sentence he'd produced in 9 days. I had an orphanage. That's what I'm getting at. Somewhere along the line, without deciding to, I had accumulated an orphanage inside a war machine. I was one of those kids. I ate on a school stipend for 11 years and slept in a room with 3 other boys whose parents also didn't come back. Nobody carried me a dumpling. There's a quarter behind the bell tower, and I never planned it. It started because Kazuma put housing on the second terrace when he rebuilt the city, and it filled up because the invitation system does not have an age filter, and I did not think to ask for one. Momo, who is 10,000 years old and 8 years tall. Mimi, who reads minds and has never once used it for anything except finding out what's for dinner. Sayo, who lives quietly and is the most dangerous asset in my world. Hidawe, 12, who runs my kitchens and has fired 2 adults for being late. Cole, who is the size of a loaf of bread. Ragnar, who is a dragon and eats like one. I went down there one evening, which I don't do often, and stood in the street feeling extremely strange. Because when I was that age, I lived in a room with 3 other boys whose parents also hadn't come back, on a school stipend, in a building where the hot water worked on alternate days, and every adult who dealt with us as a line item. Nobody ever asked us what we wanted for dinner. And here was a dragon arguing with a 12-year-old chef about portion sizes, while a girl the size of a bread roll carried a tray with both arms, doing a job she had been given by a merchant who could have hired anyone. Cole's job, since I'm sure you want to know, is charcoal quality control. She sits by the kitchen fires and tells Dawe when the heat is wrong. She is extremely good at it. She is made of charcoal, so this is either the most natural employment in history or a deeply weird thing I have allowed to happen, and I have decided not to interrogate it. Hana pays her a wage, an actual wage, into an actual account. I checked, because I didn't believe it. Akio Kibutsuji still sits by the gate at the bottom of that street. He's better than he was. He gets whole days now. He stopped asking the stone whether it was real somewhere around the 3rd week and started instead asking people, which is worse in a way and much better in another, because at least a person can answer. The children go past him constantly. That's the thing. It's the shortest route from the housing terrace to the kitchens, and none of them are afraid of him, because none of them know, because I have never told them, and neither has anybody else. He does not touch them. He has never touched them. Momo hands him things sometimes. I stood in that street for a while and thought about the fact that I own all of this, and that a man in a crater in my east field had promised to come back for it, and that the thing I would be defending was not a resource base or a leaderboard position, but a street where somebody had given a piece of charcoal a job. I went home and bought 4 more invitations. Xiejingi moved into my world about 10 days after the engagement party, and I'd like to state clearly that this was not my idea. She showed up at the boundary with a bag. You have an A+ world of your own, I said. I know. You have 3 alliances competing to recruit you. You have an actual future. You have a house with a bridge in it. I know all of that, thank you. She adjusted her bag. Is there a rule against it? There was not a rule against it. I had not written a rule against it, because it had genuinely never occurred to me that anyone with options would voluntarily relocate into a G-level death sentence. So she came in, and here's what she did with an SSS-level world full of demon kings and pirate emperors and a god of war. She got a job. Hana hired her within a day, payroll and contract auditing, because Xiejingi can read a balance sheet and roughly 90% of my world cannot read at all, and gave her a desk in the bureau and a fixed cut, and within 2 weeks the Freelancers Alliance had a functioning arbitration process for the first time. I found her one evening at that desk with 3 separate guildmasters queuing. You're doing paperwork, I said, in a world with dragons in it. Somebody has to. She didn't look up. Do you know how much money you lose every week to unrecorded loot? Take a guess. Guess low. I guessed low. I was wrong by a factor of 6. Later that night she came and found me on the wall where I sit when I want to be alone and have not yet learned to say so. We looked at my world for a while. It's very large, and at night you can see the lights of the mining camps out past the second river, and past that there's nothing, and past that there's 11,000 kilometers of things that can kill everyone I own. Li Wei. You never answered me. I know. She waited. I'm going to die in 2.5 years, I said. That's the first time I'd said it out loud to another person. It had been sitting in my chest since the day the certificate came up, and I had built an entire multiverse-spanning enterprise around not saying it. According to who? According to everybody. According to 100 pages of research by a man who got further than anyone. According to the entire recorded history of... According to a man, said Xiejingi, who never got the number off 0. I looked at her. Your conquest progress, she said. It's at 1. His was at 0 for 50 years. You did it in 4 months with a card game and a shut-in. She was very calm about it. She'd clearly been assembling this for a while. So when you tell me what the research says, what I hear is that the research is about a different person. I didn't have anything for that. Also, she added, I'd like it on the record that I proposed to you in a wedding dress in front of 300 people, and you have not said a word about it for 11 days, and I am choosing currently to find that funny. Jingi, I said currently. She went back inside. I stayed on the wall a while longer, and what I was thinking was not anything romantic. I was thinking that in 4 months I had acquired a demon king, a fleet admiral, an emperor, a dragon, 4 orphans, a merchant, a bar, an alchemy lab, and a girl who does the accounts, and that every single one of them was standing inside a boundary that I personally maintain, and that the moment I stop, the boundary stops. I had spent 4 months building the greatest asset in the multiverse. What I had actually built, I realized on that wall, was a very large number of ways to be blackmailed. I did not tell anyone that. I went to bed. The World Arena opened 7 days later, and I registered 10 fighters with Kurosawa as captain, which in hindsight was like registering a fire as a chef. 1,200 participants from 100-odd worlds in a white space with no horizon. They laughed at us the moment the rosters posted. Newcomer world, 3 months old, under protection. Is this some kind of beginner's world? Then the first mob spawned, a giant stone beast, commander tier, black iron peak, the sort of thing a coordinated team of 6 is expected to bring down in 15 minutes. Lu Bu killed it and a dozen others with one swing. 1,200 people turned around at once. Kurosawa worked out the rule set inside 4 minutes. Survival format. First kill bonuses awarded to the world owner, not the fighter. Elimination by any means. And then he said the sentence that made 300,000 people hate my world forever. Can't we just eliminate all the players at once? 6 of mine hunted people. 4 collected first kills. It took 5 days. Ding. World Sunburst has been eliminated by Myriad Realms. Ding. World 9 Rivers has been eliminated by Myriad Realms. Ding. World. It went on for a while. One of those 5 days deserves telling properly, because it took 5 days is the kind of sentence you write when you don't want to admit what you did. Day 2. A world called Sunburst had holed up in a defensive formation on a rock. 61 players, 3 of them genuinely strong, in a ring with the weak ones in the middle. Textbook. It's what you're supposed to do. Kurosawa walked up to them alone, no weapon drawn, hands behind his back. He stopped about 30 meters out and said pleasantly, "I'd like to negotiate." Their captain, a big man with a spear, and in fairness, a completely reasonable read on the situation, said, "There's 100 of us and 1 of you." 61, said Kurosawa. "But yes. What's the offer?" "Surrender the first kill rights on this sector. In exchange, my world will not target yours for the remainder of the event." The captain laughed at him. Then he checked with his lieutenants. Then he laughed again, differently, because one of the lieutenants had gone very pale and was pointing at the scoreboard. "You've eliminated 4 worlds. 5. The last one hasn't posted yet." They took the deal. They took the deal and stood down and lowered their weapons, and Kurosawa thanked them and bowed slightly and turned around and walked back the way he'd come, and Frostine came in from the ridge behind them. The terms deserve precision because Kurosawa was precise and because he made a point of explaining it to me afterward in the tone of a man reviewing a contract. He'd promised that his world would not target theirs. He is not a citizen of my world. None of them are. They're guests. There is no line in any document anywhere that makes Kurosawa Yuji a member of anything, and he had checked and he had constructed the sentence around the gap on purpose, and when I asked him about it he said, "I told them the truth, village chief. They chose what to hear." 61 people. Day 4 was worse, and I'm going to tell it anyway. There was a world called 9 Rivers whose entire roster was medics and support, not fighters, somebody's carefully assembled healing corps brought to a survival tournament by an owner who had misread the format, and they spent the first 3 days doing nothing but keeping other people's teams alive in exchange for protection. By day 4, everybody they'd protected was dead. They surrendered on sight. All of them, in a group, with their hands up, to Lu Bu, who did not speak their language and had not been briefed and who understood the gesture perfectly well. He looked at them for a while. Then he got off his horse, walked over, and sat down. Lu Bu sat down in the middle of a tournament and would not proceed, and when Seiko arrived 20 minutes later and asked what the delay was, he said, "Through the translation layer, and I have the exact log, they put down their weapons. I do not kill men who put down their weapons. Bring me the master of this arena, and I will discuss it with him." Seiko killed them. All of them, while he was still sitting there, in about 90 seconds, and then said, "Now we can go." He did not speak to her again for 11 days. I gave him a formal commendation afterward, publicly, at the banquet, for conduct in the world arena, and I did not explain what it was for, and everybody assumed it was for the stone beast. 10 survivors out of 1,200. All 10 of them mine. And not one of the eliminated registered for revival, because revival costs the world owner source chi, and none of them thought we were worth spending it on until it was much too late. At the closing ceremony, the entire hall despised us. They didn't win. They killed all the players. That's not a tournament result, that's a massacre. And a nobleman named Ma Dong came up to Kurosawa afterward in front of everybody and offered to buy him 10 source crystals. He laid out the terms. He gave his own world's coordinates so the transfer could be arranged. Kurosawa accepted the coordinates with both hands, thanked him warmly, and gave them to me. The multiverse ranking board updated the next morning. 300,000-something worlds, and a line, near the top, with my name on it. "Who?" said the world chat in about 40 simultaneous messages. "Is Li Wei?" But the real thing that happened that month wasn't the arena. It was a dungeon. There was a dungeon in my world called, and the system's exact wording was, Guaranteed Death Nightmare. Blackbeard's team had run it 11 times. 11. They'd never gotten past the third phase, and the third phase is not a monster. The third phase is gas. I had summoned that dungeon. I had read the description, seen the words guaranteed death, and thought, sounds like good loot. Colorless, instantly lethal, fills the chamber, and if you're inside when it comes, you're dead before you've noticed anything is wrong. Leo and Luna took 10 fighters in. Phase 1 is physical, Phase 2 is elemental, and then Leo stood in the doorway to Phase 3 with the entire party dead behind him for the 11th time that day and said the thing that unlocked it. "You die if you touch it," he said slowly. "Is it possible that this guy can only last a while? We just died too quickly to notice. The gas is finite. The boss is poisoning itself. It vents everything it has in the first 90 seconds, and then it's a large, defenseless creature in an empty room, and nobody in the history of that dungeon had ever survived the first 90 seconds to find out because everybody had been trying to fight it. You just have to not be there. They waited it out behind a door and then walked in and killed it. Ding. Dungeon cleared. Guaranteed death nightmare. Ding. World conquest progress +1. I read that line about 6 times. World conquest progress. Not territory, not population, not power. A number I had never seen move on a panel I had stopped looking at, and it had gone from 0 to 1. Leo, being who he is, picked up his sister, said, "We're going for a nap," and walked out without telling anybody what he'd done, and I had to find out from the log, concealing his merits and his fame. It's a phrase from my world. It fits him horribly well. I dug into what that number actually meant that night, and what I found rearranged my entire understanding of my situation. Conquest progress does not come from land, it comes from dungeons, specifically from world dungeons, the big ones, the ones the system seeds and nobody clears. The previous record holder among SSS worlds had survived 50 years. 50, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of territory, a standing army, an alliance with the organization that had sent number 74 to my gate. His conquest progress was 0. Nobody had ever moved it, not once. In the recorded history of SSS-level worlds, that number had never gone up, because everybody spends their entire lifespan surviving, and nobody has ever had 10 lunatics who don't stay dead. Ding. First recorded conquest progress on an SSS-level world. Ding. Reward. 100 source crystals. All realms access pass. World dungeon summoning. Life level ascension. Ding. This achievement will be announced across the myriad realms, and this time I did not post it anonymously. I put my name on it. I sat there with my finger over the confirmation for about a minute, and I thought about number 74 saying there were 70 people ahead of him, and I thought about a man named Ye Chen who wrote 100 pages about how to die slowly. Then I pressed it. The multiverse chat did not recover for 2 days. Channel 10086 lost its mind for 2 days, and I read all of it. Dog egg. Is this real dog egg? Is this real Invincible Under Heaven? It's a system announcement. System announcements can't be faked. Invincible Under Heaven, conquest progress on an SSS. That number has never moved. That number is a joke. We joke about that number divorced woman with 2 kids. I've been in this room 11 years and I have never seen it move. Dog egg. What world divorced woman with 2 kids? It says the name. Li Wei. It's not anonymous dog egg. Nobody posts non-anonymous Invincible Under Heaven. He did. Then it went quiet for about 40 minutes, which in a room of 400 people is deafening. And then the private messages started. I got 211 of them in 9 hours. I read every single one, and the shape of the pile told me more than any single letter in it. About 150 were some version of how, not friendly, not hostile, just how, in a lot of different phrasings, from people who had been quietly not dying for anywhere between 2 and 40 years, and who had all been told the same thing by the same guides. 30 were offers, alliances, information trades, one marriage proposal from a world owner I have never met and whose message was, I have to admit, extremely well written. 11 were threats, and one was from an account with no name on it that had been registered for 406 years, and it said, in full, "You've made yourself visible. Come and see me before somebody else comes and sees you." There was a coordinate attached. I have not gone yet. I will. And one more, near the bottom of the pile, from an account called Old Man Yi. I sat and looked at that name for a while before I opened it. You're the one who cleared a dungeon. I wrote a guide 10 years ago. It's probably still pinned somewhere. People tell me it is. I stopped updating it because I ran out of things I could honestly say. I'd like to correct something in it. The last line says the SSS world cannot be conquered. I wrote that on the night my last subordinate died, and I have regretted the wording for a decade, because what I actually meant was that I could not conquer it, and those are not the same sentence, and a great many young people have read mine instead of theirs. I don't need anything. I'm past the point where anything helps. I have 2 years of records nobody has ever seen, terrain seeds, siege timings, everything I never published because publishing it would have meant admitting I wasn't going to use it. Would you like them? I said yes. He sent 40 years of a man's life in one attachment, and there was no message with it, and I have not been able to write back yet. The Gareth posted a mercenary quest, and nobody took it. It's the only time my world showed cowardice, and I was the one who had to fix it. He came from a place with monks and swords and a very large problem. A demon called Wenshan, a centipede that had spent a century eating a nation's fortune, not treasure, fortune, the actual luck of a country, and had gotten enormous doing it. The quest listing was honest, that's what killed it. Enemy level, unknown, estimated yellow gold, expected casualties, total. It sat on the board for 2 days, so I took it myself. I went in with a companion called Bai Yun Song and a swordsman named Feng Qianye, and there was one thing I did before we set out. I gave the Gareth a pair of headphones. His problem was the monk. The demon's ally had a chant, a genuinely lethal one, a sound that reaches into you and stops things, and there is no defense against a sound in a world with no engineering. There is in mine. Wear these, I said. They cancel it. He turned them over in his hands with total incomprehension. I believe in the song, he said finally, and put them on. This song can also penetrate the hearts and souls of billions of people. He meant it sincerely. He had no idea what he was saying. I have never explained the joke to him. The demon was a kilometer of centipede, and it had 100 years of a country's luck in it. I killed it alone. Not because I'm noble, because I wanted to know what I actually was. I'd been sitting behind a wall for 2 months buying other people's techniques out of a menu, and I had never once found out whether the man holding the menu could fight. Endless Rasen Shuriken, in the Nine Tails cloak I'd bought off Kaido's usage log, dozens of them, a barrage, walking forward. The Buddha's palm, which I got from a monk in a dungeon and which does exactly what it sounds like. A move I built myself out of a talisman technique and a physical description, and which I named because nobody was there to stop me, Kun, high-speed train. It raises a train out of the ground, an actual train. It is the single stupidest thing in my repertoire, and it hits like a mountain falling over. Flame purge, ocean. 1 billion volts, because I'd bought Pikachu's discharge and enhanced it 4 times. The demon begged at the end. They always do. It had 100 years of eloquence, and it spent all of it in about 90 seconds, offering me things. Do I look, I said, like someone who's stupid? I took its heart out. Then I harvested about 11 tons of centipede meat because Goliath had asked and brought it home for the banquet. And on the way out, the system said something new. Ding. Special invitation unlocked. Ding. Invite an entire world to merge with your own. Ding. Price, 99,999,999 source chi, 99,999,999. I had, at that point, somewhere around 9,000. I looked at that number for a long time, not with despair, with the specific feeling of a man who has just been shown the top of the mountain and told the trail exists. You can bring a whole world here, all of it, every person in it, permanently. I wrote it down in the file I keep. My players' own worlds had started growing while I wasn't watching. Lu Bu was recruiting. Off a list. He'd taken the future document I'd sent him, the one he hadn't read for 3 weeks, and finally read it, and what he'd extracted from the story of his own downfall was not remorse. It was a personnel roster. Zhang Long, Guo Rui, Sunbo, Shu Da. He went and found all 4 of them personally before any of them were famous, and he is currently preparing a coup against Chao Yong with a staff assembled from the index of a book about his own execution. I watched him do one of the recruitments, and Lu Bu is not a subtle man, and it was, all the same, a masterpiece. He rode into a county town in the north and asked for the best young spearman in the district, and they pointed him at a boy in white on the practice field. Zhang Long, not yet anybody. No reputation, no lord, 19 years old, drilling alone at midday in front of a rack of borrowed weapons. Lu Bu got off his horse. That's the thing he did. He got off. The most feared warrior in that world dismounted in a dusty yard in front of a 19-year-old and stood there with his hands empty. I've come to ask a favor. Jiang Long, to his credit, did not run. Who are you? Lu Bu. The boy's grip changed on the spear. Not to fight, said Lu Bu. I've read a book about how my life ends. It's a stupid book. Everyone in it is stupid, including me. He was extremely matter-of-fact about it. In the book, I die alone because every man of quality in this world served somebody else. You're in it. You're in it twice, on the other side, and both times you make me look like an idiot. I don't understand. Neither do I. I've decided to fix it at the front instead of the back. He held out a hand. Come and be on the correct side. I'll pay you badly and you'll never be bored. He got him. Not that day. Jiang Long took 11 days and a letter, but he got him. He got Guo Rui out of a garrison the same way. He got Sunbo by losing to him, on purpose, in front of the man's own village, which cost him a great deal and which he described afterward as an investment. He got Shu Da by drinking with him, 4 names out of the index of the book about his own execution. I asked him about it once, on the wall, at night. You could have just avoided the mistakes. Which ones? He wasn't being difficult. He genuinely wanted to know. The book says I was arrogant. I am arrogant. The book says I trusted men who lied. I can't tell when men lie. I've tried. It's not a thing I can do. He shrugged, and the shrug moved his armor like a landslide. So instead, I have 4 men who can tell when men are lying. That's the same as fixing it. That is either the stupidest or the most intelligent solution to a character flaw I have ever heard, and I have thought about it a great deal since. Guilds went up across my world in a week. Pirate World, Blackbeard, 211 members, and a drinking problem. Queen, Frostine, women only. Application process, rejection rate above 90%. 3 kingdoms, Lubu. Sky above, Kurosawa, membership 4, all of whom look nervous. Ninja, Madara, which is mostly Madara. And, registered on the same day, with a founding charter of 1 sentence, we lie down and do nothing. Ikai's guild, which had a longer waiting list than any of the others. And in a world I'd been keeping an eye on, an invitation landed on a purple alien standing on the bridge of a wrecked ship. Xenos read it twice. Then the World War started, and I got to watch 10 million people find out what my world was. The challenge came from a G-level world owner named Chin Li. 10 million players. That's the number. 10 million registered combatants against my 100-odd, and he had spent 11 years building it, and when the rosters posted, his side laughed so hard the audio channel clipped. 100? They're bringing 100? Hancock, Blackbeard, and Jack released Conqueror's Hockey at the same moment. Hundreds of thousands of people vanished from the field in one push. Not killed, eliminated, ejected, unconscious in a stack, whatever the system does. 3 people, 1 breath, and the front third of an army was gone. Lord Overus said, "Sacrifice of dark abundance," in a completely level voice, and another few 100,000 went with it. Lumina fired once and made a canyon, and Hana Suzuki, Black Iron Tier, combat power negligible, my merchant, my orientation officer, the girl with the folding table, walked up to the number 7 fighter on their entire leaderboard and knocked him out with 1 punch. He'd locked onto her position with a targeting technique and she'd stepped out of it, and afterward, when everyone asked, she explained it in the tone of someone explaining a receipt. Locking onto an enemy doesn't mean locking onto a fixed location, doesn't locking onto your hair count? She'd been through the life tower, silver life level, on a black iron body. She'd bought it with her own money, which she earned, selling rope. Kaido killed their number 1, a man they called the Heavenly Assassin, and the last thing that man said was, "Have you reached the life limit so quickly?" "Upper limit?" said Kaido politely. "What's that?" Chinli broke somewhere around the 4 million mark. I found him on his own command platform on his knees with his hands in his hair. "Why?" he was saying. "Why did I awaken to a G-level world? Why? If I'd had an A grade, if I'd had even a B, I put my foot on his head." "What nonsense," I said, "are you spouting off about?" "Because I have a G-level world. Mine is G-level. It's the same grade as his. The grade is the world you're given. What happens in it afterward is a decision, and he'd had 11 years and 10 million people and had used them to build a bigger version of the same afternoon over and over. I broke his world core. The spoils came through as 130 million source chi, G-level, which converted at the SSS exchange rate to 1,000. I sat and looked at that for a while. Ding. SSS worlds will looks down upon all worlds. These 1,000 are a gift from all realms. A gift. 130 million points of another man's life's work, and the multiverse looked at it and gave me 1,000 as a courtesy. That's the scale I live at now. I don't know how to explain how frightening that is from the inside. Chin Li is worth 1 more paragraph because I've thought about him more than I expected to. 10 million players, 11 years, a G-level world, same grade as mine, awakened by a 19-year-old who did not get a death sentence and did not get a system that sells other people's techniques out of a menu, and who built, from nothing, an army of 10 million. That is a staggering achievement, and I mean it without a shred of irony. In 11 years, he assembled more people than any world owner in that ranking bracket, and he did it by recruiting his own world's population, one at a time, with nothing but persuasion. And then he pointed all of it at a 4-month-old world because the leaderboard said we were new. The thing that finished him wasn't the losses. He had 10 million. He could afford 4. It was the moment he understood that the number he had spent his entire adult life growing was the wrong number, and that the correct number was about 100, and that nobody had ever told him because nobody knew. Why did I awaken to a G-level world? He said that on his knees with an army still fighting behind him. I have a G-level world. That's what I couldn't stop thinking about later, on the wall. Same grade, same sentence on the same certificate. I got mine 4 months ago, and every single thing I have, the invitations, the store, the source chi, the whole engine, arrived attached to the letters SSS, which is to say, attached to a death sentence, which is to say I was handed a cheat, because I was handed an execution date. He got 11 years and no execution date and no cheat. If you had offered me the swap on day 1, I would have taken it in a heartbeat, and I would have built exactly what he built, and I would have been sitting on 10 million people and a leaderboard position and nothing else at all when something like me came through the wall. I broke his core anyway. Han Guang arrived that month, and he arrived like a verdict. A man in a black robe with a live dragon moving through the embroidery, who came out of the tear, looked around and did not ask a single question. Ding. Power leaderboard updated. First place, Han Guang. Platinum. Shinji Terakawa had been holding the top spot for weeks at silver. Platinum is a tier above that, and nobody in my world had one. And the first emperor of Qin walked in with it like a man arriving at a restaurant he'd booked. Xenos challenged him within the hour. I sold tickets. I am not proud of it. I am extremely rich because of it. That purple alien had spent 20 years crossing space looking for somebody who could take a real hit. 20 years at the cost of his own body, on nothing but the hope that somewhere out there was a fight. Meteoric burst. The sky went red. Collapsing star-roaring cannon. A beam went out of his chest wide enough to erase a city. Han Guang drew a sword called Taya and cut it in half. Then he said, Imperial might, and 9 dragons came up out of the ground around him, and Xenos, the cosmic overlord, the destroyer of civilizations, was hit so hard he went through the arena wall and out of the world boundary and had to walk back. He was laughing the whole way. He was bleeding from everywhere. This is the battle I've been dreaming of. And then Lord, who was standing at the rail with a bag of snacks, said something that ended the party. Ah, you know he kills you, right? Xenos stopped. Who? There's a bald guy. Lord was not being cruel. Lord is incapable of it. He genuinely thought this was small talk. In our world, he kills you in one punch. I put the recording up on the arena screen because Xenos asked, and because I am not able to say no to that particular request. 30 minutes of a fight that broke the moon, and then a man in a yellow jumpsuit hitting him once. The arena was completely silent afterward. 200 people looking at a purple alien standing in the middle of it. Xenos watched it to the end. Then he asked to see it again. Then he sat down on the arena floor. I don't care about the outcome, he said finally. Everyone waited. I care that Zenki couldn't unleash his full power. He got up. I need to get stronger and fight him again. I invited Zenki the next morning. He hasn't answered yet. He may not have read it. He's like that. The night after that, a very small girl showed the room her future. Her name is Cole, and she is roughly the size of a loaf of bread, and she has a piece of charcoal on her head, and she'd been in my world for 2 weeks working in the kitchens because everybody found her adorable, and nobody found her useful. Everyone was sharing futures at the banquet. It had become a party game. I had started that game. I want to be honest that I had started it, and that it had been funny for about 3 weeks. Somebody would put theirs up and the room would howl at how it ended. Cole put hers up because everybody else was doing it. It's very short. She's tiny, and she's poor, and one winter it gets cold, and the coal she's made of runs low, and she goes to sleep on a step in the snow. That's all. That's the whole thing. She freezes to death, and it isn't a tragedy in her world. It's a Tuesday, and the reason nobody comes is that nobody notices. The plaza did not handle it well. Mimi was crying. Sayo was crying. Little Dawei, 12 years old, was standing there with a ladle in his hand and tears running off his chin. Akira Kazama was openly weeping and made no attempt to hide it. Momo went and sat next to her and didn't say anything. And Boa Hancock and Minerva Thorne, 2 women who have never discussed their childhoods with anyone and who both went somewhere very far away for about 30 seconds, got up at the same time from opposite ends of the table. Xenos got there first, the cosmic overlord, destroyer of worlds, 20 years of space travel in search of a decent fight. He crouched down in front of a girl the size of a loaf of bread. Little one, he said, you don't need to go back anymore. Just stay here. Hana gave her a job that night with housing and a wage, which is Hana's way of crying. There was a strange coda to that evening, and it's the moment I realized my world had started changing the people who visit it. Scarlet Dog was there, Kurenai, Fleet Admiral material, absolute justice, the man who would have burned Jack out of the sky. He'd been in my world for 11 days on a mercenary contract. He walked over to Blackbeard's table after the banquet and stood there until the old man looked up. Croft, I want to propose an alliance. The table went quiet. Against the world government. Blackbeard put his cup down. Kuralala, and your absolute justice? It's because of pirates like you, said Scarlet Dog, that countless people are homeless. That's what I believed. That's what I was told, and I built 30 years on it. He was very calm about it, which was somehow worse. I have now seen the Holy Land. I have read the reports of what was in the basements of it. Jack, 2 seats down, said, you shouldn't hate pirates. You should hate the world government. Scarlet Dog did not answer him. He didn't need to. He'd already crossed a room to say it. And a few days after that, Akio Kibutsuji came back to himself. Not entirely. He still checks door frames, but he came out of it enough to walk into Hana's office and inform on Kurosawa. He wasn't testing me, said Akio. He was testing the boundary. Hana put down her pen. So what had Kurosawa actually been doing with those 24 hours of nested illusion? He hadn't been breaking a Demon King for fun. That was a side effect he considered acceptable. He'd been checking whether a perception could be extended past the world's edge, whether, if you built an illusion deep enough, you could reach around the multiverse's routing and touch another world directly without going through my system. Hana went and found him at the bar. Are you trying to bypass the multiverse? She said. To control other worlds? Kurosawa turned his cup. I do want to offer what I can to help other worlds. That's not an answer. Would you believe me if I said Akio was lying? No. All right then. He inclined his head, entirely at ease. I'll admit it. What do you want to do to me? Lock me up? And she couldn't. She had nothing. There was no rule he'd broken, because I hadn't written one, and when she tried to build the argument out of Principal Scarlet Dog, who was 2 stools down and drinking, dismantled it for her without any malice at all. The village chief interferes in our worlds daily, he said. There's a hiring system. He sends people into our wars for pay. On what basis is Kurosawa's interest in other worlds a crime and his a service? Kurosawa finished his drink and left, unhurried. I got a note about the whole thing that evening and read it twice and burned it. I knew it a long time ago, I said to my empty room. It's unusual for him to not cause trouble for so long. Then I went and looked at the map and did nothing about it because I had 400 more urgent problems and because, and I might as well be honest, a man building a back door into the multiverse is only a problem if he's building it away from me. The second exploration team found the thing that changed how everyone in my world thinks. They'd gone 11,000 kilometers out and hit a region full of enormous armored animals, and the animals turned out to be silver tier, and there were hundreds of them, and the team barely got a scout back. Here's what actually happened out there, from the one recording that came back. 11,000 kilometers out, past everything anybody had mapped, the second exploration team came over a rise onto a plain with animals on it. That's all it was. A plain, with animals, grazing. They were about 8 meters at the shoulder and armored across the back, and they were not paying attention because nothing in their lives had ever required them to pay attention. The team's scout, a woman named Yuna, who I had frankly written off months earlier, put a single arrow into the flank of the nearest one from 600 meters to test the density. The arrow bounced, not deflected, bounced, at range, off casual skin, from a bronze peak attack. Fall back, said the team lead. Slowly, nobody runs. They got about 200 meters. The herd turned around all at once, the way a herd does, without alarm and without hurry, and looked at 11 armed people who had just become the most interesting thing on the plain, and then hundreds of them started walking over. Not charging, walking. That's the part that comes through on the recording, and that's the part that broke everybody who watched it. A silver tier species that outclasses every single one of my players individually, in numbers, ambling toward them out of mild curiosity. They lost 8 people getting one signal out. Yuna was the last one alive, and she spent her final 40 seconds not fighting but describing into the recorder in a completely level voice exactly how thick the shells were and where the joints sat and how fast they closed distance, and then the recording ends. She respawned in my plaza and walked straight to the map wall and finished the notes. Silver, hundreds of them, casually, wandering around in a place nobody had ever been, and then the system announced it. Ding. The second exploration team has discovered a low-level resource zone. Low level. Nobody said anything for a while. Kaido worked it out first, out loud, in the plaza, in the voice of a man reading his own diagnosis. Our low-level resource zone, he said, is equivalent to the maximum resource level of our homeworlds. Silver is the ceiling of everything most of them have ever known. Silver is a legend where they come from. It is, in my world, the grade of animal you find in the beginner-adjacent scrubland that the map labels low. Yellow gold is just the beginning, said Kaido. Nobody argued, nobody could. 100 beings who had each been the strongest thing in their own sky stood in a plaza and understood simultaneously that they had all been frogs at the bottom of the same well and had spent their whole lives arguing about who owned it. I didn't say anything either. I'd known for a month. The reason I hadn't told them is that I'd been busy being a completely different person in a completely different place, because the Heavenly Court had given me instructions, and the instructions were, be as arrogant as possible. I'll explain the Heavenly Court another time. The short version is that having an All Realms access pass means you get invited to things, and one of the things is a tournament that spans a rather larger portion of the universe than I am comfortable describing, and my sponsor's strategy for it was that I should be insufferable in public until something big enough to matter came to shut me up. Picture me standing in the middle of an arena on top of a pile of people I had beaten, including, and this is the accurate detail, the referee. I looked at the two young men in front of me, heirs of great families, the kind of people who have never been spoken to. I spat on the ground between them. From this day forward, I said, any disciple from a major family who sees me should give me a wide berth, or I'll make you kneel and call me master. Somebody in the stand stood up. Remember this, I said. I am Li Wei, of the Heavenly Court. My bodyguard, standing at the arena gate with his arms folded, was named Bao Long, diamond level. I had a diamond level bodyguard and a mandate to be obnoxious and a world with an orphanage in it, and I was, at that point, 17 years and 4 months old. I should explain the Heavenly Court, since I dropped the name and walked off. The All Realms Access Pass is not a document, it's an address. Having one means you can physically go to the places where the multiverse does its business, and the first time I used mine, I came out onto a plaza the size of a country with a market on it, and I stood there for about 11 minutes without moving. There are races there I have no words for. There are stalls selling things my system declines to describe. There is a building where you can buy a world, an inhabited one, with people in it, priced by population, and there was a queue at it. And there are factions. The Heavenly Court is one of them, and it found me before I found it, which I have since learned is how it works. A woman in an official's robe walked up to me in that market on my first afternoon and said, "You're the boy with the progress number." And then, without waiting for an answer, "We'd like to sponsor you." I asked what the terms were. Attend our tournament, win as much as you can, and be as arrogant as possible while you do it. Why? Because you're an SSS-level awakener from a G-level world, and every organization that harvests people like you knows your name now. She said it the way you'd read out a weather warning. You have two options. You can be small and hope. That does not work. We have watched it not work for 1100 years. Or you can be so loud, so publicly, so annoyingly, that killing you becomes a political act instead of a business decision. I thought about a man with no feet in a shadow saying you're all in a treasure chest. Arrogant, I said. Insufferably. They gave me a bodyguard, and his name is Bao Long, and he is diamond level, and I have seen him do exactly one thing in 3 weeks, which was catch a projectile I did not see thrown. I asked him once what he thought of the strategy. It works, he said, until it doesn't. That's the whole conversation. That's the longest conversation we have ever had. I came home from the Heavenly Court and summoned a world dungeon because that was the reward for the conquest progress and because I had gotten greedy. Ding, world dungeon, silver tier. Ding, Spider Queen's court. The entrance was a hole in a hillside about 4 meters across, and going into it felt like being swallowed because the passage was not a tunnel. It was a gut. Ribbed, soft-walled, wet, and it went down at an angle for a very long way. The spiders started about 80 meters in. Bronze peaked to silver, individually, which is fine. There were not individually any of them. They came in a carpet over the ceiling and the walls and each other, and the passage was narrow enough that the front rank was never more than 2 meters from your face. Clarice held the entrance. She'd arrived a week earlier and had barely spoken to anyone. She stood in that gut passage and released her demonic energy to 100%, all of it, which in her world means you don't come back, and her arms opened into blades, and then she stopped moving individually and became a net. High-speed sword, a mesh of it, filling the corridor, maintained for 40 minutes. Nothing got past her. Nothing even got close. The floor behind her filled up to the ankle with legs. I should say who she is, because she'd been in my world 9 days and had spoken to maybe 4 people. Clarice comes from somewhere with a very specific arrangement. They put a monster's flesh into a human girl, and she gets strong enough to kill monsters. And if she ever uses more than about 80% of what's in her, she stops being a girl permanently. Everyone she has ever known has ended that way. It's not a risk in her world. It's a schedule. She read the dungeon brief, narrow corridor, infinite spawns, someone has to hold the door, and volunteered before anyone had finished reading it out. You understand, I said, that in here, if you go past the line, you come back as yourself when you respawn. She looked at me. Say that again. The respawn restores your original state. It's a snapshot. Whatever you turn into in there, you don't keep. She stood very still for a moment. Then she said, "Thank you," in a way that made me want to leave the room. When it was done, she stepped back over the line and died on purpose and came back at the entrance with her hands as hands and sat down on a rock and did not say anything for a long time. Akira sat down next to her without asking and also said nothing, which is, I think, the correct move, and when the corridor opened out, we came into the court itself. I was watching through 11 separate feeds, and I lost track of my own hands. Any attempt at conveying the scale is going to fail. It's underground, and it has a ceiling you cannot see. There are columns of web, hundreds of meters thick, going up into the dark, and they aren't decorations, they're load-bearing. And on every one of them, and on the floor between them, and on the walls, are the queens, not the workers, the queens, each one the size of a house. Hundreds of thousands of them. Hundreds of thousands? Said Mark in a very small voice. Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of… Stop, said Hana. The dungeon rules came up as we entered, and each one was worse than the last. All player strength reduced by 10%. Venom effects active, bring antidotes or don't come. Illusion abilities do not function. Kurosawa read that line and said, "Ah," in a tone of genuine disappointment. The inhabitants do not experience fear. Conqueror's haki does nothing here. Hancock's best trick, Blackbeard's best trick, mine, all of it, worthless, against a species with no concept of authority. And a timer. 3 months, in dungeon, until the court counterattacks. We got wiped in 11 minutes. Everybody. All of us. 10 million spiders came off the columns at once, and the strongest roster in the multiverse under yellow gold got flattened by an animal with no plan. We came back and got wiped again. Let's not skip the 11 minutes. The court's response to intruders is not tactical. There's no formation, no flanking, no leadership. What happens is that a signal goes through the columns, and then every single thing in that cavern comes at you at once from every direction, including above, and the number is large enough that it stops being a fight and becomes weather. Blackbeard cleared a 200-meter radius with one strike, and it filled back in before he could take a second breath. Escanor was under the ground, and it was daytime outside, and nobody had thought about that until the moment it mattered. Madara's Susanoo lasted about 4 minutes, and came apart not because anything broke it, but because it filled up. Hancock released Conqueror's haki out of pure reflex, and it did nothing at all, and I watched a woman who has ended fights with a look find out that her best move was decoration in this room, and she stood there 1 second too long. 900 source chi to bring everyone back. That is 9 invitations. I spent 9 invitations on a corridor and did not get past the first room. The second attempt lasted 14 minutes and cost the same again, and then Leo and Luna locked themselves in a room. They took Ragnar, Bai Yun Song, and Wei Feng, and they went back into that corridor, and they ran it 230 times. 3 days, no sleep, 230 consecutive runs of the same 80 meters of gut with a notebook. What they were doing was measuring damage. Ragnar breathes dragonfire, and the first thing they had him do was turn it down. Not up, down. They had him dial the output lower and lower over about 40 runs until they found the exact point where a touch of it turned a spider to ash, and nothing beyond that point was wasted. Wei Feng's attacks needed a wind-up. They compressed it to 2 breaths and told him to hit nothing but heads. And on run 180-something, Leo worked out what the actual mechanic was. The system doesn't count damage the way anyone assumed. Every spider in the court has functionally 1 point of health. 1. A black iron attack does 0.1 to 0.2. Bronze does 0.3 to 0.6. Silver does 0.7 to 1.3. Anything above 1.0 kills it, and the excess is thrown away. Which means the court is not a strength problem. It has never been a strength problem. It is an efficiency problem, and everybody in the multiverse who has ever failed here failed because they went in swinging as hard as they could and burned themselves out killing 1 spider with enough force for 6. Keep every hit under 1.0, never overkill, and the corridor becomes an infinite damage-free farm. They wrote it up, 100,000 words, positioning diagrams, rotation timing, a table of every player in my world with their measured output and the exact percentage they should throttle to. Leo handed it to me at 4 in the morning, swaying, with Luna asleep on his shoulder. "There you go," he said. "Any 5 people can hold it forever now." And here's the detail that finished Hana. There were 3 of them. 3 plus 2 support. They'd cleared the corridor with 3 and stayed indefinitely. Hana, Kazuma, and Lord, with double that roster and every advantage, had survived 10 minutes. She read the guide start to finish and then went and lay face down on a bench for a while. The corridor working is worth describing because I sat and watched it for 2 hours, and it was, in its way, more impressive than anything anybody killed, 5 people at a time. That was the rotation. The guide has a table in it, every player in my world, their measured output, and the exact fraction they should throttle to, and the table is the whole product. Blackbeard's entry says 9.4%, 9.4, the strongest man in the world, holding a corridor, hitting at just under 1/10 of what he can do, over and over, at a metronomic pace, because at 9.4% one strike kills exactly one spider and none of it is wasted, and at 10.1 he overkills and burns himself out in an hour. He hated it for about a day and then got extremely into it. Kuralala, watch this. Tap. One spider. And this. Tap. One spider. I could do this all afternoon, and here's the thing, I am going to. Frostine ran at 11% and refused to look at the table, so Leo put her number on a card and had somebody hold it up behind her opponent's head. I paid that somebody double. Nobody wanted the job. Minerva cycles armors purely to stay under the line. She'd found that one particular set puts her at 0.93, and she wore it for 11 straight hours and afterwards said it was the most boring day of her life and asked to be rostered again tomorrow. Lumina is not on the table at all. Lumina's minimum output is a crater. She is not permitted in the corridor, and she has appealed the decision 4 times in writing, and the count went up, not dramatically. That's the point. There's no montage in it. There's a line of 5 people in a wet tunnel hitting things at a fraction of their capacity, in shifts for 2 days, and at the end of 2 days there were 400,000 fewer spiders in the world. At the end of 6 weeks there were several million fewer. Hana worked out the economics on the 3rd day and immediately started selling shifts. You want a corridor slot? There's a queue. There's a queue because the contribution pays and the contribution is guaranteed, and the risk, thanks to 100,000 words written by 2 shut-ins over 3 days, is functionally 0. She takes a cut of every slot. Leo gets a royalty. She insisted on it. He hadn't asked for one and didn't understand the concept, and she explained it to him twice and then just started paying him, and he mostly spends it on snacks for his sister. The counterattack came early. We had 3 months. We got about 6 weeks because the Spider Emperor noticed that several million of his children had stopped existing and did the arithmetic and did not wait for the schedule. New species came up out of the deep court. Venom lancers, spiders that fire spears of hardened web, thousands at a time, in volleys that took the ceiling apart. Bomb spiders, which carry acid in one sack and a flammable gas in the other, and which do not consider their own survival to be a design constraint. Carapace spiders, Silver Peak, the Emperor's Guard, with shells that turned Blackbeard's blade, and the last one was the size of a grain of rice. Insect spiders, individually invisible, in clouds, and what they carry isn't venom in the ordinary sense. It's genetic. It gets into the tissue and rewrites what the tissue is supposed to be. Akio tore his own arm off. I want that understood in context. Akio Kibutsuji, who does not experience injury, who regrows a body from a cell, who has spent 400 years being functionally unkillable, felt something get into his forearm and removed the forearm at the shoulder in under a second, and then stood there breathing hard, watching the place where it had been. That, he said, should not be possible. Leonora took a cloud of them across the face, half of it, the whole left side, burned down past what a healing factor can politely fix, and she went down and stayed down for about a minute. And then she got up and she'd worked something out. Her tegu doesn't control blood. That's what everyone assumed, including her. It controls liquid, any liquid. It has always controlled any liquid, and nobody had ever put her in a situation where the distinction mattered. The court is full of venom. There are lakes of it. She stood up with half her face gone and pulled the enemy's poison up off the floor and made a spear out of it, then a sword, then 11 of them, in the air, in a rotating fan, and she went back into the line throwing the court's own venom at the court. Oh, said Frostine, watching. I like her. And then the Emperor closed the door. Ding. Spider Emperor's cage is active. Ding. Within this area, death results in respawn within the cage. That's the trap. That's the actual trap, and it's aimed precisely at us, at the one advantage we have, because 100 beings who don't stay dead are unbeatable right up until dying stops being an exit. The cage came down over about 4 seconds. Leo and Luna cut their own throats 1 second before it closed. Both of them, simultaneously, 2 shut-ins who have never held a weapon, doing the fastest correct thing in the room because they'd read the ability description as it appeared and understood the geometry before anybody else had finished the first line. They respawned outside. They were the only ones. And for the next 11 hours, my entire roster was locked in a hole in the ground with something that had decided to eat them. And Leo sat outside the entrance running the fight through a 100,000-word guide he'd written himself, and I sat in my villa with a screen up, unable to enter, because a world dungeon does not admit the world's owner. I should say what those 11 hours in the cage were actually like, because a sentence about a screen doesn't cover it. The cage means you respawn inside. That's all it means, and it changes everything. Every death is a reset with the enemy still standing over you, and the enemy does not get tired, and there is no door. Hour 3. They stopped trying to win and started trying to hold ground. Hour 5. Kurosawa worked out that respawning restores your resources but not your position, and reorganized the entire party around dying deliberately at the moment when a full resource bar was worth more than where you were standing. He ran that calculation for 100 people and updated it live. It is the single most useful thing he has ever done for anybody, and I have never thanked him for it. Hour 7. Escanor went out. The sun went down outside, above ground, in a world he could not see, and a man who had been holding a flank alone for 4 hours shrank inside his own armor and had to be carried, and that is where Kageyama Renji collected his debt. He'd sold Madara an invitation months earlier for one request at a time of his choosing, and Madara had taken the deal, and every single person who heard about it had spent the intervening weeks inventing what the request would be. Renji walked across a cave floor with his hands in his sleeves and said, "I'd like my favor now." Madara did not stop swinging. "Speak. Carry him out of the line and sit with him until he's a person again." There was a pause of about 2 seconds in which Uchiha Madara's entire face did something remarkable. "That's it? That's your request? I could level up. That's it." So the man who calls himself the strongest Uchiha in any timeline picked up a thin, apologetic, weeping stranger, carried him 40 meters through a collapsing chamber, put him down behind a rock, and then sat there next to him for 11 minutes doing absolutely nothing while a war happened over his head. He complained about it afterward for a week. He also, when the sun came back and Escanor stood up to twice his size and went back into the line, said nothing at all and would not look at anybody, and I have never once brought it up. Hour 8. Hancock stopped being able to stand and kept giving orders anyway. Hour 9 is the one I can't get out of my head. Akira Kazama died for the 40th time and came back at the respawn point and got up, and there was nobody near him, and he had about 4 seconds of quiet. And into that 4 seconds, on an open channel, to the whole party, in a completely steady voice, because that is what he does when things are at their worst, he said, "Set your heart ablaze, everyone, we're all still here." Somebody laughed, somebody swore at him. Minerva said, "Shut up, Kazama," with enormous affection, and they all went back in. Hour 11. Sayo's 10 minutes landed, and the whole roster came up to Silver Peak at once, and Han Guang and Zenos and Shinji came through the entrance, and the cage stopped being a cage and started being a room with 100 angry people in it. I watched the whole thing from a villa I don't own, with a screen up, unable to enter my own dungeon. That's the part that stays with me. The greatest asset in the multiverse spent 11 hours getting torn apart underground, and the owner of it sat on a sofa and could not do one single thing about it. And if you want to know what being a village chief actually is, that's it. That's when I went and asked Sayo for a favor. Sayo is a small child. She lives with the other children in the quarter behind the bell tower, and she has a specific and extremely dangerous property. She grants wishes, any wish, without limit. There's a price in her world. It's a real one, and it's terrible, but not for people she loves. I did not want to use her. Note that. Then note that I did it anyway, and that the entire moral weight of that decision was carried by a girl in a hamster hoodie because I sent her to do it instead of going myself. Hana sat with her first. She insisted on that. She looked up Sayo's future before she'd let anyone ask her for anything, and I watched Hana's face while she read it. A room. A locked one. Years of it, and a family who love her in a way that has a wall in it. Hana read the whole thing and closed it and said nothing at all, and I saw her lips move around a name, Killua, and file it somewhere. Then she went and sat on the floor next to a small girl and explained that everyone was trapped in a hole and asked if she could help. "Sayo is happy," said Sayo, "to be able to help Lin My Fan and everyone." Ding. All players temporarily elevated to Silver Peak. Duration, 10 minutes. Every single being in my world at once at the top of the silver tier. The court's dungeon caps entry at silver, which is why the 3 strongest people in my world had been sitting outside doing nothing for a day and a half. And that produced the single strangest request I have ever received. Zenos, Han Guang, and Shinji Terakawa came to me together and asked to be made weaker. "Reduce us," said Han Guang. "To Silver Peak. You want me to take platinum off you, so I can enter. You understand you'll be at the bottom of the roster. You'll be a normal fighter in there. Things can kill you." "Yes," said Zenos, and he was already vibrating. "Not to become stronger, simply to be able to fight. I have employed a great many people who wanted power. Those 3 asked me to take theirs away so they wouldn't miss the war, and I gave them what they asked for, and I have never been prouder of my hiring." The assault on the Queen Chambers started with Kaido Masami becoming a spider, not a transformation technique exactly, something he'd built in about 40 minutes out of a shape-shifting item Hana sold him, a chakra suppression seal, and a great deal of confidence. He walked out of the staging area on 8 legs, at the correct height, moving at the correct rhythm, and went straight into a nest chamber containing 400 queens. Nobody noticed him for 11 minutes. He killed 160 of them in that 11 minutes, one at a time from the inside with a kunai quietly while walking around. Then something got suspicious and the chamber went up and he flashed out through a marker he'd left in a corridor, and the corridor was where Hikai and Akari were standing. Ah, said Hikai. Company. He had already laid the pattern. It went off under 400 queens at once and the ceiling came down on them, and Akari walked into the middle of it with a red sword and the rule that one cut is enough. That went on for 9 hours. Here's the count, and then we move on, because there's no way to make a number like this land. Between the corridor farm and the chamber raids and Leonora throwing the court's own venom back at it, my people killed several million spiders inside 2 days, which is what finally brought the Emperor up. He had been sitting under his own court in the dark for a very long time. He had never needed to move, and he came up out of the deep passages into the main hall, and the first thing he did was not attack. He ate his own children, queens, guards, lancers, the small ones, everything within reach, scooping them up in ranks and putting them away like a man working through a plate of skewers, and every mouthful made him bigger. He's not feeding, said Kurosawa, watching with what I'd call scholarly delight. He's converting. Ding. Spider Emperor has entered complete form. Ding. Level. Yellow gold peak. Yellow gold peak. Remember something. 100 pages of survival guide written by the man who got closest before us ends with a scream about that exact tier. The monster siege boss is yellow gold, and it is over, and the SSS-level world cannot be conquered. That's what came up the passage, a kilometer of it. And here's the detail that made my skin crawl and still does. The Emperor is a queen. He was one. The system's entry is clear about it. He was a broodmother who at some point declined to lay, kept everything she would have spent on children, and became this instead, and then spent an age producing daughters to do the laying so that one day she could eat them. He came into the main hall and killed 40 of my people in the first 90 seconds. Hua Lin got Mark and Golden Iron Beast in close. She's a teleporter and she is not built for combat, and she went in with 2 passengers under a rain of web spears with her eyes shut and put both of them directly against the Emperor's underside. Golden Iron Beast overloaded its reserve core. Mark detonated something he had built in a workshop with Kurosawa over a period of 4 days and had described to me when I asked as a small one. It was a nuclear device. I did not authorize a nuclear device. Nobody asked me. Mark Benton and Kurosawa Yuji, left alone in a shed, produced a miniature nuclear weapon inside 4 days, and that when I raised this afterward, Mark said, "You said make useful things," and Kurosawa said nothing at all and drank his tea. The blast took the roof off the main hall, and Lumina, Vulcan, and Kenjiro Suzuki fired into the hole at the same instant. Explosion, a beam from a giant of light, and whatever it is that boy does when he shouts, and the 3 of them together did enough that the Spider Emperor decided the court was no longer a good place to be. So he left. He went up. Through his own ceiling, through a kilometer of rock, out of the dungeon boundary entirely, and into the open air of my world, which nothing has ever done, and which the system had apparently never considered, because there was a full 4 seconds of silence on the notification channel. He came up out of a hillside into daylight, and Han Guang was standing there. He'd been waiting the entire time. He had asked me to reduce him to silver so he could enter, and I had done it, and then he'd looked at the dungeon entrance, and thought about it, and quietly asked me to put him back. "He'll come out," he'd said. "Nothing comes out of a dungeon. He'll come out." So there he was, at Platinum, in a black robe with a live dragon in the embroidery, standing on a hillside in the sun, in front of a kilometer of spider that had just torn its way through a mountain. He didn't draw. He let his shadow off the ground. I've watched it 40 times, and I can't describe the mechanism, so I'll describe the event. His shadow came up off the grass and kept coming, and it had a head, and the head had a jaw, and the jaw closed over the front third of the Spider Emperor, and then over the rest of it, and there was nothing on the hillside anymore. A kilometer of yellow gold peak monster swallowed whole in about 2 seconds by a shadow. I made a noise. I have watched it back, and my own audio channel is just a man making a noise. Then Han Guang stood very still and looked down. There was 1 grain of rice on the grass by his foot. That's what it looked like. One of the tiny ones, the insect spiders, the invisible kind, except this one had a faint gold sheen along its back, and it was moving away from him, deliberately, in a straight line, toward the tree line. The entire consciousness of the thing, packed into a body the size of a grain, walking calmly out of the end of its own story. Han Guang stepped on it. Ding. First recorded kill of a platinum tier boss in the Myriad Realms. He looked around at a field full of exhausted people, most of whom were sitting down, several of whom were on fire. Then he opened the world chat and distributed 500 source chi in red envelopes like a wealthy uncle at New Year, and walked off to find something to drink. That was the loot. That was all he wanted out of it. The first platinum kill in the recorded history of the multiverse, and the man handed out pocket money and went for a drink. I sat in my house and let the notifications come in. Ding. World dungeon cleared. Spider Queen's Court. Ding. World Conquest Progress +1. Ding. Life level of the world has been raised. Ding. Your world is now designated Silver World. And then the last one. Ding. Newcomer protection has been lifted. I read it 4 times. That line is the reason this story ends where it does, so here is exactly what it means. Newcomer protection was 3 years of the multiverse agreeing not to look at me. It was also, inside my own borders, a leash on my own world. All the real monsters, the deep map things, the ones out past the low-level silver scrubland had been held back by it. The protection kept them out. Raising my world to silver ended the grace period early. That's the trade. You cannot have a silver world with a beginner's shield on it. The system does not offer that package. So the monsters are loose now. All of them. Everything my exploration teams have been carefully not provoking for 2 months is, as of this evening, allowed to come and find me. The safe zone still works. It protects players. It does not protect the world. And I did this. Nobody did it to me. I summoned that dungeon. I paid for it. I asked a small girl for a favor to win it, and I took the reward, and the reward came with the leash off. I sat there and thought about a man in dark clothing with the number 74 on his chest, laughing with blood in his mouth in a crater that's still in my east field. 3 years of protection. Fine, enjoy them. But after 3 years, when there's no protection, it wasn't 3 years. It was 4 months. I opened the world panel. 2 announcements went out to the myriad realms that night, back to back, and I have the exact wording memorized. Ding. Announcement to all realms. A record has been set. Fastest exit from newcomer status by an SSS-level world. Ding. Announcement to all realms. A record has been set. Highest conquest progress achieved by an SSS-level world in recorded history. Both of them had my name in them. Not my world's designation. My name. Leeway. 4 months ago, I stood on a stone slab in a school courtyard in front of 400 people and watched a certificate come up that said SSS, and everyone in that yard understood it as an obituary, and the principal put a hand on my shoulder and told me to eat whatever I wanted from now on. 4 months ago, my homeroom teacher sold me to a man in an alley for 400,000 coins and wrote in her report that I had no family and nobody would come looking. And she was right. Nobody would have. Tonight, a notification with my name in it went into 300,000 worlds, and in every single one of them, somebody stopped what they were doing and read it. I sat on the floor of a 500 square meter villa that I still don't legally own, in a world that is trying to kill me and is now legally allowed to, and I laughed until I couldn't breathe, and then I stopped laughing, because somewhere out there, 70-something people in plain dark clothing had just gotten the same notification, and they'd been counting down from 3 years. I put my watch on the floor and looked at the ceiling and said it out loud, to nobody, in an empty house. All right, come on then. Then I opened the invitation menu. I had 11,000 source chi and a very long list.